The idea of humans transforming into wolves has captivated and terrified people for thousands of years. From the earliest myths etched into those clay tablets, to the frenzied witch trials of early modern Europe, and even the pop culture of today, werewolves have prowled the human imagination since the dawn of time. And so today, just like how a while back we did the vampire lore video, we're going to talk about werewolf lore, all the way from antiquity to modern times. But of course, the story of the werewolf is not just a simple horror movie narrative, but it's rather something woven from many threads, deep roots in religion and mythology, folklore and fear, psychology, and sometimes even reality. What exactly is a werewolf? Well, the answer to that question is going to depend on who you ask. The cultural perception. They've been seen as bloodthirsty monsters, cursed innocents, and even at times revered shamans. So keep an open mind, and we can talk about where all this started and how it all ended up. At first, let me welcome you to the channel. Anyone new, it's good to meet you, and I invite you to subscribe if you've not yet clicked that subscribe button. Now, this video, along with all the other videos in the channel, are 100% mid-roll free. You won't get any interruptions, which is good news. And this is because we are supported on this channel by Patreon, YouTube memberships, people who visit the merch store, and the occasional donation to the YouTube super thanks or the PayPal link. But aside from that, if you really want to help us out, you can just give it a like, subscribe, leave a comment, and hype the video for the algorithm, and tell your friends about us. Now, with all that being said, let's get on to the topic at hand, a history of werewolves. And I think you will find that, like with a lot of these mythic creatures, they have some pretty early origins. And you'll be surprised, because one strong candidate for the earliest werewolf story actually comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, if you're not familiar with that, it's basically a Mesopotamian poem dating to around 2100 BCE. So that's more than 4,000 years ago. In this ancient myth, the hero king Gilgamesh refuses the romantic advances of the goddess Ishtar. He recalls how Ishtar once cursed a former lover, a shepherd, by turning him into a wolf. The poor man, transformed into a predator, was chased and killed by his own dogs. Now, this tale of transformation by divine punishment is the first known instance of a human becoming a wolf in literature. And though it's a small mention, it's not an entire story based on the wolf man or werewolf. It certainly does set a precedent. In early myths, becoming a wolf is often portrayed as a either curse or perhaps divine retribution. In any case, the outcome was not good for this poor soul. But moving on from Mesopotamia to the classical world, we find Greek mythology and history rich with wolf-human transformations, and the most famous myth is that of King Lycaon of Arcadia. As told by the Roman poet Ovid in his Metamorphoses of 8 CE, Lycaon was a impious king who tried to test Zeus's omniscience by serving the god a meal of human flesh, not what he ordered. Well, Zeus, of course, was understandably horrified by this act of savagery, and as a punishment, guess what? He first struck Lycaon with lightning, and then transformed him into a wolf. In Ovid's poetic description, Lycaon's body is changed into that of a snarling wolf, yet he retains a trace of his old appearance. His fur still grey, his eyes still gleaming with fury. The myth is significant, not only because it explains the origin of werewolves, like the very term lycanthropy actually stems from Lycaon's name, and the Greek lykos meaning wolf. So there you go. But it also ties the concept to a moral transgression, and that is something that continues all the way into modern werewolf stories, of course. As for Lycaon, he became a wolf as a punishment for the most taboo crime, i.e. cannibalism. I don't know why he thought he'd get away with serving human flesh to Zeus himself, but I don't know. In any case, in the Greek imagination, becoming a wolf could be a fitting fate for those who behave like a beast, so I suppose it's kind of an irony in the punishment. Yet, Greek literature also provides a more matter-of-fact reporting of werewolves. The historian Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, notes in History's Book 4 a curious claim he heard while traveling near Scythia, that is, Eastern Europe. According to local Scythians and Greeks, there was a tribe named Neuri, who magically turned into wolves for a few days every year and then returned to their human form. Herodotus relates this story with skepticism, but the very inclusion of it in his historical inquiry suggests that belief in shape-shifting tribes was taken seriously by some. And this account shows us that even outside myth, folkloric beliefs about werewolves existed and were recorded quite early on. Classical writers offered other rationalizations and anecdotes. Pliny the Elder, a Roman natural philosopher of the 1st century, writes in his Natural History that he found werewolf tales to be products of Greek credulity. Pliny recounts one Arcadian story in which a man selected by lot would swim across a certain lake, hang his clothes on an oak, and when he came back he would be emerged as a wolf. If for 9 years he abstained from eating human flesh, he could swim back and regain his human form, albeit still aging those 9 years. Such stories, Pliny suggests, were told as part of the cult of Zeus Lycaeus in Arcadia. Similarly, the Greek traveler Pausanias in the 2nd century mentions the legend of an Arcadian boxer, Demaianatus, who tasted the entrails of a human sacrifice to Zeus and was instantly transformed into a wolf for 10 years. And these accounts reveal a consistent theme in ancient Greco-Roman lore. Rituals or curses involving impiety in human flesh could trigger a wolf transformation, and it was often for a set period. One particularly vivid Roman story comes from the novelist Petronius, around 60 CE. In his satirical novel Satyricon, Petronius includes a story within the story, told by a character named Niceros at a dinner party. Niceros recounts how he once traveled with a soldier companion on a moonlit night, and when they stopped in a graveyard, the soldier suddenly removed all his clothes, urinated in a circle around them, and then transformed into a wolf right before Niceros's astonished eyes. The wolfman ran off, howling into the darkness. Niceros approached the pile of clothes, only to find that they had turned to stone. A detail implying some kind of otherworldly magic was certainly at play. And later, Niceros learns that at the same time a wolf had terrorized a nearby farm, but had been wounded by a pitchfork. The next day he saw his soldier friend back in human form, nursing a similar wound. This Petronius anecdote, half comic, half horror, is one of the earliest literary werewolf tales, and it shows many elements familiar in the folklore. The need to remove clothing to become a wolf, the idea that a wound inflicted on the wolf might appear on the human, and the transformation happening at night under a bright moon. And it's from these ancient stories that we have the first few solid patterns emerge. First, divine or magical causation is usually behind the change. Gods, curses, or sorcery cause men to turn into wolves. And secondly, there's the moral dimensions that are emphasized. Becoming a wolf is often punishment for evil deeds or dealing with dark forces. Third, The duration of being a wolf can be temporary or conditional. It could be 9 days, it could be 10 years, etc. And that hints at redemption or return being possible. Notably absent in antiquity is the later notion that werewolfery or lycanthropy is transmitted by a bite, like an infection. That concept would come a lot later. Also, while these stories mention nighttime transformation, the specific link to a full moon is not strongly highlighted in classical texts, though Petronius's tale hints at a bright moon. The moon and werewolf connection would grow in later folklore, which we'll move on to talk about. But it's also important to mention that even in antiquity, some thinkers took a rational or medical view of lycanthropy. By the 2nd century, the Greek physician Marcellus of Side described lycanthropy as a clinical condition, a kind of melancholy where a person believes himself to be a wolf and acts accordingly. According to later summaries of Marcellus's writings, such afflicted individuals would roam graveyards at night and behave like wolves, especially in the springtime. And so here we see the beginnings of understanding werewolves not as literal shapeshifters, but rather as victims of a kind of mental disorder. And this is a perspective that would reappear much later in history. Even St. Augustine of Hippo, the early Christian theologian writing in the 5th century CE, discussed werewolf-like beliefs. In his work City of God, Augustine noted that, quote, "It is commonly believed that by certain witchcraft men are turned into wolves." Though he himself was skeptical of literal transformations, preferring to attribute such reports to hallucinations or demonic activity, a kind of illusion. Augustine's ambivalence does show a transitional view, however. The Christian worldview generally denied that sorcery could truly change a person's shape, seeing it as either impossible or a devilish trickery. Yet widespread popular belief in such phenomena had to be acknowledged. And thus, in the ancient world, we see that werewolf lore was already well and truly there, and quite multifaceted at that. There were mythological werewolves cursed by gods, folkloric werewolves as reported by travelers and storytellers, and even psychological werewolves in early medieval texts. And of course, these are the strands that would all feed into the medieval understanding of lycanthropy. And so, as we move into the medieval era, roughly the 5th to 15th centuries, we'll see that werewolf lore evolved under a new religious and cultural influence. Medieval Europe was deeply Christian. No arguing that. And the church's teachings shaped how people interpreted strange phenomena. It's all seen now through a lens of Christian ethos. The dominant belief among the educated clerics was that actual transformation of a human body into an animal was quite impossible. The world was ordered by God, and human remained human. However, this did not eliminate belief in werewolves. Instead, it somewhat just changed its interpretation. Church authorities often claimed that cases of shape-shifting were either illusions caused by the devil or just outright mental delusions. An early example is the 10th century church text known as the Canon Episcopi, which asserts that women who believe they rode with Diana or changed form, a reference to pagan night witches, were entirely deceived by Satan himself. The transformation was only in mind and not in body. This skeptical stance notwithstanding, people at the grassroots level had a little bit of a different report on things, and they continued to talk about encounters with wolf-like beings, and the idea of werewolves found its way into lore, literature, and local legends. Interestingly, the term werewolf itself, it's of course a Werwolf in Old English, appears in an early medieval legal context, rather. The law codes of King Canute, who ruled England in the early 11th century, include a reference to a werewolf. In these laws, the word likely refers to outlaws or savage men living on the fringes of society. Now, to be cast out as a werewolf meant to be banished from the community, akin to being a wolf in the wilderness. This use suggests that the concept of a man-wolf was familiar enough to serve as a metaphor for a dangerous outlaw. The idea here is not necessarily a literal shapeshifter, but someone considered less human. It's a reminder the boundary between metaphor and literal belief was often a little bit blurry in the medieval ethos. Medieval chroniclers and folklore also preserve folk stories of actual shape-shifting. One famous account comes from Gerald of Wales, that is, Giraldus Cambrensis, a 12th century cleric and writer. In his Topographia Hibernica in 1188, an account of Ireland, Gerald relates a remarkable story of the werewolf of Ossory. According to this tale, a priest travelling through the woods in Ossory, that is a region of Ireland, encountered a talking wolf. The wolf astonished the priest by revealing that he and his wife were actually human, natives of Ossory, who had been cursed by a saint to periodically take on a wolf form. Well, because of an ancient curse by Saint Natalis, every 7 years, a man and a woman from Ossory would have to live as wolves, exiled to the woods, while retaining human minds. After 7 years, if they had survived, that is, they would regain their human shape and return home. And of course, another pair would have to take their place. The wolf beseeched the priest to give the last rites to his ailing wolf wife. To reassure the hesitant priest, the wolf peeled back the fur on his companion's face, revealing the face of an old woman underneath the wolf exterior. Satisfied these were truly human souls, the priest administered Christian sacraments. Gerald reports that the priest later recounted this incident to his superiors, and even the Pope was informed of this strange case of the pious werewolves. This Ossory werewolf story is intriguing for a few reasons, I think. Unlike the cruel, Lycaon or diabolical werewolves of later witch trials, these Irish werewolves were rather just victims of a curse, and they remained devout Christians even in wolf form. Gerald treats the story almost sympathetically and uses it to discuss theological questions. Well, questions like, for example, whether a transformed wolf/person can even receive communion in the first place. I mean, that's a debate to be had, I'm sure. But it does show that not all medieval werewolf lore cast the werewolf as evil. Sometimes it could just be a cursed human, deserving of pity, and even capable of virtue. The tale also contains elements common in medieval lore, too. A saint's curse causing a transformation, which of course once again links werewolves to this Christian framework. A set time limit for the change, too, 7 years. And the idea of alternating or swapping the curse among members of the community. Werewolves also padded their way into medieval literature and legend. In this period, they often appear in the context of chivalric romance and poetry, sometimes as enchanted nobles. A well-known example is the 12th century French lay Bisclavret, by Marie de France. Bisclavret tells of a baron who is secretly a werewolf. He must strip off his clothing to perform the transformation. When his treacherous wife learns of his secret, she steals his clothes, thus trapping him in werewolf form. The wolf Bisclavret maintains his human intelligence and gentle nature, however, and ultimately wins the favor of the king. In a rather dramatic scene, the wolf spares the wife's new husband, but viciously bites the wife's nose, later forcing her confession and recovering his human form when his clothes are returned. While Marie's tale portrays the werewolf as a noble soul, just in a beastly body, exploring the themes of loyalty and betrayal. Similarly, the romance of William of Palerne, that is written in the 13th century, it also features a werewolf who was actually a bewitched prince aiding the human protagonists. In these stories, the werewolf is not a monster to be killed, but rather a sympathetic figure or helper, just under an enchantment. Such medieval romances likely drew on earlier Breton or Celtic folklore, and they present quite a contrast to later views of werewolves as purely agents of the devil. Norse and Germanic traditions contributed their own flavor to werewolf lore during this era. The Norse had legends of warriors known as Ulfednar, wolf coats, who wore wolf pelts and were said to fight with the ferocity of wolves, akin to the better-known berserkers, who were also known as the bear-shirt warriors. In the Icelandic sagas, there are several instances of characters temporarily taking the form of wolves or bears. For example, in the Volsunga saga, a legendary saga with roots in older oral tradition, a father and son discover wolf skins that, when worn, transform them into wolves for a time. They run wild in the forests as wolves until the magical effect lapses. These Norse tales might not always distinguish between literal shape-shifting and shamanic or spiritual experience of becoming an animal in battle, but they show how closely the idea of human wolf transformation was linked to warlike strength and the wildness of other northern forests. But the line between a warrior who channels the spirit of a wolf and a literal werewolf might also be quite thin in these kind of narratives. In any case, over time, as Christianity spread through the north, even these traditions were reinterpreted. By the 13th century, an English chronicler like Gervase of Tilbury could casually note, quote, "In England, we have often seen men change into wolves during full moons," suggesting a mix of folklore and observation. Well, Gervase's comment in his encyclopedic work, Otia Imperialia, also explicitly links in the transformation to the phases of the moon, one of the earliest references to lunar influence in werewolf lore. So we see that even as scholars like Gervase wrote in learned Latin, they still acknowledge these common beliefs in werewolves as real phenomena, at least in a marvels and monsters kind of sense, I suppose. In any case, by the late medieval period, the lines between werewolves, witches, and demons began to become a little bit blurry in the popular imagination. Wolves were widely regarded as creatures of the wilderness, and often symbols of the devil in Christian allegory, the wolf threatening the flock of the faithful, etc. The concept of the werewolf started to intersect with ideas of witchcraft. It's not that older folklore vanished, it's not like that. But rural people likely still told stories of cursed werewolves or wolf-riding sorcerers, but the learned opinion began to fold werewolves into the developing theory of demonic witchcraft. You see, if a person truly changed shape, many theologians argued, it could only be through aid of the devil. Thus, by the 15th century, to accuse someone of being a werewolf was effectively to lump them into those accused of sorcery and devil worship. And you do not want to be lumped into that category. There are consequences. In any case, this transition set the stage for a very dark and violent chapter in this history. The early modern witch hunts, a time where werewolves became targets of persecution, just as witches did. And so we find ourselves in the early modern period, 15th to 17th centuries, that is, and we find an immense outbreak of witch hunting across Europe. Of course, intertwined with this phenomena was a spate of werewolf trials. Particularly in parts of France, Germany, and the Baltic regions, individuals were accused of transforming into wolves and committing horrendous crimes. These cases were often treated as a subset of witchcraft. The alleged werewolf was believed to have made a pact with the devil, who granted the power to shapeshift. and that was against the rules. Well, the trials provided a pretty grim window into how seriously the werewolf law was taken at the time, and of course how it could be weaponized by authorities to punish outsiders or even explain particularly heinous events. One of the earliest and perhaps most notorious incidents occurred in 1521 in France, in the Jura region in the town of, near the town of Poligny. Two men, Pierre Bourgeot and Michel Verdun, were arrested on the charges of being werewolves after a spate of child murders in the area. Under torture by the Inquisition, nonetheless, Bourgeot confessed to a fantastical story. Years earlier, lost in a storm, he had met a mysterious stranger who promised to protect his sheep. Desperate, Bourgeot agreed, and later attended a satanic gathering in the woods. It was there, it was said, that he renounced God and was anointed with a special salve that transformed him into a wolf. In wolf form, he and the others roamed swiftly through the forests. He admitted to killing and devouring several children, supposedly while he was in this wolf form. Verdun, implicated as the one who reinitiated Bourgeot into these practices, likewise confessed his involvement. Both men were found guilty, and both men were executed. This case recorded by contemporaries set a pattern: a deal with the devil, an ointment or belt enabling the transformation, and a gruesome crime committed in wolf form. It is chilling to note how the old folkloric elements, nocturnal gatherings, magical salves, etc., were interpreted through the lens of diabolism and used as actual evidence in court. Well, France, in fact, experienced a kind of werewolf panic in the late 16th century. Another case from 1573 involved Gilles Garnier, known as the Hermit of Dole. He was a recluse, living in the woods, who was accused of attacking and cannibalizing children. Garnier, likewise, under duress, claimed a demon had given him an ointment to change into a wolf, and he had indeed killed several victims. He was burned at the stake for this. Now, around the same era, in 1598, a tailor in Chalon was convicted of similar atrocities. He was accused of luring children to his shop, murdering them, and by some accounts turning into a wolf to prowl for victims. Unusually, the records of this case are quite fragmentary, but it became part of werewolf legend anyway. In the same year of 1598, saw the trial of Jacques Rollet, a beggar in Angers, France, who was found in a wolfish state, literally with blood on his hands, and he claimed to be an actual werewolf. Roulet's confession was so evident, the product of mental illness, that after initially sentencing him to death, the court sent him to an asylum instead. Well, perhaps the most infamous werewolf trial was that of Peter Stump in 1589 in Bedburg, Germany. Stump, also recorded as Peter Stubb or Stube, was a farmer in the Rhineland, who after being caught and tortured, confessed to an extraordinary list of crimes. He claimed that the devil had given him a magical wolfskin belt that allowed him to turn into the likeness of a greedy, devouring wolf, strong and mighty, whenever he wore it. In this form, over the course of 25 years, Stump said he had ravaged the countryside, killing 13 children and 2 pregnant women among other victims and eating their flesh. He even confessed to killing and eating his own son, and to an incestuous relationship with his daughter, as well as consorting with a succubus she-demon. The authorities were understandably horrified, and they executed Stump in a manner as ghastly as his alleged crimes. He was tortured on the wheel, his limbs were broken, and was finally beheaded and burned, along with his daughter and mistress who were accused of aiding him. Now, the case of Peter Stump was widely publicized, A lurid pamphlet was printed in multiple languages, including a 1590 English edition titled The Damnable Life and Death of Stube Peter, ensuring his story became well known far and wide. And Stump's trial certainly marks a peak in werewolf persecution. It demonstrates how the werewolf legend by then had absorbed all the elements of a diabolical conspiracy. A pact with Satan, an object for transformation, serial murder, and of course cannibalism. But not all accused werewolves were adults. In 1603, in southwestern France, a teenage boy named Jean Grenier claimed that he and others his age were given wolf skins and an ointment by a demon lord, and they would gather together as wolves. Grenier boasted of killing and eating several children. Unlike many other trials, Grenier's case was handled by a more skeptical judge, who determined that Jean was mentally disturbed, perhaps suffering from what we'd now call clinical lycanthropy or simply pathological behavior. Rather than executing the boy, the court sentenced him to confinement in a monastery. Years later, a visiting official recorded that Grenier was still alive, living in a remote abbey. He ate raw meat. He had claw-like fingernails and sunken eyes, and still howled, claiming to be a wolf. Well, this somewhat compassionate outcome was pretty rare, I'm sure you can understand, but it does show a shift. By the 17th century, at least some authorities started interpreting these werewolves as madmen rather than true shape-shifting fiends. The werewolf trials, of course, were not confined to France and Germany. In the Nordic countries and Eastern Europe, there were beliefs rather the same. In Estonia and Latvia, Livonia at the time, for instance, people were accused of witchcraft and sometimes described themselves as part of a band of wolf-men. A remarkable case in 1692 tells of an elderly Livonian man, remember Latvia, named Thies of Kaltenbrunn. Now, Thies frequently admitted in court that he was a werewolf, but his story took an unexpected turn. He insisted that he and the other werewolves were the hounds of God. They transformed, not to harm the innocent, but to fight the devil. Well, according to him, the Livonian werewolves would turn into wolves and descend into hell to battle witches and demons, and this would ensure good harvests. He claimed that werewolves were the agents of God's justice against evil. The judges, quite perplexed, and not sure how to handle such a heretical yet non-malignant confession, eventually sentenced these to flogging and banishment for superstition. Now this tale's fascinating, because it preserves a vestige of an older folk belief where being a werewolf wasn't automatically such a bad thing. You see, in his mind it was even a holy mission, and does remind us that the church's view and peasant folklore would certainly diverge widely. For the peasantry, werewolves might still be part of the shamanistic or protective tradition, even as the elite culture demonized them. And of course, you only really get the records written from those who can afford parchment and ink. In any case, by the late 17th and early 18th century, the European witch hunts and with them werewolf trials were beginning to wind down. The Age of Enlightenment brought increasing skepticism towards such supernatural accusations. Intellectuals argued that tales of werewolves were the result of ignorance, mental illness, or, in some points, just an outright hoax. For example, people recognized the role of hallucinogenic herbs or witches' ointments containing belladonna, ergot, etc., that might make someone believe they had changed form. Medical explanations like rabies were also proposed to explain the historical werewolf rage. After all, rabid wolf bites could turn a person violent and mad. A rational kernel behind the idea of infection by bite, of course. Some suggested that real wolves attacking villagers, which was a genuine danger in pre-modern Europe, were later romanticized or misremembered as werewolf attacks, or even used by criminals as a cover for murder. And of course, then there's the Beast of Gévaudan incident in France, 1764 to 67, as a case where a series of real wolves or wolf-like creature attacks led to over 100 deaths, while occurring just after the witch hunt era. It revived public fears of a monster wolf and later became mythologized as a possible werewolf or supernatural beast in popular retellings. However, by the 18th century, the authorities tasked with hunting the Beast of Gévaudan used guns and tracking hounds, not witch trials, reflecting to a shift to a more empirical mindset. Of course, we could make a whole video about the Beast of Gévaudan, but eventually they thought they found him. They got a very skilled hunter who eventually did shoot the rather large wolf believed to be the Beast of Gévaudan, skinning it and bringing it to the authorities to be sort of displayed in pride. The problem was the wolf attacks kept going. But, well, people just stopped caring after a while. In any case, the werewolf lore during the witch hunt era had a dark and tragic aspect, of course. It was not merely a story told by the fire like we have these days, but something that could really get you into a lot of trouble and could get a lot of people brutally killed. It's a pretty complex story of genuine belief, fear of the devil, social scapegoating, and the horrors of serial violence, some of which might have been very real acts by very deranged individuals, and they all coalesced in these trials. The era left a legacy of the werewolf as the ultimate predator-human hybrid, linked with cannibalism and savagery in the European mind. But it's not just all about Europe, isn't it? Of course, well, depending on where you're listening from, at least in my culture, we identify more with the European side of things. But other parts of the world had their own traditions, and we should go through them. They often even feature differing animals, too. But the idea of humans transforming into animals is a near universal folklore motif. The global survey of were creatures can show us parallels and contrasts. Well, let's look at Africa first. In fact, there are many African cultures that feared people could turn into fearsome predators. Though, since true wolves are scarce in Africa, the role fell to other beasts. For example, in Ethiopia and surrounding regions, we find the legends of the Boda, or the were hyena. The Boda are often portrayed as malevolent sorcerers, frequently blacksmiths by trade, who at night can become hyenas, prowling graveyards and digging up corpses, not to mention attacking livestock. These hyena men are greatly feared and thought to have magic powers. Likewise, in West Africa, the Ashanti and others tell of were leopards, humans who can transform into leopards, that is. And in some North African and Middle Eastern tales, there are were jackals. These beings, often associated with secret societies and witchcraft, are believed to use their abilities for nefarious purposes, such as attacking enemies or committing crimes under cover of darkness. In fact, in the 19th and 20th centuries, colonial authorities in Africa even encountered criminal groups like a leopard society that killed victims, lending some reality to the legend of the were leopards. Just not exactly what they were thinking. In South and East Asia, tigers and foxes are prevalent in shape-shifting culture. In India and Bangladesh, folklore speaks of were-tigers, humans, sometimes sorcerers, sometimes people under a curse, who could become tigers and prey on livestock or enemies. Some Southeast Asian cultures have similar tiger shaman traditions, where a person's soul might magically travel in tiger form. Meanwhile, China and Japan have abundant fox spirit lore. Korea, too, rather than wolfmen. Chinese tales of the Hu Li Jing, the fox spirit, and Japanese stories of the kitsune, often involve foxes taking on human form, and is typically to seduce or trick humans. They're almost the inverse of the werewolf, animals becoming human, yet the concept of a shapeshifter is central. However, wolves do appear in other Asian lore. For example, some Turkic or Mongolic peoples revered a mythical wolf ancestor. The legend of Asena, a she-wolf, explains the origin of the Ashina clan. And stories of people transforming into wolves or being raised by wolves exist in those cultures as part of the heroic legends, not really as part of witchcraft, though. Native American traditions also contain shapeshifter beliefs, often within the context of shamanism or witchcraft. Among the Navajo of the southwestern U.S., the infamous skin walker, which sounds terrifying, is a type of witch who can transform into an animal such as a wolf, coyote, or owl by wearing its skin. Now, skinwalkers are very feared entities, believed to use their powers to wreak harm, that spread illness, cause death, etc. And the belief in them persists strongly in these Native American communities even today. As for Mexico and Central America, the concept of a nagual is a sorcerer who can assume animal form. Commonly a dog, perhaps a tiger, a jaguar rather, an owl. In some stories it's a wolf or a coyote. They do this to perform either protective magic or perhaps evil deeds. The Aztecs, for instance, they had elite warriors called the jaguar warriors, and also spoke of the other beings called the Lahuelpuche. Hope I'm saying that right. Sorry for not having perfect Aztec pronunciation. Either way, they were beings somewhat, I guess they were akin to vampires, but often conflated with animal transformation. Now further north in Canada and the Great Lakes region, we encounter the legend of the Wendigo among the Algonquian peoples. The Wendigo is not exactly a werewolf, but rather a malevolent spirit or cursed person that engages in cannibalism and takes on a gaunt, monstrous form, sometimes described with deer or wolf-like features. This legend, emphasizing cannibalism and spiritual corruption, resonates with the theme of humans turning into predatory monsters, much like the European werewolf tales of hunger for human flesh. It's not exactly the same, but it rhymes somewhat. Now, in regions like the Pacific Islands and Australia, there were fewer large predators, but shape-shifting narratives still existed. For example, the Maori mythology in New Zealand, certain legendary beings or demigods could change form, though typically into birds or sea creatures rather than wolves. In some Polynesian folklore, sorcerers could become sharks or other animals, while werewolves, in the strict sense, are quite absent. There are no native canids in many of these islands, but the notion of transforming into an animal was still part of the broader shamanic and mythic worldview. In any case, across all these cultures, the consistent thread is the crossing of human-animal boundaries for various regions. It could be to gain power, to fulfill a curse, or to practice malevolence. The specific animal varies according to which creature looms largest in the collective psyche. The European werewolf is just one prominent instance of a global human fascination with shape-shifting. Notably, outside Europe, these beliefs often remained part of myth and localized witchcraft fears, without escalating into the kind of mass trials seen in the European witch craze. Though, as mentioned, localized violence against suspected shapeshifters could occur. When Europeans later encountered these analogous legends during colonial times, they sometimes reinterpreted them through their own lens of werewolf lore, adding yet another layer to the intercultural history of shapeshifters. And so, by the 18th and 19th centuries, with the Enlightenment in ascendance, werewolves had largely retreated from courtrooms and into the pages of folklore collections and literature. scholars and clergy in the 1700s took an interest in cataloguing superstitions, and werewolf legends were recorded as quaint beliefs of the peasantry. All of a sudden it was becoming a bit of fun to talk about these things. Not so scary anymore. For example, the 17th century intellectual Johann Weyer had earlier suggested that those who thought they were werewolves were suffering more from a kind of melancholic delusion. Later, French writers like Henri Boucher and others documented cases of lycanthropy, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. The word lycanthropy itself was adopted by psychiatry to describe a delusion of being a wolf. And indeed, cases of clinical lycanthropy have been documented in medical literature even into modern times, individuals truly believing that they are or have transformed into a wolf, often associated with severe mental illness. Well, this medicalization was one modern approach to the werewolf idea, but in parallel, Romantic and Gothic literature of the 19th century embraced the werewolf as a subject of fascination and horror, and that's mainly where we get our perceptions of it. While Gothic writers initially gravitated more to vampires, ghosts, and other supernatural figures, werewolves soon joined the roster of literary monsters. One only literary werewolf appearance can be found in Samuel Taylor Coleridge's unfinished poem, Christabel, written in 1797, which hints at a mysterious woman who might be a shapeshifter, described with a bit of wolfish imagery. By the mid to late 1800s, explicit werewolf characters emerged in fiction. French authors such as Prosper Mérimée in Locus of 1869 and Alexandre Dumas in The Wolf Leader 1857 themselves wrote werewolf tales. And perhaps the most famous 19th century werewolf short story was The Werewolf 1896 by Clemens Hausmann, which presented a haunting narrative of a female werewolf. These works often portrayed the werewolf as a tragic or cursed figure, rather than one that was willingly evil, and reflects the Romantic era's tendency to sympathize with the tormented outsider, and also that theme of exploring the duality of human nature. The line between folklore and fiction was quite thin. Even as writers invented new werewolf stories, they drew on the rich traditional motifs collected by ethnographers and antiquarians. Victorian folklore enthusiasts like Sabine Baring-Gould compiled historical accounts and peasant tales of werewolves, publishing The Book of Werewolves in 1865, which regaled readers with everything from ancient myths to the trial of Peter Stump. Such works reinforced archaic lore to modern audiences and provided a rich source of material for creative writers. And in the 20th century, well, things were truly propelled, and the werewolf found itself in popular culture worldwide. The invention of cinema was key. Universal Studios' The Wolf Man in 1941, starring Lon Chaney Jr., cemented the image of the werewolf as a tragic figure, cursed to turn into a wolf under the full moon, and doomed unless killed by a silver bullet. This film and others in the 1930s and 40s, like The Werewolf of London in 1935, established much of what people consider traditional werewolf lore, even when those elements were modern innovations. Well, for instance, the idea that a werewolf's transformations are tied specifically to the full moon became quite ubiquitous through the old movies, as did the notion that a bite from a werewolf is how the curse is spread. In older folklore, a werewolf might become so through sorcery or birth, perhaps divine punishment. But Hollywood changed that. They made it more like this contagious disease motif. Similarly, the silver bullet weakness, while not entirely invented, you see, silver was historically viewed as a pure metal, so in few folklore instances it was used against witches or monsters. But in any case, it was popularized by 20th century fiction as a definitive werewolf killer, much like the stake through the heart for the vampire. Through the latter 20th century, werewolves became a staple of horror and fantasy media. They starred in countless films, the classic An American Werewolf in London 1981, to action-oriented franchises like Underworld, and they have appeared in humor and children's works as well. The hapless protagonist in Teen Wolf 1985 or various cartoon werewolves. And by the turn of the 21st century, the werewolf had even become something of a romantic anti-hero, a kind of paranormal romantic figure. And in those urban fantasy genres, think of stuff like Twilight and all that, how it's portrayed. I wasn't really a fan, but whatever. Anyway, in these modern portrayals, we see the werewolf used as a versatile metaphor. It can represent the unleashing of primal anger, or even sexuality, the conflict between one's civilized self and the wild instincts, or the pain of being an outsider who's feared by society. The werewolf's capacity to evoke both fear and pity has made it an enduring figure, capable of endless reinvention in stories. And of course, then there's music. The great band, Powerwolf. Now, it seems like they keep doing the same album over and over again, but it's a good album. They've been going for quite a while now. If you're not familiar with Powerwolf, they're basically a metal band, kind of like a melodic symphonic metal band that's based around the werewolf motif. And they're quite good. They put on a hell of a show. They're from Germany, I think. Yeah, they are from Germany, yes. In any case, go and listen to them if you're interested. What should I... Maybe the song Amen and Attack is a good one. And... I don't know. Listen to the older albums first. They're good, they're my favorites. In any case, modern science and folklore studies have also revisited the werewolf concept from analytical angles. Now, some historians have tried to find a more rational explanation for it. These historical werewolf cases, as mentioned earlier, attributing them to things like ergot poisoning, a fungus that can cause hallucinations and strange behavior, which might have induced wolfish delusions in the medieval peasants. Perhaps even to misidentified animal attacks, like we said, scapegoating. And of course then there's rabies as a possible influence. A person bitten by a rabid wolf would themselves become aggressive and likely bite others, almost like a twisted mirror of the bite turns you into a werewolf trope. Another angle is cultural. The werewolf legend has been examined as an expression of deep-seated fears of the wild and the animal within, especially in societies like medieval Europe where wolves were top predators and a real danger in dark forests beyond the village. But it's also worth mentioning the case of hypertrichosis, a rare genetic condition that causes excessive hair growth over the body. In earlier centuries, individuals with hypertrichosis were sometimes exhibited in circuses or courts as wild men or wolf people. A famous example is Petrus Gonsalvus, a 16th century man from the Canary Islands who had the affliction and became a curiosity in the French royal court. His marriage and children, some of whom inherited the condition too, are thought by some to have inspired the fairy tale Beauty and the Beast. While hypertrichosis has no actual relation to werewolves, the visual similarity likely kept the idea of human-animal hybrids in the popular imagination. And the term werewolf syndrome has even been colloquially used for hypertrichosis. So cases like this show how real medical conditions and the mythic archetypes can somewhat intersect in the public mind. Curiously, even in the late 20th and 21st centuries, there have been occasional claims of hoaxes keeping the werewolf idea alive in reality. For instance, the folklore of rural communities in Europe still had whispers of werewolves or wolf-like creatures into the 1900s. And in popular media, Reports of supposed modern werewolves surface from time to time, often better explained as feral individuals or local legends flaring up. In any case, today, the werewolf lives mostly in our entertainment, our imaginations and literature, but also in a psychological metaphor. Some people speak of having a werewolf side as a figure of speech. And even in subcultures, there are some people today who identify as part of a Therian community, feeling a kind of spiritual kinship with wolves, a far more benign echo of the older shapeshifter idea, and not really something I want to go into too much. At the edge of a medieval city lies a grim stone building. Its doors are bolted from the outside, and inside, rows of straw-filled pallets line the walls. On top of each one of them lies a victim of the Black Death, feverish, sweating and covered in blackened swellings, gasping for breath. The air is thick with smoke from fires lit to purify the contagion, mingling in with the stench of sickness. In one corner stands a solitary physician in a long gown tending to a patient, while another nun murmurs prayers over one who has just expired. The reality of a plague hospital. In these halls, life and death hung in a fragile balance, and for the patients who entered seeking aid and for the caregivers who risked their lives daily, the plague hospital was a place of last hope, but ultimate despair. So, if you'd like to go there, if you have the stomach for it, we can spend the next hour talking about life and death in a plague hospital, quarantine centers of medieval times, doing everything they could with the technology and knowledge they had, however limited it was. Allow me to welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers. Good to meet you, and if you want to subscribe, well, it's only a click away. And I will remind everyone on here that the entire channel is ad-free, a sanctuary on YouTube, away from all of the mid-rolls and all of those, frankly, disturbing advertisements that I see lately on YouTube. We hate them as much as you do, so we've decided to just not have them. We are, however, supported financially on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link in the channel description and pinned comment, and also the merch store, which has a good amount of little goodies there if you're interested in that. But your best support is word of mouth. Tell your friends, family, co-workers, hell, tell your enemies as well. Maybe you'll turn them into friends. Common interests, who knows? In any case, do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing, you know what it's like. But with all that out of the way, introduction said and done, shameful e-begging out of the way, let us begin our topic today, life and death in a plague hospital. So, the Black Death of 1347 to 1351, we all know about it. It ravaged Europe with unprecedented fury. Everyone around at the time suddenly thought it was the end of the world, really. But by the end of the pandemic, well, time it had run its course, anywhere from 1/3 to 1/2 of Europe's population was well and truly dead. Entire cities were decimated, and normal life ground to a halt. In the face of such a cataclysm, conventional medical practices and charities were understandably overwhelmed. Chroniclers of the time describe how quickly the plague struck and how unprepared communities were. Let's look at Florence in Italy, for example. The writer Giovanni Boccaccio observed in 1348 that so many fell ill simultaneously that brother abandoned brother, wives abandoned their husbands, and even more horrifying, mothers abandoned their own children rather than risk contagion. And it certainly was no exaggeration either. No poetic or dramatic license needed. It was truly the depths of human misery. Well, people with means, there was a bit of a different situation. They could flee to the countryside, while the poor often had no choice but to stay put in the plague-stricken cities and towns. As a result of all this, thousands of victims perished at home devoid of help or care, their bodies sometimes left unburied until the smell of decay alerted neighbors. These accounts show why plague hospitals became desperately needed. Something had to be done, after all. And so, in the mid-14th century, you must understand that Europe did not yet have specialized infectious disease hospitals. Medieval hospitals did exist, but they were mostly religious foundations meant to house the poor, or places to care for the sick and pilgrims in general. But when the Black Death hit, that had to change. Some of these facilities were repurposed to isolate and treat plague victims. Churches, monasteries, and guild halls were converted into emergency infirmaries. Let's take Venice, for instance. Authorities reacting to the 1348 outbreak arranged for the sick poor to be taken to hospitals. They even set up ships to ferry the dead to mass graves on a nearby island, certainly killing the local real estate price, I'm sure. No one really going there anymore, aren't they? Well, the idea was to keep the plague victims separate from the healthy population as much as possible. Whether they really knew it, they were engaging in quarantine. A little bit of germ theory. It was the old miasma theory back then. They were kind of on the right track. Kind of doing the best they could, like we said, with the technology and knowledge of the time. Now, the term pest house came into use, meaning a place to segregate those afflicted with the pestilence. These early plague hospitals were often improvised and quite rudimentary, but they did represent a new approach to the public health crisis, and that's communal care, combined with quarantine. Over time, European cities learned from these early efforts and began to establish more formal plague hospitals. One of the first examples of a dedicated plague hospital can be traced to the Adriatic port city of Ragusa, which, by the way, is modern-day Dubrovnik, in the late 14th century. Ragusa, after suffering repeated plague outbreaks, instituted a quarantine law in 1377. This required newcomers to isolate on a nearby island before entering the city. Soon after, they set up temporary plague hospitals on the island of Milet to care for infected travelers and residents in isolation. The approach was a mix of compassion and caution. To treat the sick, sure, but in a location far from the urban population. Now, the Italian word for a 30-day isolation, Trentino, evolved into quarantino for a 40-day period, thus coining the term quarantine. By the early 15th century, Venice followed suit on a bit of a larger scale. In 1423, Venice had established the first permanent plague hospital on an island in its lagoon, the Lazaretto Vecchio, Old Lazaretto. Now, it's interesting, this very name, Lazaretto, likely comes from the nickname of this island, Santa Maria di Nazareth, and it became the generic term for plague hospitals across Europe. These institutions were part hospital and part isolation ward. They signaled the realization that managing plague required collective measures. From Italy, the concept of plague hospitals spread to other parts of Europe over the 15th and 16th centuries. Municipal authorities in France, the Low Countries, and England all eventually developed their own pest houses when plague struck. By the 17th century, during later outbreaks like the Great Plague of London in 1665, or the Marseille Plague of 1720, plague hospitals had become a regular feature of urban emergency planning. Yet, it was the Black Death that truly forced their inception. In the crucible of 1348 to 1350, the basic template was set. Find a space away from the healthy, gather up all the sick, put them in there, and try to care for them as best as you could. So, from here we're going to explore what life was like within those spaces, for the afflicted who entered the doors, and for the brave and sometimes simply desperate souls who staffed them. So what was the experience like for a patient inside one of these hospitals? Well, the conditions varied by place and period, but one thing was common: the grim reality. It was not a nice place to be. I don't think anyone needs to have a historical degree to make that claim. Well, upon entering, a plague victim would typically find themselves in a large hall or a series of small wards set up in an emptied building. Some plague hospitals were located in disused monasteries or city outskirts, barns hastily converted for the purpose. The surroundings were often austere. Walls might be whitewashed with lime, since lime was thought to purify miasmas, and windows thrown open or broken out for ventilation. If the season was cold, charcoal braziers or bonfires burned, as it believed that smoke would cleanse the poisoned air of the plague. The patients would lie on simple beds or piles of hay. In better organized hospitals, each patient got a wooden bed frame with a mattress, clean sheets, and a blanket, an approach recommended by some physicians who argued that fresh air and clean bedding gave the sick a better chance to recover. Well, in more makeshift pest houses, however, resources were scant, and many patients might lie on straw mats on the floor, covered only by the cloaks that they brought with them, which of course were already covered in germs and all the rest. Now, the patients themselves were in agony, and there wasn't much that they could do to relieve that. The classic form of the bubonic plague struck with sudden force: high fever, chills and exhaustion, followed by the appearance of buboes, that is, painful swollen lymph nodes, usually in the groin, armpits, or neck. Many also suffered from internal bleeding that could turn their skin dark, hence the Black Death, that's why they called it that, and also foul-smelling breath as the infection coursed through them. Within a plague hospital ward, one would hear the incessant coughing and sometimes the ominous sound of victims spitting blood, a sign of the often fatal pneumonic form of the plague which infected the lungs. The atmosphere was a mix of moans, prayers, and delirious rantings and ravings. A 14th century observer in France noted that some sufferers became delusional with fever, crying out or wandering around if not restrained. In these conditions, the comfort of the patients depended greatly on the staff and supplies. Some hospitals had basic amenities, a continual supply of water, maybe herbal infusions to drink, and bread or broth to eat if the patients could stomach it, that is. Nourishing food was considered part of the therapy. One Italian plague ordinance suggested feeding the ill good meat and strong wine to bolster their strength. In any case, probably the wine helped deal with the pain of it all. Now, during the worst epidemics, food itself could be scarce, and those in isolated plague hospitals might receive only meager rations. Very easy for people to be forgotten about, especially with the pressure of that job. And you can certainly imagine the fear that accompanied being sent to a plague hospital. In an era before any effective cures, many saw these places as way stations on the journey to death. And indeed, by the time a patient was sick enough to be taken to a pest house, their chances of survival were pretty slim. Accounts from the time often refer to plague hospitals as final refuges for the desperate. However, it wasn't all bad news. There were certainly survivors. Not every patient died. Some recovered and walked out, which must have been moments of profound joy and astonishment, I'm sure you can understand. In the plague of 1720, in Marseille, for example, records show that nearly half of the patients admitted to the city's 2 plague hospitals eventually recovered. Well, this hints that with shelter, food, and care, outcomes could improve slightly over leaving people untended in their homes. But we're mainly sticking to the mid-14th century Black Death here, where such statistics were hard to come by. I'm afraid the feel-good stories will have to wait for another video. Though you probably didn't expect many feel-good stories from this video. Well, the focus of that time period, the mid-14th century, was simply on containing chaos. But for most patients, daily life in the pest house was a strange limbo. They were separated from family and the outside world. Communication with loved ones, if it happened at all, was done from a distance. Perhaps a family member might come and shout inquiries from behind a fence or across a field, but direct contact was usually forbidden. Personal belongings were often burned or left behind upon admission to avoid bringing contaminated items in. The patient might be given a tunic or gown provided by the hospital. In some well-run facilities, each patient's few possessions, coins, jewelry, clothing, were inventoried and perhaps fumigated and stored, to be returned if they recovered, or to be claimed by their family if they did not. Sadly, in the more disorganized or unscrupulous places, a sick person's goods might simply just be stolen. Well, being in a plague hospital meant entrusting oneself to the care of strangers at a time of extreme vulnerability. And you can imagine this, right? If you're one of the workers there and day by day things get worse, and you're thinking, I'm just waiting for my time when the buboes appear on me, you could certainly imagine a few people thinking, well, all those wealthy people fled to the countryside. I'm not wealthy, so I can't flee to the countryside, but I could become wealthy if I stole all of this jewelry and gold, whatever it is, from the coffers of the storage, and just use that to flee. A cut and run. I'll just not show up to work tomorrow. You could certainly imagine that happening. Of course, not advocating for that sort of thing. In any case, admitting yourself to one of these pest houses required tremendous faith, or perhaps tremendous desperation, and more often than not it was the desperation that drove people there. Many of us likely died at home without ever reaching a hospital, either by choice or lack of opportunity. Those who did come had at least a chance, slim as it was, at receiving nursing and maybe treatment. But if the plight of the patients was dire, the situation of those who cared for them was scarcely less so. The doctors, surgeons, nurses, orderlies, grave diggers, and the clergy too, who entered the Plague Hospital were truly on the front lines. In the Black Death era, many physicians and priests simply ran away. They abandoned cities in droves when the mortality mounted, as numerous chroniclers attest to. But a few notable ones remained and stepped forward to help. One famous example is Guy de Chauliac, the personal physician to the Pope in Avignon, France. When plague hit Avignon in 1348, most of his fellow doctors ran away or sealed themselves in their homes. Chauliac, however, continued to visit and treat the sick, observing the disease closely. He even caught the plague himself, likely a bubonic infection, but he managed to survive it. His writings described in clinical detail the symptoms he acknowledges and the immense contagion, noting that merely standing near a victim could seem to transmit it. Chauliac's dedication meant that at least the papal court, well, some medical care would persist for them. He later wrote of the Great Death lasting 7 months in Avignon, and distinguish the fast-killing pneumonic form, often fatal in 3 days, from the bubonic form, commonly killing in 5. His survival was quite rare. Many who tried to help were not so fortunate. And so in the plague hospitals across Europe, the caregivers often included members of religious orders, monks, nuns, driven by faith and duty. They were among the few willing to consistently nurse the infected. Their motivation was typically charity, the ideal of imitatio Christi, imitating Christ by caring for the sick and poor. Yet, this charity exacted a heavy price. Entire convents and monasteries suffered decimation after tending plague victims. For example, in England, the Hospital of St. James at Westminster, a religious house that also functioned as an infirmary, was completely devastated during the Black Death. Historical records indicate that all of the brethren and sisters of St. James Hospital died in 1349, except for one. The sole survivor, a man named William de Weston, was left to run the hospital alone, and was officially appointed as its guardian as after the plague passed. Even several years later, the institution remained effectively empty because so few staff were left. Similar stories come from other places. The hospital of Sandown in Surrey lost every member of its community to plague, leaving not a single soul to tend it. In many towns, priests who administered last rites, or nuns who fed the sick, did so day after day until they themselves collapsed. An anonymous cleric in Avignon wrote in 1348 of this tragic pattern, observing that, quote, "A large number of persons have died merely through their affection for others, for they might have escaped had they not, moved by piety and Christian charity, visited the sick at the time." Not all caregivers or clergy were volunteers, though. Some were actually paid by city authorities. As time went on, cities realized that special incentives were needed to recruit people to work in the pest house. Higher wages, hazard pay, and even promise of rewards or honors were offered. In Venice, after the 1348 outbreak, the government publicly praised and awarded doctors who remained faithful to their posts during the emergency. These physicians received diplomas of merit, and records speak of how death struck so quickly that many doctors perished soon after tending their first cases. The city of Florence, during a later plague in 1630, had to entice barbers and healers to serve in the lazaretto, because most formally trained doctors were either dead or just too frightened. Of course, things changed. By the 17th century, some cities appointed official plague doctors, individuals whose sole job was to treat the plague victims. Well, these doctors often were outsiders, sometimes young physicians looking to make a name for themselves, or low-tier practitioners who agreed to work for a set fee. In London's 1665 plague, for example, the city and parishes hired nurses, often poor women, to attend to the victims in quarantined houses or pest houses, and then searchers to inspect bodies and certify plague deaths. These jobs carried stigma and danger, but in a time of crisis, the usual social order broke down, and new roles emerged. Working in a plague hospital was a terrifying assignment. Caregivers had to balance compassion with self-protection, in an era where the cause of the plague was not truly understood. The prevailing theory blamed miasma, poisonous bad air, and person-to-person contagion through corruption of vapors or bodily excretions. Therefore, those tending the sick took what precautions they knew. They might wear long robes or cloaks, and cover their faces with cloths soaked in aromatic vinegar or camphor. In later years, the image of the plague doctor with a bird-like beaked mask became iconic. This costume was invented in the 17th century, often credited to Charles de Lorme, physician to the French court. The beak of the mask was filled with sweet-smelling herbs and spices to filter the air, and the doctor wore gloves, boots, and a waxed canvas overcoat, along with a wide-brimmed hat. They even carried a rod to avoid touching patients directly, or perhaps to ward off desperate delirious victims. While this full costume did not exist during the Black Death itself, the conception of personal protective measures was present even then. Medieval accounts mention doctors carrying posies of flowers or burning incense as they moved among the sick to avoid the corrupted air. Some wore amulets or charms for divine protection. Despite all these measures, though, the truth was that prolonged close contact with plague victims was extremely dangerous until modern antibiotics came in, and I'm afraid the doctors in the 14th century would have to wait quite a long time for that. Ultimately, the caregivers often realized that their own lives were at risk. And then there's the emotional toll on the plague hospital staff. That cannot be overstated. They witnessed death constantly. One day's work might involve lancing a patient's buboes to try to drain poisons, a painful procedure done with crude surgical knives, and then shrouding the bodies of those who died overnight. Nurses had to change linens thick with sweat and blood, and remove the deceased quickly to prevent the smell and corruption from spreading. Many workers were pushed beyond the normal limits of endurance. An observer from Milan in 1630 described hospital attendants who barely slept, subsisting on whatever food they could grab, overwhelmed by the sheer number of patients. Some coped by a kind of grim resignation that their fate was in the hands of God. Others perhaps became numb to the suffering as a survival mechanism. We also have hints of less honorable behavior. For instance, later commentators accused some 17th century plague nurses of negligence or even cruelty. There were dark rumors that a few unscrupulous nurses hastened the death of wealthy patients to plunder their belongings. Daniel Defoe's chronicle of the 1665 London plague, though written later as part of historical fiction, mentioned stories of nurses who, for the love of gain, smothered patients or stole their goods from homes under the guise of infection control. Such accounts suggest that not every caregiver was a saint. Among those drawn to the job by money, there were bound to be some taking advantage. However, the tales, whether true or exaggerated, are the exception. Most men and women working in the plague hospitals were genuinely trying to help amid this medical apocalypse, often at great personal cost. Now, medical science of the age was rudimentary, but that did not mean that plague hospital staff did nothing for the patients. On the contrary, they employed the best remedies and routines available, according to contemporary knowledge. A typical day in a plague hospital would begin with rounds of the physician if one was present, or the head caretaker. They would move from bed to bed, observing who was alive, who needed urgent attention, and who had died during the night. Those still alive might be given treatment such as herbal potions, or the ever-popular practice of bloodletting. Many doctors believe that removing a small quantity of corrupted blood could balance the humors and alleviate the disease. Guy de Chauliac himself recommended bleeding patients in certain cases, though it had to be done early in the illness to have any hope of benefit. Another common intervention was the lancing of buboes. Since the swellings were agonizing and often filled with pus, some surgeons thought that cutting them open to drain the pus could help the patient recover. Accounts from the Italian plague manuals advise carefully about incising the bubo with a knife, then applying a poultice, a warm, moist concoction often made with bread, onions, or herbs to draw out the poison. For instance, one recipe involved a paste of figs, onions, yeast, and butter to soften and burst the bubo. Sounds like a waste of good butter, if you ask me. Well, if the swelling opened, They would drain it and cauterize it with a hot iron or apply strong vinegar, hoping to prevent further corruption. A pretty brutal procedure without any anesthesia, perhaps beyond a swig of wine. But there are cases recorded where patients apparently survived after such treatment, leading the doctors to claim success. I suppose when you've got nothing else to really go on, you just take what you can get, don't you? Well, besides these invasive methods, plague hospital practitioners relied on a wide range of medical concoctions. Theriac, a complex compound originally from ancient times containing dozens of ingredients like various herbs, opium, and even viper flesh, was treasured as a potential antidote to poison and plague. Though extremely expensive, some hospitals did secure small amounts of theriac to administer to important patients or just as a fumigant. More commonly, simpler herbs were used. Wormwood, mint, rue, and rose were boiled to make infusions or used to scent the air. Physicians also recommended that patients drink concoctions like ground-up eggshells with vinegar, or arsenic and treacle diluted with wine. Now that's pretty desperate, isn't it? Talk about a gamble. Hygiene and comfort measures, primitive as they were, played a big role too. Attendants frequently burned fires of pine or juniper wood, believing the smoke would clear the plague. Floors might be sprinkled with vinegar or strewn with aromatic herbs like lavender and thyme to mask the odor and improve the air quality. Laundering of linens was attempted when possible. An ideal scenario, of course. The infected sheets and clothes would be boiled and replaced with fresh ones, but conditions are not always ideal. However, during the height of an outbreak, there were rarely enough fresh linens or people to wash them. Often dirty bedding simply accumulated, adding to the filth. Some hospitals had foresight to designate a separate cleaning team whose job was to remove soiled straw and replace it with clean straw bedding periodically, which could slightly reduce flea infestations, which we now know plague was commonly spread by flea bites, and those fleas thrive in dirty cloth and straw. But even without understanding the bacterium Yersinia pestis, or the role of fleas and rats, those running plague hospitals, well, they had the intuition that cleanliness and isolation were beneficial. Religious care was also part of the treatment in many plague hospitals. For those patients who were conscious and devout, having a priest or monk for spiritual comfort was crucial. In some pest houses attached to monasteries, prayers were said daily for the sick. Priests might hear confessions through a window or with some distance if they were afraid to enter the ward directly. In the worst phases of the Black Death, though, chroniclers lament that many died without any priest to give last rites. The clergy were either too overwhelmed or just too fearful. One letter from a survivor in 1348 Avignon notes that, quote, "Nor do priests even hear the confessions nor give them the sacraments, but everyone, while still in health, looks after himself." In later centuries, this changed somewhat, as church authorities urged clergy to attend the plague hospitals as part of their duty, and some heroic priests did, knowing it likely meant martyrdom by disease. An interesting aspect of the plague hospital regimen was the attempted segregation even within the hospital. Some places tried to separate patients by category, those with less severe symptoms in one room, and the no-hopers in another, or women in one area and men in another. Children, when they were admitted, might be kept together. In any case, the idea was to manage the chaos and also possibly shield the recovering from witnessing too much death around them. For instance, in the large lazaretto of Milan during the 1630 plague, historical sources suggest that the vast compound, which held thousands, by the way, was organized into sections, with a central courtyard and chapel and different corridors for different groups. So you can imagine wardens shouting orders, nurses rushing with basins of water, perhaps an apothecary in a corner grinding ingredients for a poultice. Amid all of this, strict discipline was needed to keep the hospital from turning into an even greater source of contagion. Guards were often posted at the gates. In some cities like London in 1665, pest house workers themselves were not allowed to freely leave. They might be quarantined for a period even after their service, to ensure they did not carry the infection outside. Plague hospitals thus operated as microcosms of a city under siege. They had their internal rules, their unsung routines of care, and an ever-present awareness that death lurked in every corner. Of course, despite all the best efforts of those within, many who entered the plague hospital never came out. Well, at least they might have been wheeled out in the body wheelbarrow, but they didn't come out alive. Death was a daily occurrence, often a multiple times a day occurrence, and dealing with the dead was a significant part of the hospital routine. As soon as a patient succumbed, sometimes suddenly, as when a high fever turned into fatal septicemia overnight, attendants would cover the body with a sheet and remove it from the ward. The urgency was both practical and spiritual. From a health standpoint, the corpses were thought to exude poisonous vapors and spread the plague further. So it was important to get them away from the living patients. And from a religious standpoint, Christian doctrine demanded that the dead be given a proper burial, however hasty, and not left to rot away. During massive epidemics, what's an epidemic? Normal funeral rites were impossible to maintain. In plague hospitals, bodies might be temporarily placed in a designated dead room. They could have found a more gentle name for it, or a shed, until they could be transported out, typically at dusk or dawn to avoid alarming the general populace. In Venice's plague hospital in 1348, the authorities arranged boat transport to carry corpses each day to an island where huge burial pits awaited. In other cities, death carts came rattling to the pest house door. The imagery of the cart piled with bodies became an iconic one of the plague years. Often a driver and a couple of helpers with their nose and mouths wrapped in rags soaked with vinegar would load the dead onto a cart. A contemporary account from Siena in 1348 by Anglo di Tura chillingly noted, quote, "So many died that all believed it was the end of the world, and one man was not enough to carry the dead to the pits, so they took 2 or 3 at a time on a board." This scenario was repeated in plague hospitals where multiple victims might be carried out together for mass burial. Sometimes trenches were dug in the grounds of the hospital itself, if it was outside the city walls, making the hospital's field into a graveyard. But more often, the dead from the hospital joined the general plague pits designated by a town council. The ritual of burying was stripped down to the basics. A priest, if available, might say a quick prayer over the pit or along the road. But touching the bodies, that was avoided. Many victims were buried in the clothes they died in, or wrapped hastily in whatever sheet they were lying on. The idea of coffins was out of the question for the majority. Plague pits were common graves, layered with bodies and quick-limed to hasten decomposition. One chronicler in London during 1665 described the new churchyard, opened for plague burials where 50,000 were said to be thrown in, often without any ceremony beyond the tolling of a bell. In the medieval mindset, this lack of proper funerary care was deeply disturbing, but it became the norm under extreme conditions. It is small wonder that survivors writing later emphasized the trauma of these scenes. They had seen death on a scale that shattered the social and religious comforts of a decent burial. Within the plague hospital, the omnipresence of death had psychological impacts on both patients and staff. Patients, who were still lucid, would watch as the bed next to them was suddenly empty one morning, its occupant having died and been whisked away. They knew what the odds were. Some must have lapsed into despair, while others perhaps found a solace in a shared camaraderie. We're all in this together, that kind of spirit. There are, too, hints of compassion, even in the worst moments. A letter from a cleric in 1348 mentioned how people, despite fear, tried to leave food and water within reach of a bedridden plague sufferer's leave food and water within reach of a bedridden plague sufferer before fleeing, so the ill might not die utterly abandoned. In a plague hospital setting, a recovering patient might try to help care for a sicker one nearby, especially if the nurses were overstretched. And indeed, by the time of later plagues, it became a strategy to use convalescents, who had survived plague and presumably gained immunity, as attendants to the currently ill. This practice was noted in Milan and Venice, where those who had recovered were sometimes hired or expected to stay on and nurse others, since they were believed to be less likely to catch it again immediately. Thus, in the halls of the pest house, you might find a few walking survivors among the cots, performing simple acts of kindness, giving a cup of water to someone burning with fever, or covering the body of a shivering patient with a blanket. But for the staff, each death was double-edged. It meant one less patient to care for, a grim kind of relief in an overburdened environment, but it also meant one more risk-laden task to perform in removing the body. It was a constant reminder of their own fragile fate. The longer one worked in a plague hospital without falling ill, the more one might feel a mix of uncanny fortune and survivor's guilt. Some accounts from caregivers who wrote after surviving a plague describe an almost numb state they entered, a kind of emotional shutdown to cope with the horror. Yet not everyone succumbed to apathy. There are also stories of remarkable devotion, such as nurses who stayed by a dying patient's side to the very end, whispering prayers or simply offering human presence so that the victim would not die alone. Ultimately, in an era where family members could rarely be there at the final moment due to quarantine, the caregivers became the surrogate family for the dying. So let's talk about a bit of the perceptions on a societal level. The advent of plague hospitals marked a significant shift in how society dealt with epidemic disease. Of course, the Black Death wasn't the first plague that the world had suffered, but certainly the worst one to date. Initially, many people were suspicious or fearful of these institutions. You see, to be sent to a plague house might feel like a death sentence or even a form of exile. It's pretty understandable how people could feel that way. There are cases recorded where individuals resisted going, hiding their sick relatives at home to avoid the authorities, or even bribing officials so as not to be taken away, and the reluctance is very understandable. Once you entered those fever-ridden halls, you surrendered control over your entire life. Recognizing this, enlightened officials, as few as they were, realized that plague hospitals had to offer real care, not just a kind of detention, if they were to be effective, that is. An example of positive outcomes can be seen in Bristol, England, during a plague outbreak in 1666. The city established a well-organized pest house in a commandeered house known as the Forlorn Hope, which once again could have chosen a better name. In any case, the Forlorn Hope pest house was run by a skilled surgeon assisted by physicians and supplied with food and medicine at city expense. It was noted that people were more willing to send their loved ones out there because they knew the sick would actually be looked after by proper doctors and decently trained nurses. Well, in that outbreak, Bristol suffered far fewer deaths. Only about 0.6% of the population, a success attributed to the pest houses limiting the spread and caring for the afflicted apart from the healthy. After the crisis, the city even rewarded the chief surgeon, John Dunbar, with a substantial sum for his, quote, faithful service at the pest house in the time of infection to the great hazard of his life. Yeah, fair enough. He should get rewarded for that. Definitely a case of credit where credit is due. Well, this case illustrates how by the 17th century a plague hospital could be seen as a civic investment that saved lives. The plague hospital also became entwined with attitudes towards poverty and public welfare. Over time, authorities observed that plague hit hardest in overcrowded and impoverished districts. Plague was often perceived as a disease of the poor, partly because the poor had fewer means to flee and lived in closer quarters with worse sanitation. Thus, measures against plague often doubled as measures against the poor. City councils would round up vagrants and beggars when plague threatened, sometimes expelling foreign beggars and gathering the local destitute into plague hospitals preemptively. This was done in part to shield the general public from contagion, but it also took on a moral dimension. By providing the deserving poor with shelter, food, and basic medical care in plague hospital, the authorities felt that they were fulfilling their role in Christian charity. Yet at the same time, they were enforcing social order by isolating the underclass. In places like Paris and Lyon, after major plague waves subsided, the buildings initially used as plague hospitals didn't always shut down. Instead, they were converted into general poorhouses or hospitals for the indignant. Well, the link between plague hospitals and poor relief grew quite strong. For example, the large plague hospital built in Paris in the 1580s was later turned into the permanent Hôpital Général, housing the poor with 2,000 plus people confined and fed there, out of sight, of course, in the years afterwards. Likewise, Lyon's plague hospital eventually became a charity workhouse, when plague was absent, that is. In this way, the plague hospital left a legacy in the development of European social institutions. What started as an emergency response to an epidemic evolved into a more general mechanism for caring for and controlling marginalized populations. And so from a medical history perspective, plague hospitals were a precursor to the infectious disease hospitals and quarantines of later centuries. They demonstrated an early understanding that isolation could curb an epidemic, and that state or community resources needed to be mobilized to care for the sick en masse. The fact that some plague hospitals achieved notable survival rates suggests that even without understanding the bacteriology, simple nursing care mattered the most. Fresh air, cleaning and feeding patients. These fundamental nursing interventions may have saved lives by supporting patients through the worst of the illness. The 45% survival at Marcel's hospitals in 1720, as recorded by contemporaries, was actually quite an improvement over the usual grim mortality of bubonic plague, which, rather than having a survival rate of 45%, had a death rate of 60 to 70. It's no wonder people just gave up, and there's certainly a psychological dimension when you get sick. If you give up and all the rest, it's not good for you. It can't be good for you. I've heard it somewhere. Someone will correct me in the comments, I'm sure. Well, it certainly indicates that later plague hospitals and pest houses were not just a place to go and die. You actually had a fighting chance if you went there. Now, culturally, the imagery of life and death in plague hospitals seeped into art and literature. There are paintings from later eras, like those by Michael Serre depicting Marcel's plague, or Goya's harrowing portrayal of a plague hospital, that show rows of victims and cowled doctors visuals clearly informed by the experiences of these institutions. And of course that very word, lazaretto, has entered literature, notably in Alessandro Manzoni's novel The Betrothed, where the climax is set in the lazaretto of Milan during 1630, portraying a vast city of the sick, with suffering and miracles intermingled. Well, these accounts, whether they're fictional or not, they show both the despair and hope found in plague hospitals. Amid those dreadful conditions, there are moments of humanity, a reunion of loved ones, a penitent finding spiritual peace before death, a doctor discovering a newfound purpose, or simply just a poor patient, grateful for a loaf of bread and a clean bed. So we can say that life and death in a plague hospital certainly encapsulated the extremes of the human experience during one of history's greatest plagues, and I guess humanity's worst disaster. On the one hand, these hospitals were scenes of unimaginable suffering. It's very hard to describe it in words, the fever, the pain, the constant shadow of death, the pressure on the staff. The mortality was so high that at times the hospitals seemed just like waiting rooms for the grave, a kind of purgatory, with death carts coming and going in a grim procession. And you just imagine it, you've got your window that they've cracked out for ventilation, and all you can hear is those carts rolling by, thinking, when are they going to come for me? Certainly not very good on a psychological level. But on the other hand, within those walls we find these profound acts of courage, charity, and even nascent medical insight. Caregivers who chose compassion over self-preservation saved lives, and they've certainly earned their place in the historical memory. As for the patients who survived, they bore witness to the fact that even in the darkest times, recovery was very much possible. Now, the plague hospital was an early embodiment of the public health principle that society must care for its sick and contain dangerous illness in a collective way. It forced communities to organize and confront the plague, rather than simply collapse in panic. And so, through trial and tragedy, these institutions taught lessons: the value of isolation and sanitation, the importance of supportive care, and the need to balance fear with humanity. For all the bleakness that surrounded them, plague hospitals offered a glimmer of order within the chaos, a space where knowledge could be gathered, as Guy de Chauliac's observations were, and where the helpless could find a little bit of help. Focusing on Europe's plague hospitals, especially as born in the crucible of the Black Death, it gives us this deeper understanding not only of the medieval medicine structures and social responses, but also just the base human capacity to adapt in the face of catastrophe. Even in an era with no cure and barely any understanding of disease, people didn't simply just give up. They couldn't. They improvised a system, flawed as it was, cruel as it sometimes was, misguided as it usually was. They did their best to fight against the contagion and to care for one another. Not because they had really any hope, but just because it was the good Christian thing to do. The insights gleaned from this are enriched by vivid anecdotes: that lone survivor of an English hospital where everyone died, the Venetian boats ferrying corpses at night, the doctor in a beaked mask of later times bending over a patient, and the plaintive prayers echoing in a ward at midnight. Those are the images that remain as testaments to both the vulnerability and the resistance of humanity. The plague hospital was a place where life and death met to face off every day, and in the emptiness left by so many deaths, one can also find the seeds of modern healthcare, an early acknowledgement that society must organize to heal those who are weak. And in the stories of those who worked and suffered in those hospitals, there's an inspiration and caution in equal measure. Their world was very different from the one we live in. Yet the fundamental challenge, confronting a deadly epidemic, that remains relatable even today. Look at the last few years we've gone through. The uncertainty, the panic, even a lot of the silly and misguided decisions. Some based in science, some based in knee-jerk reactions. And look at the aftermath we've faced. Certainly makes one ask questions. But we're not going to go into that, aren't we? In any case, studying how the medieval people managed to create pockets of care amid a sea of death, it's not just an exercise in academia, but it's a story of human fear, sacrifice, and that little flickering lamp of hope in the darkest of times. But it is one that we've talked enough about today, because that's the end of our time together. Unless you want to go watch another video, which you're welcome to do that. You can watch as many as you like. In 1842, when the famed novelist Charles Dickens ventured into Manhattan's notorious 5-Point slum, he left quite an interesting remark. All that is loathsome, drooping, and decayed is here. 5 Points was America's first and most infamous urban slum. It was a maze of narrow, foul-smelling alleys, crumbling tenements tucked away, just a short walk from City Hall. Dickens and other aghast visitors described collapsing wooden buildings with rotten beams, windows patched with rags, and pigs roaming the trash-strewn streets alongside gangs of ragged children. In fact, in one overcrowded tenement, Dickens saw heaps of people sleeping in darkness, so tightly packed that even the rats were driven out to seek space elsewhere. It's a visceral account, don't you think? Well, it brought home to the wider world the appalling living conditions endured by the poorest of New York City. The 19th century in New York was certainly an era of explosive growth, but also of jarring contrasts. You see, beneath the prosperity of the Gilded Age mansions and bustling commerce lurked teeming enclaves of the most miserable poverty. By the 1880s, 3/4 of New York City's population lived in tenement housing, dense clusters of low-rent buildings where squalor, disease, and misery festered in those close quarters. And as you can imagine, life in the slums was defined by extremes of overcrowding and deprivation. Families of 10 or more occupied single rooms no larger than a small office. Whole tenement blocks lacked running water or sanitation, and epidemics swept these neighborhoods repeatedly. Crime flourished in dark alleyways named for their dangers. Places like Murderer's Alley and Bandit's Roost became grimly literal. But you know, we must go there if we want to figure out what it was like. So today's a snapshot of the life at the lowest level of society in the New York slums. Let me welcome you to the channel first. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, good to see you again. As always, if you've not hit that subscribe button, I advise you to do so, and allow me to remind you once more that this channel is completely ad-free. You won't get any interruptions from start to finish of the videos, and this is because we are rather supported by our Patreon members, the YouTube members, the occasional donation, whether it be through the PayPal link or the Super Thanks, and also, of course, the merch store. But if you want to help us out, just a like, comment, subscribe, and hitting the hype button, perhaps telling your friends about the channel too, that's worth quite a lot to us too. So thank you very much in advance for your support, and with that all being said, I hope you enjoy the video. Let's begin. And we begin at the dawn of the 19th century. And let's take a look at New York at the time. It wasn't the big city it was today. It was more of a compact port town at the southern tip of Manhattan. And the population? At the time, around a little bit under 100,000. But that would change pretty quickly. Within a few decades, it transformed into a swelling metropolis. The catalyst for New York's slum conditions was a massive population boom. Immigration after the War of 1812, and the city's commercial expansion brought a flood of newcomers. And by 1850, that little port city of under 100,000 had grew to 500,000, all crowding into Manhattan. And by 1870, nearly 1,000,000. Now, doubling in 20 years, that's really not a sustainable pace. While the demand for cheap housing, of course, skyrocketed, and unscrupulous landlords seized an opportunity. As wealthier citizens moved uptown, their old row houses and downtown districts were swiftly carved up into tiny rental units for low-income tenants. Thus, the first tenements were born. They were not purpose-built apartment blocks at first, but former single-family homes, crudely subdivided, floor by floor, room by room. One of the earliest and most infamous slum neighborhoods was the 5 Points, located near the Old Collect Pond in Lower Manhattan. 5 Points emerged in the 1820s and 30s as poor immigrants, especially the Irish, by the way, fleeing famine, and free black residents too, squeezed into a rundown area built atop a marshy landfill. Yes, certainly quite a foundation. The land is absolute trash. Well, the neighborhood took its name from the intersection of the 5 streets that met at a raucous little plaza, and it quickly earned international notoriety, not as a shiny new estate in a shiny new city, but more of a cesspit of vice and poverty. Of course, this didn't affect the prices of the rents, of course, they only went up. Funny how that works. In any case, a local brewery, abandoned after the Panic of 1837, became the notorious Old Brewery Tenement, a 5-story brick building so decayed and so dangerous that it was said to be, quote, one vast dark vault, alive with vermin and human misery. Well, by the 1840s, the old brewery housed over 1,000 desperate souls in windowless cubicles and cellars. An alley only 3 feet wide encircling it was aptly nicknamed Murderer's Alley, and one interior cabin was called the Den of Thieves, reputed to shelter 75 criminals at a time. When reformers finally bought and demolished the old brewery in 1852, human bones were found interred in its walls, grim evidence of the violence that had unfolded within. Generally, we don't use human bones as construction equipment. Well, 5 Points in its heyday was a melting pot of the underclass. Newly arrived Irish families crammed into the dilapidated tenements alongside African Americans in a smattering of other immigrants. Contemporary observers provide harrowing snapshots of the scene. Now, besides Dickens' often quoted impressions, which are, well, yes, pretty stark, I suppose, police and missionaries who also ventured into 5 Points spoke of block after block of gin shops and brothels, drunken brawls spilling into the streets, and entire buildings reeking from open privies and rotting garbage. Well, in 1842, Dickens was guided at night through the slum's narrow passages by a police officer. Well, what he described there was dim lantern light revealing large mounds of filthy rags upon the ground, which astonishingly began to stir. They were not just piles of rags, they were indeed piles of sleeping people, who arose in tattered blankets as the visitors passed. In one fetid attic, one man sat delirious with fever in total darkness. In another windowless loft, dozens of half-clad women and children huddled around a single charcoal fire, the air so foul that Dickens gagged when he entered the room. He wrote in horror, "Conceive the fancies of a fevered brain in such a place like this." 5 Point streets had accumulated filthy mud knee-deep high in places, and even on bright days the sun scarcely penetrated the crowded alleys. Underlying these hellish descriptions were the broader social forces. A rapid influx of poor immigrants, especially Irish during the Great Famine, overwhelmed the city's housing capacity. Tenements multiplied in the spaces left by industry and commerce. Within the 5 Points area, old workshops and stables were repurposed as shanties or cheap lodging houses. Just for one example, a decommissioned ship dock at the East River was moored and used to shelter homeless paupers at one point, showing once again the extremes of makeshift housing. The city's rudimentary infrastructure struggled to keep up. There was no citywide sewage system either until the late 1850s. Sewers, where they existed, emptied directly into the streets or into local ponds. Clean water, that was scarce too before the Croton Aqueduct opened in 1842. Prior to that, many tenement dwellers relied on contaminated wells, or even the polluted Collect Pond, filled in 1811, contributing directly to disease spread. Of course, speaking of disease, there was plenty of epidemics to go around, and they struck in the slums with a vengeance. Cholera, that was a big issue. Massive outbreak in 1832, and 5 Points was the epicenter. Spread by water tainted with sewage, cholera tore through the packed tenements. Those who could afford fled the city, while the poor, they were trapped. Over 3,500 New Yorkers died in a few months, many of them in the infested courts and cellars of the 5 Points. One city leader, in a disturbingly cold remark, suggested that the epidemic, quote, chiefly affected the very scum of the city, and that the quicker that they perished, the sooner the disease would end. Well, that's pretty cold-hearted, isn't it? Well, it's a callous attitude for sure. But attitudes like that toward the slum population were quite common among the elites at the time. Cholera returned in 1849, and even more fiercely, again cutting down thousands. Over 2,500 died in July 1849 alone. Again, the worst mortality was in the overcrowded downtown wards. It only makes sense if you know a little bit about how diseases spread. But these disasters finally spurred some action. It usually takes a big event like this, a big pile of dead people, for the government to really do anything. In the 1840s and 50s, the city began to take halting measures towards sanitation, forbidding pigs to roam the streets. In fact, the pigs had doubled as informal garbage disposals in the slums. And they created a Board of Health, too, in 1866, and commissioning studies on tenement conditions. By 1855, even in a non-epidemic year, the annual death rate in the city had climbed to about 1 in 27 people, far worse than earlier decades, a rise that was attributable largely to filthy tenement districts. Reformers realized that the tenements were breeding grounds for disease. They did not politely remain confined to the poor. Outbreaks could, and did, spread uptown, and you can only imagine who they were blaming for that. One seminal investigation was the 1864-65 Council of Hygiene report, organized by the Citizens Association of New York. Teams of physicians exhaustively surveyed the sanitary state of every district, and they found block after block of tenements with overflowing cesspools, stagnant water, and what they called fever nests. A map of one cholera-ridden block showed rows of buildings with virtually zero ventilation, and primitive privies leaking into the soil. In one notorious tenement, known as Gotham Court on Cherry Street, 2 long 5-story buildings packed in 360 people. Investigators noted that each person in Gotham Court had on average only 275 cubic feet of living space, roughly the volume of a small closet. It was a literal crush of humanity. The report dryly observed that such crowding was, quote, wholly incompatible with health. Well, that's to say the least. But not surprisingly, Gotham Court had been the site of a recurrent smallpox and typhus epidemics. The council's final report in 1865 was even more scathing, concluding that New York's tenant houses were largely, quote, filthy, unventilated, and overcrowded, not to mention directly responsible for the excess deaths. It recommended new housing laws and proper sanitation. Partly as a result, New York State passed the first Tenement House Act in 1867, the first in the nation to regulate things like ventilation, sewage, and fire escapes in multi-family buildings, by the way. There's one for your next trivia night. But despite modest reforms after the Civil War, the reality of daily life in the slums remained extremely harsh. By the 1870s and 80s, purpose-built tenement buildings had sprung up across Manhattan's Lower East Side, Little Italy, and other poor districts, as well as parts of Brooklyn. These were typically narrow brick structures, 5 to 7 stories tall, jammed back-to-back along narrow streets. A standard tenement might only be 25 feet wide, with 4 apartments per floor, 2 in front, 2 in the back, divided by a dark central hall. To maximize rentable space, builders sacrificed light and air. Many interior rooms had no windows at all, and these became the infamous dark bedrooms that bred tuberculosis and all sorts of other goodies. Early tenements had virtually no ventilation, and after 1867, air shafts were eventually required, but the air shaft on an 1870s tenement was often a tiny courtyard or a gap only a few feet wide, essentially an inner chimney that unfortunately served more to spread fires and odors rather than to provide fresh air. Bit of a waste of time. Anyway, inside the tenements, every square foot was precious. A single room of perhaps 10 by 12 feet was commonly a family's entire home. In that tight space, a family cooked, ate, slept, and took in whatever scant leisure was possible. One contemporary journalist described visiting a tenement apartment where a single room was parlor, kitchen, bedroom, and workshop for a family of 6. The parents and infants slept in a bed, the older children on the floor, and personal privacy, well, non-existent. Additionally, due to desperate economics, families often took in lodgers, single men or couples who paid small sums to sleep in a cot or a share of the bed. This extra income helped offset the rent, which, ironically, was not cheap relative to incomes. Slum landlords charged what they could. Rents in the worst tenements might actually be higher per square foot than in the nicer uptown dwellings, because landlords knew that multiple wage earners were pooling resources in one room. In one documented case from the 1880s, a poor African-American family paid $8.50 a month for a single tiny attic room in a rear house slum off West 3rd Street. And the room was so minuscule that a reporter, Jacob Reese, could not even fit his camera inside to photograph it unless he knocked out a wall. Now that rent, exorbitant at the time, had to be met whether or not the family had work each month. Otherwise, well, you just get kicked out, wouldn't you? Overcrowding in the districts is really hard to overstate. Official statistics from 1880 revealed that Manhattan had an average of 16 people living in each dwelling, that is, house or building, double that figure in London, or nearly 3 times of that in Philadelphia. The density in the most packed tenement wards was astounding. The 11th ward, mostly the Lower East Side, had around 224,000 people per square mile in 1880, and in 1890, one part of the 10th ward, the heart of the Jewish immigrant quarter, reached up to 334,000 people per square mile, and that is possibly the highest residential density recorded anywhere in the world at that time. Such overcrowding meant every building was filled to the rafters, every space overflowing. A New York State legislative report in 1857 had already warned that these conditions were creating a dangerous class of citizens, noting what began as a blessing, i.e., cheap housing for workers, had degenerated into nightmarish exploitation. The report observed that large rooms had been partitioned into several smaller ones without regard to light or ventilation, filled from cellar to the garret with a class of tenantry living from hand to mouth, loose in morals, improvident in habits, degraded and squalid as beggary itself. Quite a one-star review, isn't it? Of course, this mid-century description remained quite apt decades later. Things changed slowly, I suppose. Now, sanitation, that was possibly one of the thorniest issues of the slum life. Basic amenities that we all take for granted, clean water, garbage collection, indoor toilets, well, they were luxuries in the slum. After 1842, the Croton Aqueduct brought fresh water into Manhattan, but installing plumbing, well, that was a completely different thing. That cost money. So, many tenements did not have running water in each apartment. Instead, there was a common spigot in the yard, or perhaps on the ground floor, that served dozens of families. In summer, there'd be long lines of residents, often children sent with buckets, waiting to fetch water, only to find the spigot sometimes broken or dry. A notorious situation in one tenement block was described as, quote, 1,000 thirsty throats panting for a cooling drink, while the only pump had run dry. Yet a tavern on the corner continued to serve beer, though, showing that alcohol was sometimes even more accessible than water was, especially clean water. Now, as for the bathroom situation, well, the early tenements relied on outhouse privies in the backyard, typically a row of brick outhouses, served an entire building, and these privies often overflowed. The 1865 sanitary survey found that in some wards less than 30% of the privies were connected to any sewer line. The rest just drained into the soil, or into stagnated pits. The smell in summer, well, can only be imagined. Imagine the smell. Tenants might go on the roof or use a pail indoors rather than brave the fetid backyard at night. And you can understand why the miasma theory, that bad air theory of disease, seemed quite plausible when such foul odors were ever present. Well, furthermore, many poor individuals literally lived below the minimum standards of the tenement. Cellar dwellings were officially banned by the Tenement Act of 1867, but for years afterwards, reformers found hundreds of people living in cellars and basements. These were damp, sunless places prone to flooding, breeding grounds for deadly diseases like typhus. In 1879, a survey counted over 3,000 basement lodging houses still operating illegally in New York City. One such place had been a church basement. Another was a former stable. These underground dens might rent a spot on the floor for a few cents a night to destitute laborers or recent immigrants with nowhere else to go. And given these conditions, certainly no surprise that death was everywhere. Infant and child mortality was especially tragic. In some slum precincts, 1 in every 10 babies died before their first birthday. a rate several times higher than in wealthier neighborhoods. Jacob Riis, who we did mention before, analyzing city health data, noted that... Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, I lost the place I was reading for a moment. Excuse me. He noted that in the worst old law tenements, that child death exceeded 100 per 1,000 living children in a year. So we're talking 10%. And those are not good odds. I'm not a math magician, but certainly not good odds at all. Diseases like measles, diphtheria, and of course diarrhea swept through the congested buildings, and they took a horrific toll on the young. Summer heat brought waves of cholera infantum, a deadly dehydration disease, illness in babies. The overall death rate in New York gradually improved by the 1880s as public health measures took effect, falling from about 26 deaths per 1,000 people in 1880 to 22.5 by 1889. Decent progress, but it still remained far higher than in London, or at least the national average. And within the city, the tenement districts had a death rate nearly double that of the better residential districts in the newer parts. Well, in 1888, for example, almost 25,000 New Yorkers died in tenement houses, roughly 60% of all deaths in the city. Every contagious illness found fertile ground in these quarters, especially tuberculosis. They used to call it the White Plague. It flourished in the dark, damp flats, and one could identify tenement houses by the multiple faded black crepe funeral ribbons hanging from their doors at any given time. But beyond the grim statistics, accounts of daily life show how slum dwellers actually coped with all this. Morning in a tenement might begin with the cries of a dozen babies echoing through the thin walls, the clatter of many families cooking on their tiny stoves in close proximity, trying not to set the whole place on fire, and the scramble to use an outdoor water pump or privy before heading off to work, if you had work, that is. Many tenement women actually took work in piecework, things like sewing garments or rolling cigars, earning a few pennies from home, since they had to be there all day to mind the children, right? Visitors described entire families bending over heaps of clothing in stifling apartments, sewing on buttons or finishing seams for 10 or 15 cents apiece. Child labor was ubiquitous. Small boys and girls helping their mothers finish garment piecework, a practice known as the sweating system. Or they just scavenged in the streets for rags and coal. One famous photograph by Jacob Riis shows a 12-year-old boy in Ludlow Street tenement sweatshop with a large bruise on his face, pausing from pulling threads out of cut cloth. An emblem of hardship, perhaps. His family likely needed every bit of income he could bring. And sure, he was 12 years old. It's young, but old enough to work, I'm afraid. And speaking of the work, when everything was done, the narrow streets themselves became the living space for thousands who had no other. Contemporary writers often remarked that slum streets were always crowded with children playing, hawkers selling food, women doing laundry, unemployed men idling on stoops, and so on. With tiny homes, much of life just spilled outside. And in summer, entire families might sleep on the fire escapes or roofs to escape the deathly heat inside. As for the winter, people huddled around minimal coal stoves. If they lacked fuel, they might burn scraps of wood or even old shoes. Visitors to tenements in winter noted windows nailed shut to keep out drafts, buildings with no heating, and resultant foul airs and moisture condensing on the walls. Of course, under such stress, it's no wonder everybody was getting sick all the time. I suppose you would have the constant accompaniment of that coughing and wheezing in the background wherever you went. Well, of course, it wasn't all about the disease. They were also breeding grounds for crime and social ills. Densely packed and neglected by authorities, these neighborhoods offered abundant hideouts for criminal elements. 5 Points in the mid-1800s became synonymous with gangs and lawlessness, which I have made a full video about the gangs of New York, but just in case you haven't watched that, or you don't want to, we'll go over it in this video in this section. So groups like the Dead Rabbits, Irish American Toughs, and the Bowery Boys, my pronunciation corrected from the previous video, native-born toughs, that is, fought pitched battles in the streets. Well, the 5 Points taverns and dance halls were notorious too. One establishment, named Almack's, became legendary after Dickens described its interracial clientele dancing wildly to fiddle music in squalid surroundings. And then, of course, was the prostitution. That was widespread too. Certain alleyways were lined with brothels catering to sailors and slum residents alike. Old Brewery, before its demolition, reportedly saw a murder every single night in its heyday, hence the name Murderer's Alley, which we mentioned. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but still crime rates were undoubtedly higher in these impoverished quarters. Citywide police statistics from the late 1880s revealed that arrests for drunkenness, assault, and theft clustered heavily in the tenement districts. Alcohol abuse was both a cause and effect of some slum misery. Saloons also dotted every block. By 1889, New York had nearly 8,000 licensed saloons, and that's roughly one for every 400 people. But that's not to mention the countless unlicensed ones. In the slums, a corner saloon served as a social hub and also a bit of an escape. Workers spent hard-earned pennies on the growler, a tin pail of beer, that is, to share at home, or on cheap rum sold by the ladleful in cellar bars. Reformers lamented that income which should buy food for children was wasted on drinking. Yet for many impoverished laborers, a few drinks were the only comfort that they could have in their bleak little world. One 1890 report estimated that 40% of the distress among the poor could be traced in some way back to alcohol, though it also acknowledged deeper roots in the brutal living conditions themselves. Perhaps we can see a lot of parallels with the modern day with alcohol and poor living conditions as well. Some things never change, I'm afraid. But then there was gambling, petty thievery, and just general violence. Common companions to these saloons. Gangs of adolescent thieves and pickpockets roamed the waterfront and Bowery areas. They snatched purses, picked pockets, and occasionally they mugged intoxicated passers-by. In the chaotic draft riots of 1863, which started as a protest by mostly Irish slum residents against Civil War conscription, mob violence and lynchings raged on for days, an eruption of pent-up anger from the slums that shook the city's core. But in calmer times, crime often took on an organized character. The infamous 5 Points Thieves' Exchange, for instance, was a semi-fenced market where stolen goods could be bought or traded, operating openly under the noses of corrupt local precinct men. Children growing up to the slums, of course, were exposed quite early to vice. Many became, as they were called, street Arabs, as the 19th century writers used to say, homeless or neglected children who lived by their wits. They shined shoes, sold newspapers, or just begged for money. At night they might sleep in doorways or huddled around bonfires in an empty lot. In 1874, one charitable organization's census counted over 10,000 vagrant children in New York City. Some of these youths fell under the sway of gang leaders or criminal fencers, that is, receivers of stolen goods, graduating, of course, into delinquency. The city's first juvenile reformatories were founded in this period to deal with what was seen as an alarming menace of dangerous street boys. Charles Loring Brace, a noted child welfare reformer, wrote passionately about these children in The Dangerous Classes of New York, a work of 1872, warning that uneducated, street-hardened youth would become the next generation of criminals and political repeaters, that is, election fraudsters. Brace founded the Children's Aid Society, which famously began sending orphaned or delinquent city children to farming families in the Midwest on orphan trains, a controversial attempt to rescue children from the slums by relocating them entirely. Certain slum districts specialized in particular kinds of vice. For example, the 4th Ward, a waterfront area by the East River, was notorious for crimp houses, that is, saloons that drugged sailors to kidnap them for ship crews, and for harboring river pirates too. There were plenty of them around. Now, the 6th Ward in 5 Points was more associated with gang warfare and prostitution. By the 1880s, a West Side enclave named Hell's Kitchen, around West 39th Street near 10th Avenue, had become an Irish-American slum with a fearsome reputation for violence. Tenements in Hell's Kitchen had names like Battle Row and Sebastopol, a later reference to a Crimean war siege implying the building was a fortress of outlaws that police struggled to subdue. And indeed, confrontations between residents and police in these areas could be quite fierce. An officer venturing into Hell's Kitchen alone at night might risk being assaulted or even killed. Either way, he was getting robbed. Gangs like the Hell's Kitchen Gang and the Gopher Gang ruled the streets there around the turn of the century. But despite the prevalence of crime, it's important to note that the vast majority of slum residents were law-abiding people just trying to get by. The environment, however, was, well, criminogenic. That is, fostering crime by its own nature. The lack of decent employment opportunities, the overcrowding and anonymity, which made it easier to evade identification, and at times the complicity of corrupt officials. Some ward bosses protected criminal enterprises in exchange for votes or payoffs. They all contributed to a high crime rate. And here's a telling statistic. In the late 1880s, about 1 in every 4 arrests in New York was for public intoxication or disorderly conduct, showing how everyday social ills played out in public among the cramped quarters of the poor. Meanwhile, the city's jails, workhouses, and lunatic asylums were filled up year after year by thousands drawn from the tenement districts. Jacob Rees quipped that each year in the slums they threw off a scum of 40,000 human wrecks to the island asylums and workhouses, and produce an army of tramps and paupers that society must then support. Hyperbolic language, sure, but it showed a genuine cycle, I think. The slum spread sickness and delinquency, that ultimately burdened the entire city. After all, we all have to live in the same society. But the slums didn't remain static in population. They kept evolving through the successive waves of immigration. And in the early 19th century, impoverished Yankees and a significant number of African Americans, that is, both free blacks and escaped slaves, lived in areas like 5 Points. By the mid-century, the Irish had become the dominant group in many downtown slums. Their dominance marked by the 1850s, when nearly every shanty or cellar in 5 Points seemed to house Irish families or boarding houses for Irish laborers. The Germans, who immigrated in large numbers after the 1848 revolutions in Europe, tended to settle in their own district, that is, Kleindeutschland, on the Lower East Side, which, while dense, achieved somewhat more stable petit bourgeois character with many German-run businesses. So it wasn't really seen as quite as lawless as a purely Anglo-Irish slum. After the Civil War, immigration from southern and eastern Europe surged. By the 1880s, the ethnic map of Manhattan's tenements was changing. Italians concentrated in the Mulberry Bend area, part of the old 5 Points neighborhood, that is, turning it into Little Italy. This district around Mulberry Street, Baxter Street, and The Bend which is the sharp elbow curve of Mulberry Street, grew notorious in the 1880s for even worse conditions than 5 Points had seen. Jacob Riis in 1890 wrote that while 5 Points had been cleansed to an extent, the worst rookeries were torn down, the Mulberry Bend, just a stone's throw away, had outdone even 5 Points in its foulness. And that's not an achievement that you want to unlock. Italian tenement dwellers often arrived as extremely poor rural folk, unfamiliar with urban life, and they crowded into ramshackle buildings, often already old and decayed as it is. One observer described tenement rooms in the Italian quarter with, quote, hundreds of poor Italians, mostly engaged in carrying through the city the everlasting hand organ or selling plaster statuettes, living together with their monkeys and goats in the same room. I don't know why they'd bring the goats and monkeys with them in the first place, but I'm not Italian, so maybe Italians in the comments can tell me. Well, despite a reputation for being clannish, the Italian immigrants suffered some of the most severe exploitation by landlords and contractors as any other groups. They called them padroni. Many Italian families took in boarders, though, and were noted for trying to save money, even under miserable circumstances, hoping to eventually move out of the Bend. Meanwhile, Eastern European Jewish immigrants by the 1880s flooded into the eastern side of the Lower East Side, neighborhoods like the 10th Ward, including Orchard Street, Hester Street, and Delancey Street. This area, derisively called Jew Town by older residents, quickly became the most densely populated place in the city. The Jewish immigrants, often escaping pogroms and persecution in the Russian Empire, brought with them skills in tailoring, baking, and shopkeeping. And as a result, their tenement district was humming with economic activity, particularly the garment industry. Many tenement apartments doubled as sweatshops, of course, where a tailor might employ a few others in a cramped room to sew ready-made clothing. And as Riis observed, one could walk down from an east side street and hear the whir of 1,000 sewing machines from dawn to dusk in the tenements. Well, this meant exhaustive labor for very little pay, often by lamplight with entire families toiling in their own living space. But it also meant that the Jewish neighborhoods, despite poverty, had a slightly different social flavor, one of striving to make livelihoods within the slum. Still, housing conditions were no less crowded, and certainly no less unsanitary. An official count around 1900 found that one Lower East Side block housed over 4,000 people. An oft-quoted statistic that was the density of the population in the 10th Ward was greater than in Bombay or Calcutta. But one other notable community are the Chinese immigrants, who established a small Chinatown centered on Mott Street, overlapping with the 5 Points area. By 1880, around a few thousand Chinese lived in New York, and their quarters had opium dens, laundries, and crowded lodging rooms, often in basements. Chinatown was viewed with suspicion and exoticism by the outsiders, but it was essentially another impoverished enclave with high rates of tuberculosis due to overcrowding. Likewise, African Americans who had been a presence in 5 Points, a section of the 5 Points was even called Little Africa, by the way, were largely pushed out by the mid-century, and they formed other ghettos, such as San Juan Hill in the West 60s, but by the 1890s, certain blocks of Greenwich Village were also settled too. Blacks faced severe housing discrimination as well. Even among slums, they were often confined to the oldest and most dilapidated tenements, and if they could get in, they sometimes even had to pay higher rents for them. Riis in 1890 noted that the color line in New York meant that black families were restricted to particular streets and invariably exploited by landlords. In one case, he cites a respectable black couple with steady work could find no one willing to rent them outside the slum, so they remained paying exorbitant rent in a horrible tenement, enduring ceaseless indignities just because of their skin. But across the river in Brooklyn, which was actually an independent city until 1898, slum conditions also developed, though generally on a smaller scale than Manhattan's. Brooklyn's population too swelled with immigrants, Irish and Germans in the mid-century, Italians and Poles later. The waterfront districts by the Naval Yard and the Red Hook had clusters of cheap tenements for dock workers, and areas like the aptly named Irish town near Vinegar Hill were known for vice and gang activity. In fact, one Brooklyn slum, nicknamed the Black Sea, lay just off Brooklyn Bridge's anchorages and was described in 1870 as a warren of rear shanties and saloons frequented by petty criminals. Brooklyn reformers like Alfred T. White made efforts to improve housing. White built model tenements in the 1870s to show that clean, airy apartments for the poor could yield a modest profit too. But despite isolated successes, the majority of tenement dwellers in Brooklyn lived under similar overcrowded conditions as their Manhattan counterparts. In fact, by 1880, Brooklyn's death rate, 23 per 1,000, was only slightly lower than Manhattan's 26 per 1,000, indicating widespread urban poverty in that city as well. So really, the grass was not as green as they thought. But of course, things had to get better after a while, didn't they? By the end of the 19th century, the deplorable state of the slums had prompted a variety of responses. Well, from within the communities themselves, and from the society at large. There was a burgeoning sense of social reform taking hold among the middle-class New Yorkers, influenced by the national progressive movement, and a sense of the city's future stability, depending on addressing the tenement question. One major turning point was the publication of Jacob Riis's book, called How the Other Half Lives, in 1890. Now, we've mentioned Riis a few times, and, well, he's kind of the main character in this story. He was a Danish immigrant turned journalist, and he himself had experienced homelessness in New York. He used pioneering flash photography to capture the images of slum interiors and alleyways. The shock of seeing these photographs, of the ragged children sleeping in the stairwells, the malnourished family in a tiny airless room, and of a drunken lodging housekeeper brandishing a knife, jolted the conscience of many readers. Riis combined his photos with vivid writing, declaring that the tenements were, quote, the wicked result of public neglect and private greed, hotbeds of epidemics, nurseries of pauperism and crime that threatened the whole city. Riis and other reformers didn't merely sensationalize, they advocated concrete changes. Throughout the 1890s, housing reform bills were introduced in Albany, that was the state capital at the time, aiming to improve new tenement construction and raise the worst old rookeries. The efforts bore fruit in the landmark New York Tenement House Act of 1901, which came just after our period, of course, but that was the culmination of the late 19th century activism. This law mandated taller ceilings, courtyards for ventilation, indoor toilets, and of course a whole bunch of other improvements in the new tenements. It effectively banned the dark, tightly packed design of the past. Before that, an 1895 Tenement House Committee investigation had used photography and surveys much like Riis's work to persuade legislators that stricter laws were needed. It's hard to argue against the photographic evidence, that's for sure. Notably, some notorious slum blocks were cleared toward the end of the century. Mulberry Bend, the heart of the Italian slum, was condemned and turned into a park by 1897. That's Columbus Park, by the way. This was after Riis personally lobbied for its clearance as a park to give a breathing space to the community. Philanthropic organizations also multiplied, attempting to ameliorate conditions. The 5 Points Mission, established by Methodist women in 1850, was one of the first, providing a chapel, school, and eventually taking over the old brewery site to build a clean mission house. Throughout the century, missions and churches in slums offered soup kitchens, laundry facilities, and basic education. The Children's Aid Society, founded in 1853 by Charles Loring Brace, set up industrial schools in tenement districts to teach poor kids practical skills and get them off the streets. And then they opened the famous New Boys Lodging House in 1854, a dormitory where homeless newsboys could get a meal and a bed for a few cents in lieu of sleeping in alleys. Such efforts saved many children from crime or starvation, although they could only help a fraction of those in need. But from within these communities there were also strategies of resilience. Immigrant mutual aid societies formed. For example, German workers might join a sickness benevolent society, or Italian villagers formed hometown societies that collected funds to bury deceased members and assist the unemployed. Jews formed numerous charities and labor unions that fought against the worst exploitations of the sweatshop system. And of course, that didn't eliminate poverty, but they did provide some social support in an environment where the government relief was minimal. You see, public relief in the 19th century was mostly limited to municipal almshouses and orphanages, which, well, they were grim institutions themselves. There was also a political dimension that has to be discussed. Slum dwellers became the backbone of certain political machines, most famously Tammany Hall. Ward bosses from Tammany Hall, that is the Democratic Party machine, like the legendary George Washington Plunkett and Big Tim Sullivan, built power by doing small favors for tenement constituents, finding jobs for immigrants, distributing coal and food in hard winters, overlooking illegal saloons in exchange for votes. While often corrupt, this system at least acknowledged the slums as a significant constituency. Progress in small amounts, I suppose. Well, paradoxically, Tammany politicians both exploited the slums and at times championed reforms that benefited them. For instance, Tammany supported the first Tenement House Act when public pressure grew, and later backed labor laws. In any case, by 1900, the attention given to slum conditions was yielding a few improvements. The death rates were slowly declining. Public health drives had inoculated many children against smallpox and began to curb tuberculosis through education. A cleaner water supply, the Croton system and later additional aqueducts, and more effective garbage disposal. The Department of Street Cleaning, headed by Colonel George Waring in the late 1890s, famously put street sweepers in white uniforms to emphasize sanitation, but they contributed to a less lethal urban environment than that of 1850. I suppose we can say that sanitation workers have saved a lot more lives than doctors have. Still, the fundamental problems of overcrowding and poverty persisted. A visitor in 1899 to the Lower East Side would still find families tend to a room and might still witness scenes that echoed Dickens and Reese. The children in rags playing in the gutters, the tired laborers falling asleep on tenement stoops after long work days. Once again, the theme is progress, sure, but progress is usually quite slow. So all in all, it's a pretty grim tale, isn't it? The slums are a sobering study in hardship amid urban plenty. Well, for historians, the 19th century slum offers a valuable lesson, I suppose. In many ways, they were the byproduct of New York's phenomenal growth. A bad bargain struck as the city became the nation's economic powerhouse. The labor of tenement dwellers helped build the wealth of the metropolis, even as they themselves remained trapped in squalor. Yeah. They also show the resilience of communities too. Immigrant cultures blooming in adversity and reform movements rising to tackle this seemingly impossible problem. thanks to reformers. By 1900, inspired by first-hand witnesses like Rees, society had at least began to take responsibility for conditions once deemed inevitable. There used to be the attitude, of course they're going to live in filth. They're poor. That's how the poor live. It's not a very nice way to think, but that's just how it was back then. Still, maybe things will never be perfect. I don't know. In a system like what we have in most Western countries, there's always going to be people who get left behind. Maybe it's our job to give them a hand a little bit, I suppose that struggle for survival will continue to go on and on and on. It's just part of being human, I guess. In any case, always remember there's somebody who's doing worse than you are. And well, you can try and help them out where you can, at least. Buddhism and demonology. Possibly you don't expect to find them in the same room, but Buddhist tradition is indeed full of demons and fiends. Yet it takes an approach to demonology that is anything but simple superstition. In the Buddhist time, popular cosmology teemed with yaksas, rakshasas, bhutas, and other malevolent beings inherited from Indian folklore. But when Buddhism came along, it didn't just sweep the old world under the rug. Rather than denying their existence, Buddhism rather absorbed and reinterpreted these figures in line with its own teachings. Monks and laity across Asia told their own vivid accounts of demonic encounters. This was not to frighten believers away from the world, but to illustrate the Dharma in action. And so over the centuries, these demons were woven into Buddhist scriptures, art, and rituals, and they symbolized everything from literal ghostly threats to the very inner afflictions that impede enlightenment. So let me take you through on a journey of the shadowy pantheon of Buddhist demonology, from the legendary tempter Mara and even the child-devouring Hariti, to local ogres like the Alavaka, and protective gods like the four heavenly kings. You'll see how each demon serves its own purpose, historically, spiritually, and even psychologically. It all comes with a deeper meaning and a dash of wonder. Perhaps you'll find something you did not quite expect. In any case, before we begin, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here or you've yet to click that subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. And once again, this video, along with everything else, is all ad-free for your uninterrupted enjoyment, made possible by donations on the PayPal and YouTube memberships, also Patreon. And those who want to check out the merch store, all the relevant links are provided in the pinned comment, video description, and channel description on the home page. And with all that being said, welcomes out of the way, let's begin our guide to Buddhist demonology. Well, you can't begin a guide to Buddhist demonology without Mara. We already mentioned the name, the arch-tempter and personification of delusion. Off to a pretty good start, I think. You see, in Buddhist lore, Mara is the cosmic kind of devil figure who assailed Prince Siddhartha on the eve of his enlightenment. Far from a simple satanic figure like the Christian bad guy sort of thing, Mara takes on multiple identities. You see, he is called Papima, that is evil one, Namuki, non-liberator, and even identified as Kanna, the dark one. According to early texts, Mara is both a specific being, often described as the Lord of the highest heaven in the desire realm, and also a symbol of our deepest weakness. For example, the Padana Sutta and the Sutta Nipata portrays Mara attacking the Buddha to be not with flaming arrows or a sword or anything like that, but rather with soft and gentle words, appealing to comfort and fear. The Bodhisattva recognizes these as tricks and exposes Mara's army for what it really is, that is, sense desires, boredom, craving, hunger and thirst, cowardice, sloth and torpor, doubt, hypocrisy and stubbornness, gain and honor and ill-won fame. In other words, Mara's legions are pretty much our own human frailties. The Buddha declares none but the bravest seekers conquer such foes, vowing to shatter Mara's armies, quote, with wisdom as stone smashes a clay pot. It's a pretty powerful allegory, doesn't it? It makes isn't it rather? It makes a key point, though. From the earliest strata of Buddhism, demons like Mara are not merely external enemies, but they're rather stand-ins, kind of metaphors for your own internal battles. And I think you'll find that across many of our religious traditions across the world. But Mara is not purely metaphorical. The canon also records multiple literal visits by Mara to the Buddha and his disciples. In the Mara Samyutta, Mara lurks in the shadows, scheming to disrupt Dharma talks or frighten meditating monks. He appears in various guises, as a frightening cobra, as a charming villager, even as one of the Buddha's own cousins at one point, only to be unmasked by those who have the keenest insight. Each time, his effort fails, and he vanishes, disappointed, but always ready to try again. And there is that theme of recognizing the demon for what it is, regardless of its disguise. It reinforces a central Buddhist message, that is, by seeing through illusions, one robs them of power. The Buddha is recorded calmly advising Mara, quote, "I know you, evil one," before reiterating that Mara has no claim on one who has seen the truth. In one dramatic encounter, Mara unleashes his ultimate weapons, 3 seductive daughters, trying to tempt the Buddha with lust. Well, the ruse falls flat. The enlightened one, he remains unmoved, and the trio depart in shame. Now, these are all pretty supernatural in flavor, but they actually serve to kind of humanize the Buddha's struggles. They assure devotees that even the awakened one was tested by desire, fear, and attachment, and that we too can overcome our inner demons by cultivating that wisdom and mindfulness. But let's go beyond Mara. Early Buddhist scriptures introduce a menagerie of yaksas and rakshasas, nature spirits and ogres, that is. Now, they can either be benevolent or not so benevolent, even bloodthirsty. There is one famous story from the Sutta Nipata. It features Alavaka, the notorious yaksa, often rendered ogre or demon, with a taste for human flesh. According to commentary, Alavaka terrorized the town of Alavi, extorting a daily human sacrifice from the king. In fact, even little babies were not spared from his appetite. Now that's a real demon. Well, the Buddha heard about this cruelty. So what did he do? He didn't organize an army. He didn't pick up a sword. didn't get angry. Instead, he walked straight into the Yaksa's lair. Of course, Alavaka was pretty furious at the intrusion. He was not accepting visitors. He bellowed repeatedly, "Get out, monk!" But the Buddha was unmoved, and he stepped in and out of the demon's abode at each command until Alavaka tried a new tactic. Quote, from the text, "If you do not leave, I will strike you down, cleave your heart, and hurl you across the river." The Buddha calmly replied that no one in the world, Deva, Brahmin, or demon, could do such a thing to Tathagata, but nevertheless invited Alavaka to ask him any question if he pleased. Now what followed is one of the most beloved dialogues in the Pali Canon. Alavaka, with surprising earnestness, probably at the Buddha's disposition, posed a series of riddling questions about the essence of holy life. For example, what is a man's highest wealth? What brings the taste of bliss? How does one cross the flood of suffering? Now the Buddha's answers were very simple, straight to the point, but quite profound. As following, faith is the best wealth. Dharma, well practiced, brings bliss. By diligence, one crosses the flood. By wisdom, one is purified, and so on. In any case, by the end, the once bloodthirsty demon is utterly tamed, not by force, but by wisdom, by Dharma. Alavaka explains in admiration that the Buddha has set upright what was overturned, and declares himself a disciple, taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. Thus, the fierce cannibal blood drinker turns into a protector. And it's just one other tale, plenty of them that we get from the Pali Canon, that shows this recurrent motive in Buddhist demonology, and that is not to destroy, but to convert. You see, demons, they're just kind of misguided spirits, and when confronted with truth and compassion, they can themselves be transformed into benefactors. The greatest victory, as the texts imply, is winning over a demon's heart, rather than simply destroying the malevolent presence. Now, another early figure who straddles the line between demon and deity is Hariti, known in Sanskrit as Haritika, and in Japanese, actually, you might have heard of him as Kishimojin. Heard of her, rather, excuse me. Well, her story is a poignant example of Buddhism's ability to engage with local demonic deities and elevate them onto the right Buddhist path. Hariti was originally a fearsome yaksa in Ragarha, renowned for a gruesome habit. She had hundreds of children of her own, and to feed them, she preyed upon the children of human families, abducting and devouring them. Of course, the villagers, they lived in understandable terror of Hariti, whom they called the mother of demons. Eventually, their desperate parents implored the Buddha for help. Rather than smite the child-eating ogress, the Buddha employed a skillful means tailored to teach her empathy. He quietly took Hariti's youngest son, in some versions named Priya, and hid the child under his begging bowl. When Hariti discovered her child was missing, she was thrown into a frantic despair. She searched the city high and low. At last her quest brought her, sobbing, to the Buddha's feet. And the Buddha gently observed and said, "Now you understand the pain that you have caused others. Imagine the anguish of all those mothers whose children you took." Well, Hariti was struck to the core. The Buddha certainly taught her a lesson with that one, and overwhelmed by remorse, she vowed to give up her evil ways and protect children instead of harming them. The Buddha then revealed her infant safe and sound, and Hariti's joy cemented her conversion. In gratitude, she promised to dedicate her prodigious powers to the service of the Dharma, according to scripture, in the later Mahayana texts, as well as the Vinaya Chinese texts as well. Hariti pledged to become a patroness of children and women in childbirth, ensuring that they thrive rather than suffer as her victims. Now that is certainly a dramatic turnaround. Well, the Buddha even allowed devotees to offer Hariti small sacrifices of food, since the hungry ghosts like her still needed nourishment of some sort, an acknowledgement of her liminal status between demon and deva. Over time, Hariti's image morphed from terrifying ogress to benevolent matron. In Gandhara and Mathura art, she is depicted as cradling a child or holding a cornucopia of grain, symbolizing abundance and protection. When Buddhism spread to China and Japan, Hariti, as Gui Zimo in Chinese or Kishimojin in Japanese as mentioned, was enshrined as a guardian spirit. The Lotus Sutra's 26th chapter has Hariti and her 10 demon daughters take a solemn oath before the Buddha. They vow to safeguard all who embrace the Dharma, especially those who uphold the Lotus teaching. This remarkable trajectory from literal child devourer to Dharma protector shows that Buddhist approach to demons again, that is to subdue the harmful impulse and redirect all of that energy towards good rather than evil. Hariti's tale, it might also carry a subtler teaching about attachment and loss, so familiar to human parents, especially of those older times. In her agony over a missing son, Hariti learned the lesson of compassion the hard way, a lesson the Buddha gently imparted to temper her immense motherly love with wisdom and non-harming. And so, to this very day, in Japan's Nichiren sect, Kishimojin is venerated as a goddess of easy childbirth and child-rearing, often portrayed as holding a baby in a pomegranate, which is another symbol of fertility. No one denies her demonic past, but rather they remember it as proof of the transformative power of Buddhist compassion. Of course, if Buddhism can convert demons like Alavaka and Hariti, it also recruited the very gods to guard against demons. The most famous of these heavenly guardians is the 4 great kings, that is, Katur Maharaja, worldly deities who occupy the lowest heaven and stand at watch at the 4 cardinal directions. In the Pali Canon's cosmology, the 4 great kings are said to guard the earth and protect the Dharma. They are not Buddhas or Arahants, but powerful Deva rulers who have a strong sense of duty. Their names are Vesavana, that is in the north, and Dataratha in the east, Virulaka in the south, and Virupaka in the west, became legendary across Asia. Each king commands legions of spirits, Nagas, Kumbhandas, that is kind of dwarvish goblins, Gandharvas, Yaksas, and more. Early Buddhists looked to these kings for protection from the very same demons and ill-willed Buddhas that plagued the worldly realm. One striking canonical text is the Atanatya Sutta, which is essentially a demon-repelling chant given by the 4 kings to the Buddha. The sutta recounts how King Vesavana, on behalf of his fellow kings, approached the Buddha and expressed concern that many unruly Yaksas neither respect nor believe in the Blessed One. Because such malevolent spirits could harass monks and the laity alike, The four kings offered the Buddha a set of protective verses, that is, parita, to be recited as a kind of safeguard. Now this became the Atanatya Parita, and it's still chanted in Theravada communities today as a ward against evil influences. The Buddha praised this act and instructed his followers to memorize the chant. And the text as well, it even shows that even the mighty four kings saw value in the dharmic practice free from demonic disturbance and took it upon themselves to ensure that protection. The sutta's introduction frankly states it is a, quote, spiritual protection against evil spirits presented to King Vesavana, or by King Vesavana rather, to the Buddha. Within his verses, the four kings invoke a who's who of benevolent deities, from the 7 past Buddhas to that roll call of Yaksa generals, enjoining them to keep the Dharma community safe. They even threaten punitive action against any spirit who still dares to trouble a disciple who lives righteously. In traditional Sri Lankan and Southeast Asian practice, this Atanatya Sutta is only recited on special occasions, often by monastics who prepare with ritual purity, since it is essentially a last resort exorcism formula for stubborn hauntings. Good luck getting one of them out of the house. Or more commonly, gentler chants like the Metta Sutta, that is the loving kindness discourse, are used first, reflecting Buddhism's preference to soothe and reform rather than just intimidate and dispel. But still, that role of the four kings in Buddhist demonology is pretty important. They legitimize within scripture the idea that protecting the faithful from supernatural danger is part of the cosmic moral order. In East Asia, images of these 4 heavenly kings stand guard at temple gates, ferocious and imposing, one bearing a sword, another bearing a lute, another a snake, another a pagoda. Each pose and emblem represents subjugation of a vice. They crush underfoot the forces of ignorance, keeping the sanctuary of the Dharma free from negativity. Now, as Buddhism spread beyond India, it encountered new cultures, each with its own host of indigenous specters. Well, instead of rejecting these as pagan nonsense, Buddhism often assimilated local demons into its cosmology, much as it did with the 4 kings and Hariti. Now, the result is a fascinating regional diversity in Buddhist demonology that you don't quite get in a lot of other spiritual traditions. Demons took on local names and forms, yet their essential function within the Buddhist narrative remained. They either obstruct the path or get converted into protectors, as examples of a dharmic victory. So let's have a look at a few regions. First, let's have a look at Japan. You see, Japanese folklore already brims with creatures called oni, that is, horned ogres, often depicted with red or blue skin, big tusks, and iron clubs. These oni were thought to haunt wild mountains and abandoned places, but also every now and then to invade human settlements and bring disease or disaster. The bad guys, basically. So when Buddhism arrived in Japan, that is 6th century CE, people soon identified many oni with the yaksas and raksasas mentioned in the Buddhist sutras. In fact, scholars know that the Japanese concept of oni was heavily syncretized with Hindu Buddhist demons like yaksas, raksasas, and hungry ghosts, and over time, oni came to be seen as the very same creatures that in Buddhist lore serve King Yama's hell, or roam as malicious spirits. But far from being cast out by Buddhism, the Oni were given a place in the Buddhist universe. They became the wardens of hell. In Japanese they call that jigoku, and in Chinese they call it diyu, which means underground prison, essentially. Now, they would punish the wicked, and they were the manifestations of excess, greed, or anger on earth. In other words, Japanese Buddhism turned the Oni into pedagogical creatures. Fearsome, yes, but ultimately part of the moral order that encourages humans to avoid evil deeds, lest they have to deal with the Oni's club in hell, not the kind of clubbing scene that you want on a weekend. Now, even the imagery of Oni evolved under Buddhist influence. The classical red and blue horned appearance, likely crystallized in the medieval era, inspired in part by the Buddhist art's depiction of the Yaksa generals and neo-guardians. Some Oni are portrayed with a third eye or extra limbs, echoing tantric Buddhist depictions of wrathful deities. Now, I do remember when I was I would have been about 20, 21, something like that, going back a fair while. I won't tell you how long. There was this great temple of hell I went to in Japan. I can't quite remember where it is. It might have been about 40 minutes outside of Tokyo. I'm sure someone listening has been there before, if it's still running. But effectively a place to scare children into being good. They have a few places like that in China as well. I'm sure they have them in India too. But it was quite interesting. Anyway, just brought up a memory is all. Now, Japan also developed unique rituals to ward off demons of their own, and they blended Buddhist and Shinto elements. The most famous is Setsubun, that is the bean throwing festival, and that's held every spring's eve. To this day, families still shout Onni wa soto, fuku wa uchi, demons out, blessings in, while tossing roasted soybeans out the door, symbolically pelting any lurking demons and inviting good fortune. This custom, introduced from China in the 8th century, was early on linked to Buddhist temples and teachings. A delightful legend from the 10th century tells of a Buddhist monk at Kuramadera who was confronted by a pesky Oni, but the quick-thinking monk hurled soybeans at the demon's eyes, blinding and chasing it away. Nothing hits harder than a handful of soybeans, I'm sure. Well, thus began the practice of mamemaki, that is, bean scattering to purge evil influences. By the Edo period, Setsubun bean-throwing ceremonies were celebrated at both Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples nationwide, often with monks or even costumed local men playing the part of the Oni so villagers could gleefully pelt them. The Oni in this context clearly represent misfortune or bad karma accumulated over the past year. Essentially, negative energies have to be expelled through a cathartic, community-wide exorcism ritual. It's a pretty good example of how folklore and Buddhism coalesced. The Buddhist temple lent spiritual authority to an old rite, framing it as a cleansing, not just of evil spirits, but also of the spiritual impurities in one's heart. Now, at the same time, the folk belief in literal ogres was reinforced by Buddhist cosmology, which gave the Oni roles in the unseen realms of existence. Even today, temples like Kyoto's Yoshida Shrine or Tokyo's Sensoji host large Setsubun events, with priests and sometimes celebrities tossing beans into huge crowds. That chant of Oni out, luck in. It nicely captures the Buddhist ethic that to invite good, you have to first cast out inner demons, whether that's ignorance, anger, jealousy, whatever your poison is. Japan's Buddhist demonology also features compassionate twists. Consider Kishimojin, that is Hariti, whom we met earlier, once worshipped as a fearsome goddess of smallpox and calamity, but now petitioned for protection. Certainly a career change, that's for sure. Or the 10 Rasetsu daughters, that is Raksashis in Hindi rather, who after converting in the Lotus Sutra became guardian spirits. In many Nichiren Buddhist temples one finds altars to Kishimojin and her 10 daughters, with devotees offering sweets or fruits. This isn't idolization of evil, don't get it mixed up. It's just a reminder that even demons can have a change of heart and use their powers for good. So show a little bit of mercy, I suppose. And indeed, some Japanese Oni tales end with the Oni taking refuge in the Buddha and seizing their malevolence. Stories like that reinforce the idea that no being is irredeemable, a very Mahayana Buddhist sentiment. And indeed, anybody who has watched the animated series Inuyasha will definitely see these themes. A lot of the demons that they encounter, and even the character himself, Inuyasha, being a half demon, half human, something like that, is effectively, it effectively goes through those themes. And usually when they defeat one of the demons, sometimes they're cast out, sometimes they're destroyed, but a lot of the time, the story's a little bit deeper. And it turns out that, yes, those theories of redemption are pretty prevalent throughout the entire program. Remember watching that maybe 15 years ago. Now with this context, it's a lot more interesting in hindsight. Also, if you want to know more about Japanese and Shinto demonology, I've already done a full video on that. So we'll move on from Japan now in particular. Now let's look at Southeast Asia, those Theravada regions. In countries like Thailand, Myanmar, or Burma, whatever you want to call it, Cambodia and Laos, Buddhism encountered a very animated local spirit world. The people believed in myriad ghosts and nature spirits, collectively known by names as like the Phi in Thai, or the Nats in Burmese, or the Nectar in Cambodian. These range from the souls of tragically deceased humans to ancient tree-dwelling guardians. Many were considered to be dangerously capricious, or even downright malicious. I'm a poet, I didn't even know I was. Theravada Buddhism, being non-theistic, did not explicitly endorse these beliefs in its scriptures. Yet the religion bent to accommodate them, at least in practice. Now, the result is a rich syncretism where a devout Buddhist might take refuge in the triple gem and also hang amulets to appease local ghosts in his rafters. For example, Myanmar's 37 Nat spirits include Princess Peacock Maid and the Lord of the Great Mountain, both essentially ghosts of historical figures who met violent deaths and were elevated to divine status. Burmese kings long ago canonized, I suppose we can use that word, these Nats, and even hosted state ceremonies to propitiate them, recognizing that fear of demons was a social reality that certainly needed to be addressed and managed. And to this very day, you can visit Mount Popa in Myanmar and find a shrine to the Mahagiri Nats, where worshippers offer coconut and bananas to keep those volatile spirits happy. Burmese Buddhist doctrine might label such beings as petas or hungry ghosts or even low devas, but in popular religion, they are simply Nats. Not quite Buddhas, not quite demons, but certainly powerful invisible neighbors who must be respected. Well, what about Cambodia? Well, if we go there, we find a detailed classification of pretty nasty spirits that almost parallels an ethnography of the demonic. There are the Kmok, or ghosts of the dead, the Pret and Besak, which are particularly vicious demons born of those who died by violence or great sin, the Arak, often female evil spirits that cause illness, and the local Nektar, guardian genii of particular locales like a banyan tree or a crossroads. Cambodian villagers traditionally believe all these spirits demand proper respect and offerings. If neglected or insulted, they wreak havoc with illness, accidents, or madness. So where exactly does Buddhism enter the picture? Well, rather than refute these beings, Cambodian Buddhism supplies the means to contain and coexist with them. Monks are often invited to homes not just for blessing of the living, but explicitly to chant away angry spirits. They recite sutras believed to nullify wandering ghosts with loving kindness and truth. But in more severe cases, a monk or a ritual specialist might perform a rite to trap a demon in a bottle or negotiate a truce. The Kru, that is one of the names for these ritual specialists, prepares a protective charm and a few amulets inscribed with Pali syllables or Buddha images to shield individuals from spirit attacks. And it's pretty telling that many Kru in Cambodia are ex-monks, blending Buddhist knowledge with a bit of folk magic. The underlying message is that Buddhist virtue and mantra have authority even over ancient spirits, even ones that were there before Buddhism even came around. Indeed, the Cambodians hold that the mightiest of all nuts is Preah Torani, the earth goddess, who in Buddhist legend wrung out her hair to wash away Mara's armies when the Buddha called upon her. Thus, a local earth deity was woven directly into the Buddha's enlightenment story, giving hope that the land itself aligns with Dharma against demons. Similarly, in Thailand, we see a pretty complex picture of demonology, where Buddhist monastics engage in folk rituals. A colorful example of that is the Pitakon festival in Loei province, the Ghost Festival, which is part of the merit-making celebration of Bun Pawet. Locals wear these ghoulish masks with phallic-like noses and dance around in procession. Ostensibly, there are ghosts accompanying the return of Prince Vesantara, the Buddha's past life, to his kingdom, a scene so uproarious legend says that even the dead come out to rejoice. Here the joyous dead are not malevolent at all, but their presence reminds participants of the thin line between worlds. On the festival's final day, everyone listens to Buddhist sermons, dedicating merit to spirits and ghosts, so that they might find peace. What a compassionate twist, The very ghosts that people fear and invited back to celebrate and then kindly sent off with a smile and blessings. In everyday Thai life, one finds a keen awareness of demons as well. From the fearsome Mara figure depicted in temple murals, Mara's assault on the Buddha is a popular motif in Thai art, to the ubiquitous Pi. Thais might refer to a particularly deluded person as being possessed by Mara, or a sudden obstacle as Mara Fet, that is, Mara's interference, showing how language of demonology permeates even the most casual of speech. Yet the remedy is usually Buddhist, perhaps a stronger observance of the precepts of protection, tattoo of a yant image, or sprinkling holy water chanted over by monks. In short, Buddhism in Southeast Asia became the framework to understand and handle the spirit world. The demons are real to those who perceive them, but their power is curtailed by the superior power of Buddhist virtue and ritual. A simple village monk with a sutra in hand can become, in the eyes of devotees, a more effective exorcist than any sorcerer. because the monk calls on the truth of the Dharma, the ultimate weapon of which no demon can resist. But what about Tibet and the Himalayas? Well, in the Tantric Buddhist cultures of Tibet, Bhutan, and Nepal, we encounter perhaps the most dramatic integration of indigenous demons into Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism in particular is famous for its rich pantheon of wrathful deities, many of whom began as fierce local gods or demons that were subjugated and sworn into the Buddhist fold. The figure at the center of this process is Padmasambhava, the 8th century adept credited with firmly establishing Buddhism in Tibet. Padmasambhava's hagiographies are essentially adventure epics of demon taming. When he arrived in Tibet, the land was perceived as teeming with wild spirits hostile to the Dharma. Every mountain and river had its god or demoness who did not want the new religion to take root. Tibetan chronicles speak of monks trying to build the first monastery, Samye, only to find their work mysteriously demolished each night by the angry spirits. Padmasambhava was invited to solve this crisis. Riding on the wind itself on the back of a flying tigress, as the legend goes, he landed in Tibet, and when he got there he challenged each demon lord on its own turf. He defeated them not by annihilation, however, but by his yogic powers and compassion to bind them with sacred oaths. One by one, the gods of Tibet bowed to Padmasambhava's epithet, is the Guru Rinpoche, and swore to protect the Buddhist teachings henceforth. This included terrible entities like Gyalpo spirits, that is, vindictive kings, ghosts, and Mamo demons, all forced to kneel. Most famously, Tibetan lore speaks of the Supine demoness, who was believed to be the very land of Tibet itself. The geomantic story goes that Tibet's landscape resembled a giant demoness reclining across the plateau, preventing the construction of central temples. Padmasambhava and the Tibetan king together performed a grand geomantic ritual. 12 temples were built on specific pressure points of the demoness's body: shoulders, hips, knees, hands, feet, elbows, and these all pinned her down. Only then could the great Jokang temple be completed at her heart in Lhasa, and the Samye monastery over her navel. Far from seeing this as a literal murder of the earth spirit, Tibetans interpreted it as the transforming of the land's energy, taming the demoness so that her life force became aligned with Buddhist auspiciousness. And indeed, Tibetan tradition holds that once subdued, the demoness became a protectress of the Dharma. Her very body's ley lines turn into meridians of Buddhist power. Well, ever since Padmasambhava's time, Tibetan Buddhism has maintained a rich practice of demon-binding rituals. Monasteries have entire cycles of ceremonies to exorcise harmful spirits or enlist local deities as guardians. For instance, the elaborate tantric dances, cham, often feature costumed monks in terrifying masks performing the roles of the Dharmapala, that is, protective deities who subdue demons. These masked dancers were in part a message to the local populace. Moreover, the frightening forces you fear are somewhat under the enlightened control of the monks, Now, moreover, many of Tibet's wrathful meditation deities, such as Mahakala, Yamantaka, and Palden Lamo, have origin stories where they were once bloodthirsty gods or demons who were converted by great masters or vowed to defend the Buddha's doctrine. A striking case is that of Payar, originally a rogue deity captured by Padmasambhava and sworn into service. Payar becomes the oracular deity of the Nechung monastery, advising the Dalai Lamas through trances, a demon turned oracle by Buddhist sorcery. Padmasambhava is said to have hidden countless terma, that is, treasure texts for future ages, each guarded by a spirit whom he bound under oath to preserve and later reveal the teachings. And thus, in Tibet, the line between demon and protector is especially thin. It is often the very same being, just viewed in two different phases, first antagonistic, later repentant and benevolent. Tibetan lamas, rather than exterminating the old gods, gave them a new life as perhaps a fierce guardian of a monastery or tutelary deities for Buddhist yogis. And this had a dual effect. It kept continuity with pre-Buddhist beliefs, so common folk still saw their mountain gods around, just now wearing monk robes, so to speak. But it also illustrated the Mahayana ideal that no sentient being, not even a demon, is unreachable by compassion. Well, that being said, Tibetan culture retained a healthy respect for the troublesome nature of demons. Village shamans and monks alike perform rites to this day to appease landlord spirits or expel malicious influences. One fascinating tantric rite is Jod, the cutting practice, where a yogi visualizes inviting all demons and ghostly, hungry ghosts to a feast. Well, the feast begins with the offering of the yogi's own blood, miraculously multiplied and transformed into a divine nectar. The demons, sated and quite delighted, either become friends or at least leave the yogi alone thereafter. Here again we see the principle of confrontation through fearlessness and generosity. The practitioner literally confronts inner and outer demons by offering them compassion instead of fear. Such practices show the psychological insight of Tantric Buddhism. The hardest demons to subdue are one's own fear and one's own ego. By feeding the demons, one robs them of terror. And that's a pretty profound twist. The demon that was an obstacle becomes the very means to one's spiritual growth. Well, by now, it's pretty clear that Buddhist demonology operates on quite a few different levels. There are the flesh and blood demons of folklore, taken quite literary by ordinary folk. But as you get into the Buddhist philosophy, you see that demons are also rich metaphors for psychological states and cosmic truths. Different Buddhist schools articulate this differently, yet all concur on the ultimate goal, that is to recognize demons for what they truly are, often manifestations of our own ignorance or karma. In Theravada Buddhism, the Abhidharma philosophy doesn't comment on goblins and ogres per se, but instead it analyzes experience into mental and physical phenomena. From this view, a demon troubling you is either an unseen being within samsaric existence or a projection of your mind, in both cases conditioned by causes. Now, the Abhidharma lists various realms of existence, and that includes a ghostly realm and hell realm, so it leaves room for those fiery-eyed petas and yaksas, but it doesn't dwell on them. It's more interested in the kilesas, the defilements, greed, hatred, and delusion, those evil entities that possess the mind. So in a sense, these defilements are one's personal demons. The Theravada commentarial tradition sometimes makes this quite explicit. In Pali commentaries, Mara is occasionally identified with Lobha, Dosa, and Moha, that is, greed, hate, and delusion, respectively, suggesting that whenever those arise, Mara has gained a foothold in one's heart. A famous Theravada simile compares the 5 hindrances in meditation, that is, sensual desire, ill will, sloth, restlessness, and doubt, to an enemy army encamped against you, clearly echoing that old imagery of Mara's fivefold army described by the Buddha. Thus, even at the level of a meditation manual, demonology provides a convenient language. The meditator going to sit is like a warrior entering battle with the armies of Mara, that is, inner disturbances. And this mindset can actually really encourage perseverance. Think about it, a thought from the Buddha in the Padana Sutta, saying, "Better I die in battle now than live on defeated." Well, a meditator is urged to have similar courage against the demon of doubt or torpor. Now that's a dramatic personification, certainly, but it drives home the point that spiritual practice requires Herculean effort. It's not easy. It's not a one and done. No one clicks their fingers and gets enlightened. And no one gets enlightened by mistake. Well, Mahayana Buddhism takes the psychological interpretation of demons even further than that. The Yogacara school, for instance, suggests that all experiences are manifestations of the mind. From that standpoint, if you see a demon, it is literally a projection of some karma or mental imprint within your consciousness. Now, this doesn't mean that you can instantly just think it away. Karma has its own momentum, but it reframes the problem. The demon is in here as much as it is out there. Wherever you go, there you are, and there it is with you. One Zen story narrates a monk that was terrified by a demon that appeared in his cave each night. Finally, he worked up the nerve to address it. "Why are you here?" he asked it. And the demon replied, "I am your fear, given form. If you run, I grow. If you confront me, I will shrink." Empowered by this insight, the monk sat in meditation, turning attention inward. After some time, the demon vanished like a mist. And this is a very important tale, because it echoes the countless Buddhist teachings that our inner demons of craving, aversion, and ignorance actually create the outer demons that we perceive. But on a doctrinal level, the Mahayana texts sometimes enumerate 4 maras to drive home the omnipresence of the demonic as a metaphor. These 4 are Skandamara, the demon of the 5 aggregates; Klesamara, the demon of defilements; Mrityumara, the demon of death; and Devaputramara, the demon son of God, i.e. Mara as a deity. Skandamara means that our very psycho-physical constituents, that is, form, feeling, perception, consciousness, can be considered a demon in the sense that clinging to them as me or mine perpetuates samsara. And you're not going to get to nirvana like that, aren't you? Well, the old literature encourages meditators to see the aggregates as empty of self. To extend, one is seduced by the illusion of a personal self. One is under the sway of Skandamara. Well, Klesamara is a bit more straightforward. It is the personification of the afflictive emotions like greed, anger, pride, and jealousy. These are the classic inner demons that every practitioner must confront. And we might recall how Buddha in legend named Mara's daughters Tana, craving; Arati, aversion; and Raga, passion, making plain that Mara's seductions were really just these mental poisons in disguise. Mrityumara, the demon of death, it symbolizes the looming fear of one's own mortality, and the fact of mortality that can derail one's practice. Death is seen as a demon, not because it's evil per se, but because attachment to life and fear of death can tempt even earnest practitioners into abandoning the path. Indeed, one sutta recounts Mara approaching the Buddha when he was old and in pain, suggesting that he just give up and die. The Buddha dismisses him, resolving to teach to the very end. Finally, Devaputra Mara refers to Mara as a celestial being, essentially the lord of the desire realm, who tries to obstruct holy persons. This reminds us that even if one conquers the inner defilements, there is still the structural barrier of samsara itself, epitomized by Mara's cosmic role. In Mahayana thought, a bodhisattva must vanquish all four Maras to attain complete enlightenment, a fairly difficult feat to do. But it is notable that 3 of the 4 are clearly mental: self-illusion, fear of death, defilements, and while only one of them is an external deity, and even that external Mara is only effective if the internal conditions allow, you have to let Mara in. Thus, in a doctrinal sense, Buddhism brings even the grandest demons back to the mind. Everything is under our control. We just have to show a little bit of bravery. Now, Tantric Buddhism, that is Vajrayana, it adds another layer, deliberately utilizing demonic imagery as part of the path to purify the mind. In Tantric visualization practices, a yogi might visualize a wrathful Buddha form, let's say a ferocious deity with fangs and a crown made out of skulls. Not as something evil, though, but more of a manifestation of enlightened compassion in a very fierce clothing. Well, these images draw on the same palette as demonology. We're talking flames, weapons, severed heads. However, they are transmuted into symbols of cutting through illusion and guarding the Dharma. It's almost as if Tantra says, since people imagine demons, let them imagine an ultimate demon that is fully enlightened and ultimately on their side. Now this harnesses the psychological power of the demonic, raw energy, fearlessness and awe, and puts it into the service of the path of Dharma. A tantric practitioner is sometimes told to visualize every fear, every obstacle, just as a playful display of their meditation deity. If your deity is Yamantaka, the conqueror of Yama, lord of death, then death itself appears as a powerless phantom, bowing to your compassion. In effect, Tantra internalizes the demon, then eradicates it by over-identifying with a force of goodness that is even more terrifying to negativity. Now, across all these perspectives, an intriguing question emerges. Are demons real? Well, that's a little hard to say when it comes to Buddhism, because the answer that Buddhism gives us is a little bit nuanced. Yes, they are real within the conventional reality where our minds operate. Hence, the Buddha and later masters took them seriously enough to engage with them face to face. But ultimately, demons are just part of samsara. As such, they are empty of inherent existence and depend on causes and conditions, notably our own mental states. When this insight is realized, even a marauding demon army poses no true threat. Well, the Cleveland Museum's ivory carving of the Buddha defeating Mara captures this philosophically. Go and look that up. The Buddha sits unflinchingly amid a storm of demons and temptresses, because he knows that they have no inherent reality, and thus renders them completely powerless. It is a tableau of equanimity, born of wisdom. And so for Buddhist practitioners, this translates into an approach towards life's problems, our own demons, that is both pragmatic and deeply spiritual. If one is troubled by unexplainable misfortunes or psychological turmoil, one might perform rituals or seek counsel as if dealing with a real external malign force. There is benefit in that, and Buddhism provides those skillful means. But simultaneously, one is encouraged to examine one's own heart and mind, find the seeds of anger, delusion, and desire that might be manifesting as those very troubles. An ancient Buddhist commentary puts it this way: Mara seizes an untended mind, like rain enters a poorly roofed hut. The demons might get in through those little gaps, our unguarded cravings, our aversions. In the Western vernacular, we say, the devil makes work for idle hands, or the devil finds us in our weakest moments. Tending to ethics, meditation, and wisdom, that's like repairing the roof. The demons simply stay outside in the storm. And, well, just to end on a little Chinese saying, you have to repair the roof before it rains. War is hell. It always has been, and it always will be. But beyond all of the death counts and statistics, it's a very real human story. One that until modern times didn't really get told. The question that we have is, did ancient soldiers suffer the psychological malady that we now call PTSD? It's often thought as a modern diagnosis, formally defined only in 1980. Yet references of the unseen scars of war appear across the broad sweep of ancient history. From Mesopotamian tablets to biblical laws to the Greek epics and Roman biographies, we find more than a few hints that the warriors of antiquity were not immune to what we'd recognize as combat trauma. Now, the topic itself demands a bit of critical thinking. We have to be careful not to project modern medical labels too eagerly onto the past. Ancient cultures had their own ways of interpreting and coping with the soldiers' distress. But at the same time, human nature as a whole has not changed by a huge degree over millennia. The human mind is the human mind, and thus is the human heart. And so by examining the primary sources close to the time, we can uncover a few anecdotes and clues, whether it be a Greek hoplite struck blind after battle with no wound, a Roman general plagued by horrific dreams of his past battles, and even ancient armies devising rituals to purge what they called the blood guilt of combat. And so in a spiritual successor, or perhaps a spiritual prologue to our Did Medieval Soldiers Get PTSD video, today we dive into that very topic in an ancient form. Now, before we do get into it, I'd like to welcome you to the channel if you're a newcomer, and if you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, perhaps you'd consider doing so. This video, along with all of the other videos on this channel, all the playlists, everything that is there, is completely mid-roll free. You won't get any ads from start to finish, so you won't get interrupted and you can enjoy the whole thing. Now, this is because we are supported by the kind members on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who check out the merch store, and the occasional donation through the Super Thanks and PayPal link. But most of all, your word of mouth is most important. Tell your friends and share on social media platforms, things like that. But also just like, comment, subscribe, and hype the video. Helps with the algorithm. Now, with all that being said, thank you in advance, and we can begin. And of course, to begin, we have to clarify the terms, don't we? So, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, is defined in the modern vernacular as a mental health condition triggered by experiencing or witnessing a terrifying event, often life-threatening. It doesn't have to be war. It could be any kind of terrible thing that somebody has went through. Common symptoms include intrusive memories or flashbacks of the trauma, nightmares, hypervigilance, that's constantly feeling on edge, looking over your shoulder, that kind of thing, paranoia, avoidance of reminders of the event, emotional numbness or depression, or just in general severe anxiety. Now, this criteria was formally codified only in recent decades, largely in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, when returning veterans' psychological struggles forced a recognition of PTSD in 1980. But the basic phenomenon, the survivor's mind and body reliving the terror long after the danger has gone away, well, that's been observed for centuries, just under different names. And so historically, each era coined its own terms. For the psychological injuries of war in particular, we had, in particular in World War I, the term shell shock, that shaking, startled daze of combat veterans, as if it was caused by the exploding artillery shells, which in themselves were kind of a new thing for people to be exposed to. In World War II, it was often combat fatigue or battle neurosis. The American Civil War doctors spoke of soldier's heart or nostalgia for a condition combining palpitations and homesickness. These earlier labels reflect an evolving theory: physical concussion, exhaustion, homesickness, but all grappled with the same core reality. And that was that some soldiers carried enduring mental scars from battle. But if we step back even further, did the ancient people notice similar patterns? Ancient civilizations obviously lacked the psychiatric framework that we have today, that goes without saying. They didn't write clinical case notes using terms like disorder or trauma, but instead, they often explained strange or dysfunctional behavior in moral, religious, or even supernatural terms. A warrior breaking down or crying or withdrawing from society might more so be seen as a curse by the gods, afflicted by an evil spirit, or simply, in rather unfeeling terms, they'd call him a coward. But despite all this, ancient observers were keenly attuned to human experience. Many were excellent storytellers and philosophers who described human fears with grief and rich detail. And by reading their works closely, we can certainly find descriptions that resonate strongly with what we now identify as post-traumatic stress symptoms. But we should also consider that not every era or culture would have equally high rates of PTSD. Psychological trauma depends on many factors: the nature and duration of combat, the society's support systems, even how acceptable it is for a warrior to acknowledge fear or weakness. So, some scholars rightly caution that assuming PTSD had to exist in the past is a little bit too simplistic. Perhaps ancient warriors were more prepared for brutality due to their harsh upbringings, or those severely affected might not survive, or would simply be shunned, leaving fewer records of their plight, no stories left to tell. But on the other hand, there are the fundamentals of just being human: the fear of death, attachment to comrades, guilt over killing. They seem to have not changed. War in antiquity was up close and personal, hand-to-hand combat with swords, spears. If you were lucky, you'd be away at a distance with an arrow, with a bow and arrow rather, that is until the cavalry come and charge at you. Sometimes it could even get down to fist fights and all the rest, men literally choking each other to death on the ground. Of course, soldiers saw and felt the blood of both enemies and friends, so it would be surprising if no one had lasting nightmares after enduring such an event. One can only think about that. So with these things in mind, our approach will be to let these sources speak for themselves as much as possible. We'll focus on primary accounts, that is, historians, poets, dramatists, even the occasional soldier themselves. And without stretching too much, we'll look for signs of psychological trauma. But when we do encounter those signs, we'll look at them carefully and acknowledge a cultural lens from which they were described. Well, let's go through chronologically first. Well, the earliest known writings to hint at war-related trauma come from the ancient Near East, particularly Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization, and also the cradle of constant warfare, unfortunately for them. Clay tablets from Mesopotamia written in cuneiform script include what modern scholars recognize as medical texts and incantations. Among these are descriptions of afflictions by soldiers that sound startlingly familiar. A recent study of Assyrian cuneiform texts dating between roughly 1300 and 600 BCE suggests that Assyrian soldiers were very well aware of people exhibiting what we would call these post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. The soldiers were part of the Assyrian army, a force engaged in near constant campaigns of conquest across Near East. According to researchers who compiled and translated the tablets, some passages described warriors who returned from battle complaining of seeing ghosts or hearing spirits talking to them. But crucially, these apparitions are said to be ghosts of people that the soldiers had killed in combat, which certainly makes things a little different. In the Assyrian worldview, if a man kept seeing the face of someone that he killed, it wasn't an inner flashback or guilt, but it was an actual angry ghost coming back to torment him. So one can imagine an Assyrian veteran walking through his village at night, convinced that the angry soul of an enemy lurks in the shadow, whispering curses. Vengeance. Well, such descriptions, I don't think anyone can argue against them strongly resembling the hallucinations of intrusive memories reported by some modern combat veterans. For example, a veteran of hand-to-hand fighting might in waking nightmares see the faces of those he killed over and over again. The Assyrian texts go further, too, to record sleep disturbances and even depression in these soldiers. An Assyrian healer might note that a certain fighter cannot sleep, or when he does, he has terrible nightmares, and is listless or low in spirit during the day, unable to find joy after returning from war. But then there's the next question. How did the ancient Mesopotamians attempt to treat this haunting? They had to do something, right? Of course, their understanding was framed not in medical terms, but rather spiritual. The condition was often attributed to malevolent spirits of the unburied or vengeful dead, and therefore healing would involve exorcisms or purification rituals. Priests or healers recited incantations to appease or expel the ghost. In some cases, the prescribed remedy might be to make offerings to the gods or the troubled spirit. For instance, a ritual burial by proxy for the enemy's ghost, or amulets to ward off the spectre. Pretty much they recognized the soldier's suffering as very real and serious, even if they explained it as a supernatural attack rather than an internal psychological trauma. And this shows a key point, I think. Ancient societies acknowledged the invisible wounds of war, but they viewed them through a prism of religion and even a little superstition. But the fact is that a pattern was observed, soldiers overwhelmed by guilt and fear manifesting as ghostly visions, and that speaks to the universality of the experience. It's just that the hypothesis is a little different. Well, turning to another ancient Near Eastern culture, in the Old Testament, we see some insight into how the early Israelites thought about the psychological toll of killing. Now, while the Bible does not explicitly narrate a case of a soldier with nightmares, it does contain laws and narratives that imply an understanding of war's emotional and spiritual burden. For example, the book of Numbers, chapter 31, there is a striking command given to Israelite soldiers who have returned from battle, that they must stay outside the camp for a week, purify themselves and their captives, and cleanse with water on the 3rd and 7th days, before rejoining with the polite society. well, the impurity was likely considered a spiritual one. In fact, contact with death was a defilement in Jewish law, which, well, that makes war kind of difficult, doesn't it? But we can also read it quite symbolically. It gave soldiers a structured transition period to kind of decompress and process what they had done before going home to their families. It's as if the community recognized that a man who killed in battle should not immediately walk back into normal life without doing some reflection and ritual to debrief and reset himself, kind of shake off, or even, well, wash off the literal blood from his clothes and hands. And then we have Deuteronomy 28. An even more humane insight appears in instructions given before battle. The officers are told to proclaim, quote, "What man is there who is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go back to his house, lest he make the heart of his brethren melt as his heart." In other words, a soldier who was terrified, perhaps paralyzed by fear, was given official permission to bow out of combat and return home, rather than demoralize the others. This remarkable rule acknowledges that intense fear can grip a person in war to the point of impairing them, and rather than punish such a man, the law suggests compassion and a practical desire to keep the army's morale steady. Well, while this is about acute fear before or during the battle, not long-term trauma afterwards, it does show a timeless truth that not everyone has the stomach for it, and ancient leaders knew that some minds would be unable to cope. But of course, once again, who is going to stand among all of their peers in their village and put their hand up and expose themselves as, well, what everyone is going to pretty much view as a coward? Let that one person go home while everybody else goes and does the dirty work. Kinda hard to walk around the village market with that reputation. In any case, we even find narratives and hints of psychological struggles. Consider the figure of King Saul in the books of Samuel. Saul is a warrior king who fights in many battles, and after a particularly harrowing series of events, including warfare and personal betrayal, Saul is described as being tormented by an evil spirit, causes bouts of rage and depression. He becomes paranoid. He falls into despair, and he requires the young David to play the lyre to soothe him. Some have speculated that Saul's deteriorating mental state might reflect the strain of constant warfare and guilt. He orders massacres. He faces defeat. Well, ultimately, it leads to his tragic death on the battlefield, not by being slain by an enemy, but by taking his own life. The biblical writers attribute his madness to God's displeasure. But we can look a bit deeper in hindsight. You could also view Saul as a case of a warrior king cracking under the added psychological pressure, a very human betrayal amid the theological frame. Well, let's turn to ancient Greece now. We step into a culture that actually left behind a vast swath of literature grappling with war's impact on humans that we're quite lucky to still have. The Greeks of the classical period, that is the 5th to 4th centuries BCE, were frequently at war. You had the Persian Wars, you had the Peloponnesian War, and then when the Greeks weren't busy fighting the Persians, they were busy fighting themselves in endless city-state conflicts. Many citizens were soldiers at some point. It's just the way it was. Well, Greek writings, from epic poetry to drama and history, provide some of the most vivid illustrations of what we can recognize now as psychological trauma, even if couched in mythic or dramatic terms. So let's explore the Greek perspectives by looking at 3 areas: the mythic heroes of epic poetry, the tragedies of Athens, and the historical accounts by authors like Herodotus that recorded real incidents of what might be called battle shock. Start with the Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey. Though not eyewitness history, no one's arguing for that point, but there were certainly foundational cultural tales that reflected Greek experiences and values around warfare. They were composed around the 8th century BCE, drawing on even earlier oral traditions, and would have been familiar to every Greek in classical times. These epics do not diagnose PTSD, of course, but they paint the emotional lives of warriors in a way that later readers and even some modern scholars have interpreted as remarkably insightful about war trauma. Take Achilles in the Iliad, for example. Achilles is the greatest warrior at the siege of Troy, nearly invincible on the battlefield. Yet his story is essentially one of psychological crisis. Early in the epic, Achilles is offended and angered by his commander Agamemnon's disrespect, a comrade in arms conflict, I suppose, and he withdraws from battle not out of fear but out of moral injury. His honor had been wounded. And so when his beloved comrade Patroclus is killed in battle while Achilles is sulking, Achilles experiences an explosion of grief and guilt. His reaction is extreme. He weeps, then his sorrow turns to uncontrollable wrath. He rejoins the fight with a single-minded fury to avenge his friend Patroclus, displaying a kind of berserker behavior that might today be recognized as an acute stress reaction or survivor's guilt-fueled rage. Achilles' defining rampage culminates in him desecrating the corpse of Hector, the enemy champion. He drags Hector's body from his chariot repeatedly. This act shocked the ancient audiences. It violates the norms of respect for the dead. Why would Achilles, once noble, once following the conventions of war, suddenly do something so savage? Of course, one interpretation is that Achilles has been psychologically pushed beyond his normal limits by the loss of his friend and the cumulative brutality of war. His humanity has eroded to the point where he's described as savage and inhuman in his anger. Some modern commentators, like psychologist Jonathan Shea in his book Achilles in Vietnam, 1994, have drawn parallels between Achilles' mental state and that of modern soldiers who lose comrades. He argues Achilles shows signs of combat trauma and moral injury, betrayal by leadership, and grief drive him into a state of lethal rage and alienation from normal virtues, much as some of Vietnam veterans described feeling. The rules went out the window after one of your friends died, leading to excessive and vengeful violence. Well, eventually in the Iliad, Achilles returns to humanity only when he meets King Priam, who begs for Hector's body. In a profoundly emotional scene, Achilles breaks down weeping with his enemy's father, sharing the sorrow. Both of them had lost someone important to them. It's as if only an empathetic confrontation with grief allows him to begin healing from his psychological wound. Achilles' story, while mythical, suggests the Greeks understood that even the strongest warrior is psychologically vulnerable, and that intense grief and rage from war can drive one to irrational cruelty. But now consider Odysseus, the crafty hero of the Odyssey. If Achilles represents the trauma of war's violence, Odysseus represents the trauma of returning home. The Odyssey is fundamentally about a warrior's struggle to reintegrate into normal life after 20 years of continuous strife and troubles. 10 years of war at Troy, and then 10 years of dangerous wandering. Throughout his journey, Odysseus is depicted as weary, yearning for home and emotionally scarred. In one famous episode, Odysseus is shipwrecked in a foreign land, and a bard sings about the Trojan War. Hearing the tale of his own exploits, Odysseus cannot contain his emotions. He covers his face and silently weeps as memories overwhelm him. And that's a powerful portrayal of a veteran triggered into grief by reminders of combat, much like a war veteran today might be moved to tears or distress by a war story or song. Once Odysseus finally arrives home in Ithaca, he doesn't bounce joyously into domestic life. Instead, He initially sneaks in disguised, ever suspicious and cautious like a special operations soldier still in mission mode, and he's unable to trust a single person. He famously has difficulty revealing his identity, even to his loyal wife Penelope at first. And when he does that, it is with continued violence, slaughtering the interloping suitors in his hall in a final bloody confrontation. One might interpret Odysseus's homecoming as a study in the combat hypervigilance and difficulty adjusting. He has been in survival mode for so long that he meets any perceived threat with the deadliest of force. Only after he has purged the threat and proven his identity can peace finally return. In later tradition, some stories even suggest Odysseus found it hard to settle and eventually went on another exile, a hint that restlessness of the war veteran could never fully leave him. Then again, while couched in myth, Odysseus' tale captures the profound challenge of transitioning from the battlefield back to the normal life, and that is something that any soldier will attest to. Well, the Athenians of the 5th century BCE also did something quite extraordinary. They regularly gathered to watch tragedies, plays that often dealt with the darkest consequences of war and violence. Many Greek tragedies were written by playwrights who themselves actually fought in wars. Aeschylus, for example, fought at the Battle of Marathon, the great victory over Persia in 490, and supposedly said that his gravestone should remember him as a veteran, not a playwright. It's no surprise, then, that war's psychological aftermath appears as a theme on the Attic stage. One of the most striking examples is Sophocles' tragedy Ajax, performed around 444 BCE. Now, Ajax is one of the Greek heroes of the Trojan War, only second to Achilles in prowess. And Sophocles imagines what happens to him after the war, when honor and purpose have become somewhat muddled. In the play, the Trojan War has ended, and Ajax feels deeply humiliated when Achilles' armor is awarded to Odysseus instead of to him. This perceived betrayal and slighting by his commanders drives Ajax into mental collapse. Enraged and dishonored, Ajax plans to kill his Greek comrades in revenge. But before he can do so, the goddess Athena, in the play's divine intervention, strikes him with a delusional form of madness. Ajax, in a frenzied state, slaughters a herd of livestock, believing them to be his fellow Greek officers. When he comes to his senses and realizes that he's butchered innocent animals in a hallucination, Ajax is overcome with shame and despair. The great warrior, who had survived countless battles unscathed, cannot survive the psychological shame and loss of identity he now experiences. Ajax ultimately takes his own life, falling on his sword. A tragedy arc, eerily foreshadowing what we now know as a pattern. A decorated veteran, post-war, suffering a mix of moral injury, rage, and possibly hallucinations, a psychotic break, eventually culminating in the ending of his own life. Modern audiences can recognize in Ajax a tragedy of early portrait of a warrior who snaps after the fighting is over. Sophocles portrays Ajax sympathetically, not as a monster, but as a fundamentally honorable man undone by unbearable inner turmoil, and not to mention a complete lack of support. The chorus of sailors and his wife Tecmesa in the play express concern and try to reach out to him, but the stigma and gravity of his madness isolate Ajax. His story would resonate with any modern clinician familiar with veterans getting PTSD and having these kinds of issues, eventually taking their own lives if it comes to that. While the Greeks attributed Ajax's initial frenzy to Athena's curse, it's quite clear that Sophocles is also saying, look, even the mightiest can fall to invisible wounds, And how exactly are we meant to treat that? In fact, the latter half of the play debates whether Ajax deserves burial and honor after him taking his own life, indicating a community struggling with how to honor a war hero's ignominious psychological collapse. Ancient Athens thus used the tragedy as a way to cathartically explore the traumas of war, perhaps to instill empathy and caution in their citizen soldiers too. And another relevant tragedy is that of Heracles, also known as Heracles Furens, the madness of Heracles. This one was written by Euripides. In this play, the hero Heracles, also known as Hercules, famous for his strength and his 12 labors, returns home after a final warlike mission only to suffer a sudden bout of divine madness. In a cruel twist orchestrated by the goddess Hera, Heracles, in a deranged fury, kills his own wife and children, mistaking them for enemies. When he wakes up from this murderous trance and sees what he has done, Heracles is devastated. He is on the verge of ending it all, out of overwhelming guilt and horror at what he'd done. But what's striking is how this mythic story mirrors the pattern of combat veterans' violent flashback or uncontrolled rage episodes, followed by profound remorse. In the play, Heracles' friend Theseus arrives and ultimately talks him out of doing the wrong thing, offering support and framing the madness as an external force. Quote, "Some god or some sickness struck you. It was not truly you." Theseus essentially helps Heracles see that he should not blame himself to the point of self-destruction, and he promises Heracles purification and refuge in Athens to start anew. This resolution carries a message. Even a hero can be mentally wounded and do terrible things under that influence. But with compassion and rituals of purification, even he can be saved. The ancient audience would have recognized that war, Heracles had been at war just prior, by the way, brings a miasma, a kind of pollution that can drive a man insane, and that the community has a duty to cleanse and support him afterwards. It's moving that an ancient play identifies social support and absolution as the remedy for a warrior's crushing guilt. In modern terms, we might call that a proto-form of therapy, reframing the trauma as something that happened to the veteran, not solely by him, and providing a path back to a normal life. Of course, Greek tragedy is filled with other, more subtle reflections of war trauma. Aeschylus's play The Persians, 472 BC, is presented from the perspective of the defeated Persian court after Xerxes' failed invasion of Greece. It describes the Persian elders, and even Xerxes himself, reeling in shock and humiliation after the disaster. Xerxes arrives on the stage as a broken man, clothes torn, unable to speak coherently at first, essentially traumatized by the crushing defeat and loss of his army. While this is a national trauma, not an individual PTSD case, it does show the Greeks acknowledge the psychological impact of war even on their enemies. Likewise, Euripides' Trojan Women portrays the survivors of a captured city, the women of Troy, in the throes of grief, despair, and hopelessness after witnessing the destruction of their home. Though not about soldiers, it powerfully conveys post-war trauma from the more civilian perspective. And, well, that's not something that you see too often, of course. Well, the fact that the Athenians watched these plays, which unsparingly depict the misery following war, suggests they were quite conscious that war left deep emotional scars alongside the glories. Well, let's move on a little bit beyond the myth and drama, if it's all the same to you. Because we have actual historical accounts from antiquity that describe rather peculiar reactions of soldiers in war. Let's look at Herodotus first. Once again, grains of salt with him. They call him the father of history, and he wrote the Histories in the 5th century BCE, basically documenting the Greco-Persian wars and a few other tales of the ancient world. He actually had an account of the Battle of Marathon in 490, where he records one of the earliest clear references to combat-induced psychological injury. Now, if you're not aware of it, the Battle of Marathon was a momentous fight, and the Athenians came out on the better side of it, defeating a Persian invasion force against great odds. But amid all the valor, amid all the bravery and all the rest, Herodotus notes a strange prodigy that occurred. An Athenian warrior named Epizelus, son of Cophagarus, was in the thick of fight, behaving bravely, when suddenly he went blind. What's remarkable is that Epizelus was not hit by any weapon. There was no arrow, no sword or spear that touched him. He simply lost his sight in the heat of battle. And this blindness persisted for the rest of his life. Herodotus then relays Epizelus' own account of what he experienced in that moment. Epizelus reported that he saw a giant apparition of a warrior with a huge beard in front of him on the battlefield. This phantom warrior, according to Epizelus, praised him, and instead struck down the main man beside him. Right after witnessing this, all of a sudden everything went black. Epizelus couldn't see a thing. Now this tale is pretty fascinating, both to historians but also to physicians. It strongly suggests that Epizelus suffered what we would now call hysterical blindness or conversion disorder triggered by extreme trauma. A psychological reaction where the mind under unbearable stress or shock disables a bodily function, in this case sight, with very little physical cause. Epizelus' vision of a giant warrior ghost could well have been a hallucinatory flash at the moment of overwhelming terror. Essentially, his mind's way of making sense of a chaotic, lethal situation, well, followed by a psychogenic blindness as his mind just shut down to, well, shut down complete visual input at least, to protect him from seeing any further horrors. And there is a modern parallel that exists. There are documented cases of soldiers in the First and Second World War who went blind or deaf with no injury, but more due to acute stress. Herodotus did not have our terminology, of course, but he faithfully recorded what must have sounded like a miraculous or eerie event. He calls it a prodigy, in Greek, teras, meaning a wonder or sign from the gods. The Greeks might have seen Epizelus as struck by a god or in shock from seeing a deity or spirit on the battlefield. Notably, the interpretation given, a ghostly giant killing the man next to him, resembles those Mesopotamian accounts of ghosts, but Herodotus doesn't really editorialize that much. He leaves it as, quote, "This is what I heard he said happened." In any case, you must imagine poor old Epizelus afterwards, a healthy young man, turned permanently blind in one of the most celebrated battles of antiquity. He likely became a living reminder in Athens that war could bring about inexplicable afflictions. We hear little else of his fate, but presumably he was taken care of as a disabled veteran. Many today cite Epizelus as the earliest recorded case of wartime post-traumatic stress, and it's compelling evidence, too, that Greek observers, when confronted with a veteran who had a psychological breakdown, decided to note it for posterity. Herodotus also hints at other psychological aspects of war. He describes battle where panic spreads through armies. In fact, the word panic actually originates from the god Pan, who supposedly could instill irrational terror in crowds. Think about it. Panic. The more you know. Well, at the Battle of Marathon, the Greeks later said that Pan had lent his aid by causing a panic among the Persian troops. We could read this as a mythologizing of what was likely a psychological phenomenon. One side broke and fled in fear as things turned against them, and the Greeks, rather than describing the Persians as simply afraid, attributed this to the divine influence. Again, a divine explanation masks a keen awareness of mass fear responses in battle. Greek medical writers of the time too, such as Hippocrates, rarely mention specific war neuroses, but they do discuss extreme emotional stress. The Hippocratic treatises talk about phobias and how fright can cause physical symptoms, and they also recognize that the mind and body are linked in illness. One could imagine that physicians encountered veterans with lingering maladies. That's what we might label as psychosomatic, like constant fatigue or heart palpitations, this kind of thing, and might attribute these to humoral imbalances triggered by exertion and fear. For example, an ancient doctor might say a soldier's black bile humor was agitated by seeing bloodshed, causing melancholia, or in more modern terms, depression. And even without surviving texts explicitly saying so, such frameworks, we can say they likely existed. Well, let's move on to Rome. We find a society that idealized discipline, endurance, and, of course, that stoic warrior spirit. The Roman legions were famed for their ironclad training and organization, and Roman cultural values praised the soldier who was dutiful, fearless, and most of all, loyal. As for cowardice, you could expect that to be harshly punished. For instance, units that fled battle might undergo decimation, that is, the execution of every 10th man, as a brutal lesson. Given this ethos, one might assume that the Romans would rarely acknowledge psychological trauma in their ranks, and indeed Roman historians and writers did not often dwell on soldiers trembling at the thought of old battles. That would have been an uncomfortable topic for a culture of such martial pride. However, if we read between the lines and gather some later accounts, there is a picture that emerges of Roman soldiers being as human as anyone else. They too could break down under stress, or carry heavy emotional burdens from their campaigns, and in a few cases, Roman authors explicitly described what the classic PTSD symptoms looked like in their contemporaries. One remarkable account comes to us from Plutarch, a Greek biographer writing under the Roman Empire, as around the late 1st to early 2nd century CE. In his Life of Marius, Plutarch chronicles the career of Gaius Marius, a great Roman general and statesman of the late 2nd century BCE. Marius had a long and bloody career, quite frankly. He defeated invading Germanic tribes in battles often involving horrific, one-sided slaughter. He fought in civil wars, and even at one point he was exiled and endured much hardship before returning to seize power in Rome. In Plutarch's narrative of Marius' final years, we find an astonishing description of a battle-hardened general, essentially suffering a mental breakdown. After Marius turns 70 and finds himself embattled in yet another civil conflict, this time facing his rival Sulla, Plutarch says that Marius became exhausted and haunted by his past experiences. The text describes Marius as, quote, worn out with toils, deluged with anxieties. He could not sustain his spirit. He was facing the prospect of more conflict, and having been through so many wars, he began to feel overwhelming dread at the thought of another round of it. In Plutarch's words, Marius's spirit shook within him, as he again faced terrors known by experience to be dreadful. Now that phrase is telling, isn't it? Marius's fear was not of the unknown, but precisely of what he knew war entailed, and how it was going to make him feel, how it was going to hit everyone. This seasoned general, who had seen and survived everything from barbarian hordes to political massacres, was now tortured by memory and anticipation. Plutarch goes on. Marius, quote, fell into a state of dreadful despair, and was a prey to nightly terrors and harassing dreams. And here we have, once again, plainly stated, a case of a veteran with chronic nightmares about his battles. Marius would wake from sleep in panic. He reportedly kept having a particular dream or auditory hallucination of a voice repeating a line, "Dreadful indeed is the lion's lair, even if it's empty," which apparently symbolized that even when immediate threats were gone, His mind remained trapped in fear. To escape these waking nightmares, Marius started to drink heavily, at odd hours too, hoping to induce sleep without dreams. This self-medication with alcohol is also tragically familiar, I think. Well, plenty of people who are having these kinds of issues, a coping mechanism of sorts. Plutarch basically paints a textbook picture, I think. Insomnia, nightmares, flashbacks, anxiety, depression, and substance abuse, all in a Roman general from the 1st century BCE. Marius's condition worsened when news came that his enemy Sulla was nearing Rome. The combination of his psychological strain and perhaps physical illness just proved to be too much, and Plutarch reports that Marius took to his bed and died a few days later, seemingly from fever exacerbated by stress. Some versions even say that Marius is feverish in delirium at the end, imagining himself back on the battlefield, shouting out commands, a haunting image of a warrior whose mind cannot escape the war even at the moment of death. This account from Plutarch is pretty valuable. You see, it strips away the usual Roman facade of invincibility, and it shows a venerable Roman hero in a very vulnerable light. It suggests that Romans did recognize such phenomena, at least in hindsight or private whispers. It may be no coincidence that Plutarch was writing in Greek for a somewhat Greek-educated audience. Perhaps a Roman writer would not have emphasized Marius's breakdown in such open terms. But still, the information had to come from somewhere, likely from anecdotes preserved about Marius's behavior. In any case, it's a pretty classic case of late-onset PTSD. After a whole lifetime of keeping up that veneer, trying to hold it together, the stiff upper lip sort of thing, well, all that cognitive trauma finally caught up with him. Poor Marius. You must feel sorry for these sorts of people, right? It's not good to hear any of this. Well, another example from Roman times is recorded by the historian Appian in the 2nd century CE. Appian, in writing about the civil wars around the time of Augustus, that is the end of the Roman Republic, tells of a veteran named Cestius Macedonicus. During the chaos of those civil wars when Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, was capturing a town that Cestius lived in, this old legionary could not bear to face what was coming. Rather than be caught in another bloody sack of a city, Cestius barricaded himself in his house, set it on fire, and burned himself alive. Well, this was noted by Appian presumably because of its shocking nature, and we can interpret Cestius' actions in a couple of ways. Perhaps it was a calculated choice to avoid capture and humiliation. Things like this did happen in antiquity for reasons of honor and practicality. But perhaps, as one military historian has speculated, Cestius had witnessed such horrors in previous wars that he was mentally undone at the prospect of reliving them. His self-immolation could be seen as an extreme symptom of dramatic fear and hopelessness, completely panic-driven. It's impossible to diagnose at a distance, that's for sure. But it does show that some veterans would go to fatal lengths when the worst possibilities closed in all around them. But we must also consider how ordinary Roman soldiers might have fared. While we lack personal letters or diaries from the rank-and-file legionaries describing their torment, such writings are rare to begin with, to be honest, there are a few clues. For example, tombstone inscriptions sometimes speak of the hardships of long service. One retired centurion's epitaph mentioned that he, quote, lived as a soldier for 30 years and saw many horrors before retiring to a farm. Well, that hints at memories he carries, of course. Roman military doctors mainly dealt with physical injuries, you see, but there was an awareness of a nervous disease and the shocks that could affect health. The Roman medical writer Galen discusses this, and he even mentions cases of people who died of fright or developed chronic illness from a scare. It is plausible that army physicians encountered troops with what we'd call panic attacks or depressive episodes, and tried treatments like herbal sedatives. Roman military tradition did include some practices that might alleviate trauma. One was the concept of decursus. After a battle, Roman troops would conduct a march or exercise to wind down and reorganize. This resembles a modern idea of decompression. Keep the troops busy and unified, so they don't dwell immediately on the carnage they've seen. Another practice was that victorious armies held triumphs and made offerings to the gods, which could also serve as a psychological closure of sorts. Soldiers in a triumph were hailed as heroes, and this public appreciation might help offset any private doubts or guilt. And then there was religious rites. Mars, the god of war, had to be ritually appeased after campaigns. The festival called Armilustrium was held in Rome each year to purify weapons and warriors, a sort of spiritual cleansing of the blood on them. Additionally, as noted earlier, sources claim that in some cases the Vestal Virgins, priestesses of Vesta in Rome that is, performed a ceremonial bathing of returning soldiers to wash away the corruption of war. This intriguing detail suggests that Romans literally tried to wash off the grime of combat from their men. And one can see how such a ritual, if practiced, would convey to soldiers that their community understood that they'd been through something polluting and wanted to restore them to civic life. But despite these measures, it's likely that many Roman veterans just struggled in quiet. Consider the sheer number of wars. The legions were almost constantly engaged on some frontier, and some soldiers served up to 25 years, seeing repeated bloody engagements. Ancient commentators noted phenomena we'd now link to combat stress. For example, after the horrific Battle of Cannae in 216, where tens of thousands of Roman soldiers were killed by Hannibal's forces, the Roman state took measures to psychologically bolster survivors and the populace. They imposed mourning limits to prevent endless public mourning that could paralyze society, and they performed special religious rites to expiate the defeat. The trauma of the loss lingered in Rome's cultural memory for generations. Survivors of Cannae were initially shamed. They were formed into undersupplied legions and banished to Sicily for the remainder of the war as punishment for surviving a defeat. Which is telling, by the way. It shows a rather cruel approach. Those who lived through annihilation were stigmatized, as if they were kind of tainted. So you can only imagine the mental state of those survivors of Cannae, kept away from Rome because their defeat was seen as bad luck. They eventually redeemed themselves in later battles, but individually, we can't really be sure. Some may have carried nightmares onto the battlefield littered with 50,000 Roman corpses. Hard to push that to the back of your mind, that's for sure. But interestingly, even an ice-cold leader like Julius Caesar himself experienced possible stress reactions. There is an anecdote that after his great victory at Pharsalus in 48 BCE, where he defeated his rival Pompey in the Roman Civil War, Caesar, upon surveying the battlefield with Roman dead, and that's from both sides, by the way, had an episode of trembling, and when he went back to his tent, he broke down into tears. Some sources say he was found crying and said something like, "They wanted this. After all I've accomplished, I would have been condemned had I lost." It hints at the emotional weight he felt, killing not so many just people, but fellow Romans. Caesar also suffered from episodes of what some think were epileptic seizures. Some historians speculate that these could have been stress-induced or psychosomatic in part, though most likely they were medical, that is, epileptic. Still, it is quite clear that even the most triumphant of generals felt the inner toil of the slaughter they witnessed, and sometimes the slaughter they caused. Another Roman figure to consider is Emperor Augustus, that is, Octavian also. After decades of civil war, Augustus established peace, that is, the Pax Romana, but sources tell us that he was certainly not free from personal ghosts. Suetonius, in his biography of Augustus, mentions Augustus experienced nightmares about his early battles, and sometimes would awaken in the middle of the night and wander the palace, unable to get any rest. He was known to be extremely reluctant to talk about certain painful events, like the loss of 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest, a disaster that haunted him. He was known to cry out, "Give me back my legions," in anguish. Augustus's case is one of a leader who won in the end, sure, but he suffered mental anguish, remembering the carnage and defeats. Overall, in Rome, we see a pretty complex picture. There's this cultural veneer of toughness and a tacit expectation to just get on with it. But underneath all that, there's the human reality. And that human reality every now and then comes out to assert itself. Some Romans, like Marius, succumb to delayed traumatic stress. Others, like those nameless soldiers who likely drank or acted out, they must have had their struggles largely unrecorded, except when they manifested dramatically through violence or crime. The Romans, with their practical mindset, did implement rituals and rewards for veterans, land grants for retired soldiers. For instance, they gave many an incentive to focus on farming and family after service, a constructive outlet. Yet, just as today, not everyone adjusted so smoothly. The fact that we have a few candid stories of psychological breakdowns indicates that ancient observers noticed these patterns, even if they lacked a unified theory to explain them. But one thing is sure, whether it's 3,000 years ago, or all the way into the Vietnam War or current conflicts, once a soldier, always a soldier. And so, of course, the answer is pretty obvious. The question is, did ancient soldiers get PTSD? And the answer is yes. I suppose in everything all but name. All the way from the Bronze Age up to the Roman Empire, we have those accounts of soldiers and veterans exhibiting the classic signs. But crucially, we got to remember that ancient societies, they didn't quite know how to deal with it, but they didn't ignore this phenomena. They may not have generalized into a medical diagnosis, but they recorded individual cases and did the best they could to deal with them. The concept that war could wound the mind was present implicitly, and in a world without modern science, people turned to what they knew: community, religion, ritual, to try and make sense of it all and help those afflicted. Of course, it's pretty poignant to think that a Greek hoplite returning from the Peloponnesian War could sit in an amphitheater and watch a play like Heracles and Ajax, and perhaps feel, wow, he's just like me. I'm not alone. Even those legendary heroes, they felt the same as I do. Well, that's a validation and comfort that stretches across millennia, that's for sure. A late summer day, AD 79, business as usual in the prosperous Roman city of Pompeii. Shopkeepers traded in the forum, families tended to household chores, and the looming spectre of Mount Vesuvius was just a part of the all-familiar landscape. But by the next dawn, this entire world had been plunged into darkness and ruin. Witnesses at the time, and later historians, vividly describe how day was turned into night, and light into darkness as the volcano erupted. A cataclysm of fire and ash. Not just Pompeii, But the neighboring towns of Herculaneum, Stabiae, and Oplontis met a sudden and harrowing fate. We've got plenty of information to piece the story together, and we're going to rely on a mix of primary sources of the time and a bit of modern archaeology that backs up the old voices. But before getting into the eruption itself, it's best we understand why Pompeii was so important. Understand the volcano, too, and the signs, subtle or perhaps glaring, that preceded the disaster. But let me welcome you first. It's good to see you coming back to the channel. Perhaps you're returning, or perhaps you're new. To all the newcomers, I invite you to subscribe. It's only a click away, and it's conveniently located right next to the like button. And thank you for everyone supporting on the Patreon and the merch store, helping keep the channel ad-free. Now, how about we begin now, and look at Pompeii and its slumbering giant Vesuvius. So here we are, 79 AD, in the flourishing Campanian city of Pompeii. Campania, a region celebrated for its fertile soil and coastal beauty. The place to be. Positioned near the Bay of Naples, Pompeii was a bustling center of commerce and leisure. Streets lined with shops, taverns, and bathhouses, and even an amphitheater. In fact, it was the oldest known permanent amphitheater in the Roman world, and that ought to attract the tourists, that's for sure. As for the population of Pompeii, estimated to be around 12,000 or more, they lived in a thriving community, where everyday life left its imprint. Archaeologists have uncovered election graffiti on walls, carbonized loaves of bread left in ovens, and even personal tokens like jewelry and tools. Old Testament to a normal day interrupted mid-stride. Overlooking all of this, of course, was the imposing Mount Vesuvius, a mountain that the Pompeians regarded as benign. In fact, the very word volcano did not exist in the Latin vocabulary at the time. People knew Vesuvius as a mountain, albeit one with a history of strange rumblings and occasional plumes of smoke. Of course, Vesuvius had not erupted in living memory, but it was not altogether quiet. The geographer Strabo, writing a few decades earlier, noted that the mountain's fertile slopes grew vines, except at the summit, which appeared ashen and sterile, hinting at old fires beneath. Well, indeed, according to the late historian Cassius Dio, Vesuvius once, quote, was equally high at all points, until an inner part collapsed to form a great hollow, an ancient caldera, ringed by still verdant ridges. Within that central hollow, he wrote, fire rose from the center. The crater is given over to the fire, sending smoke by day and flames by night. In Dio's description, penned over a century later, Vesuvius was recognized as having inexhaustible fountains of fire beneath it. To the scholars of the time, of course, these were pretty noteworthy natural phenomena. But to the inhabitants of Pompeii in 79 AD, Vesuvius was simply a dramatic backdrop to their lives, not really a known threat. Well, although no one in Pompeii expected a volcanic cataclysm, especially to the extent it was going to be, the years leading up to the eruption were not entirely uneventful. In fact, 17 years earlier, in 62 AD, a powerful earthquake struck Campania, causing extensive damage in Pompeii and surrounding areas. The philosopher Seneca the Younger a contemporary observer, dedicated part of his work, Naturales Questions, to this earthquake. In a detailed account, Seneca noted that, quote, Pompeii, the celebrated city in Campania, has been overwhelmed in an earthquake which shook all surrounding districts. The tremor toppled buildings in both Pompeii and Herculaneum. He reports part of Herculaneum fell. The buildings left standing were very insecure. But even towns further away, like Naples, for example, felt the shock too. Villas along the coast, everywhere, shook. Particularly eerie were the after effects, according to Seneca. A flock of 600 sheep died suddenly, when he attributed to poison gases released from the ground. He also mentioned statues splitting, and some people being driven mad by fear, wandering around in a daze. This earthquake caused considerable destruction. Some buildings in Pompeii were never fully repaired, and I suppose it served as a bit of a grim warning, rumbling beneath the prosperity of the region. Of course, the worst was yet to come. In the years after 62 AD, smaller tremors were common in Campania. These were disconcerting but not alarming to residents. As Pliny the Younger later remarked, earthquakes happened so often in Campania that they bred a fatal complacency. Indeed, in the days leading up to the eruption in 79 AD, earth tremors became frequent. Pliny the Younger, who was staying west of Pompeii in Misenum, recorded that for several days prior, the earth tremors were not especially alarming because they happened so often. The night before the eruption, however, the quakes grew so strong that his mother woke him as the house shook violently. These pre-shocks caused some damage. Pliny notes that buildings were already tottering, by early morning ready to collapse, all before the eruption had even happened. But still, neither Pliny's household nor most people in Pompeii realized these tremors were an ominous prelude to an unprecedented disaster, a crescendo of sorts. But life went on in the city, with only slight unease. In Pompeii, some citizens might have been repairing cracks in walls or sweeping up fallen tiles, but there was no mass exodus, no panic. The prevailing attitude was that the gods, particularly Vulcan, the god of fire, whose festival, the Vulcanalia, fell intriguingly on August 23rd, would keep them safe. After all, he always did. Well, traditionally, the eruption of Vesuvius is said to have begun on the 24th of August, 79 AD, and we base this on the letters of Pliny the Younger. Pliny's original manuscript has unfortunately not survived, and the date comes from copies transmitted in the Middle Ages. However, there has been debate over the actual time of year the disaster struck, and it's probably best that we talk about it. Some evidence suggests an autumn eruption, perhaps in October or November, rather than late August. For instance, excavations at Pompeii have uncovered the remnants of autumnal fruits like pomegranates and walnuts, and even braziers, that is, portable heaters in use. Now that hints at a cooler weather. Victims have been found wearing heavier clothing that one would expect in high summer. One early modern excavator in 1797 reported finding remains of fresh olives and grapes that would typically be harvested in the fall. Additionally, the prevailing wind pattern in August would normally blow volcanic ash to the west, but Pompeii lies southeast of Vesuvius. The heavy ash fall in that direction is more consistent with the autumn wind patterns of the region. Now these clues led some scholars to favor a later date for the eruption, and there's certainly an argument for it. But nevertheless, most medieval manuscripts of Pliny's letters unequivocally cite the 9th day before the calends of September, i.e., August 24th, as the start of the eruption. Well, recent analysis of the manuscript tradition agree that there's no strong textual evidence to override the August date. Thus, while the precise date remains a topic of discussion, perhaps not quite debate, but discussion, what is beyond dispute is the sequence of events that Pliny and others described, whether those took place in high summer or early autumn. Well, for the purposes of our time together today, we will be following the traditional timeline, keeping in mind the season might have been later than long assumed. Midday, 24th of August, 79 AD. Early in this afternoon, all was seemingly normal in Pompeii and around the Bay of Naples, a day like any other. But then shortly, after the noon hour, the people of Pompeii witnessed a phenomenon unlike anything in living memory. Pliny the Younger, a 17-year-old staying with his famous uncle Pliny the Elder across the Bay of Misenum, gives us an eyewitness description of the volcano's sudden awakening. Around 1 in the afternoon, Pliny's mother pointed out an extraordinary cloud rising above Vesuvius. Pliny describes it as having, quote, an odd size and appearance, resembling a stone pine tree, a tall trunk rising high and then spreading out into the branches. But what they saw was the eruption column, a pillar of ash and pumice propelled skyward by the initial explosion, which then billowed outward at the top. The cloud's color alternated between light and dark as it carried up soil and ash that made parts of it mottled and dirty. And this was the birth of what volcanologists call a Plinian eruption. That is one column named appropriately after Pliny's detailed account. But to the people on the ground, the sight was both bewildering and incredible. In Pompeii, just a few miles from the volcano, the sky would have begun to darken as fine ash started to drift down. Many residents likely stopped in their tracks to watch the great cloud climb into the sky, not really knowing the danger they were in. And there was probably little immediate panic in the first moments. After all, no one really knew what was going to come next. Back at Misenum, observing from a safe distance, Pliny the Elder's scientific curiosity was piqued. The elder Pliny was not only the naval commander of the fleet at Misenum, but also a renowned naturalist. In fact, he was the author of the encyclopedic Natural History. Upon seeing the unusual cloud, he, quote, saw at once that it deserved closer study, and decided to sail across the bay to get a better look. He called for a boat to be prepared, and invited his nephew Pliny the Younger to come along with him. But the young man actually chose to stay behind and continue his studies, rather than engaging in more practical work. Well, this was a rather prudent decision. It would mean that one Pliny the Younger survived to tell the tale, whereas Pliny the Elder sailed into oblivion. So, as Pliny the Elder was preparing to depart, a message arrived from a woman named Rectina, the wife of a friend who owned a villa at the foot of Vesuvius. Rectina was in urgent need of rescue. With the sudden eruption, the sea was the only possible escape route for those along the coast directly below the volcano. Her plea for help instantly transformed Pliny's mission from a spirit of scientific curiosity into one of a heroic rescue effort. Ordering the war galleys to launch, Pliny the Elder set sail straight toward the danger. Everyone else was leaving in fear and haste, according to him. and this courageous response would later be hailed by his nephew. What began as an inquiry by a naturalist became, in Pliny the Younger's words, an act undertaken as a true hero. Back in Pompeii, the situation escalated rapidly. By mid-afternoon, Vesuvius was raining debris down upon the city. First came a fine ash, then ever larger fragments of pumice stone, white and light in weight at first, but then darker, denser rocks as the eruption intensified. Witnesses described the pumice and rocks as blackened and burnt by the fire of the volcano. The build-up of pumice on the roofs began to cause tiles to slip and buildings to creak. As hour followed hour, the weight of falling debris crushed some structures, trapping people who had taken shelter inside. Many residents, seeing their homes threatened, ventured out into the streets amidst a ceaseless shower of ash and stone, the beginning of a long and dark nightmare. By the evening, Pompeii was engulfed in a darkness blacker and denser than any night. The choking ash-filled air would have obscured the sun well before its usual setting time. People needed torches to see, as if it were in the deep of midnight. Breathing became increasingly difficult. Fine ash particles clogged the lungs of anyone who strayed outdoors for too long. Many tried to shield their heads from falling objects. Pliny the Younger notes that at Stabiae, on the opposite side of the bay, his uncle's party tied pillows over their heads with cloths for protection against the pumice stones. Well, we can certainly imagine Pompeii's inhabitants improvising similar protection with cushions, cloaks, or really anything that they had at hand. And one can also picture the scenes of general desperation, families huddling together under staircases or down in cellars, wealthy citizens loading a few prized possessions into carts in hopes of getting out of there, and neighbors panically calling out in the darkness. Cassius Dio, compiling accounts long after, wrote that many in the city were caught completely unaware, quote, while its populace was seated in the theater. This particular detail, the image of an audience in Pompeii's theater buried alive, might be an embellishment, sure, but it is in the nature of the suddenness of the calamity. It is possible that some people were indeed at a performance, or otherwise congregated, when the eruption began, especially if, as some evidence suggests, that a local festival was occurring. Whether in the theater or in the forum, once the pumice started falling, public gatherings would have been dissolved into chaos. Dio describes people in utter confusion, quote, fleeing, some from the houses into the streets, others from outside into the houses, each convinced that the place they had left was safer from where they were. Now this observation captures the panic, don't you think? There was no obvious refuge anywhere. Danger all around. Staying indoors risked collapse, and going outside brought pelting debris and darkness. Some residents attempted to escape the city entirely, pushing through the falling ash in search of gates leading out toward the open countryside, or at least down to the harbor. And so, throughout the night, Pompeii was being slowly but surely buried. Pumice and ash accumulated in astonishing volume. By modern estimates, over 5 meters, that is 16 feet of fallout, would ultimately cover Pompeii, much of it from the first hours of the eruption. Periodically, the eruption column, reaching tens of kilometers high, lost strength and collapsed, sending new blasts of hot gas and ash surging down the volcano's flanks. These phenomena, known as pyroclastic density currents, would become the deadliest phase of the eruption by early next morning. But even before the currents hit Pompeii, the deepening ash was already wreaking havoc. Pliny's account from Misenum, further away, where only ash and not the lethal surges had reached, gives a sense of what it was like. By that late night, ash was falling so heavily in his area that they had continually to shake it off to avoid being buried, quote, or we would have been crushed and buried under its weight. In Pompeii, much closer to Vesuvius, this threat was magnified. Many who had not escaped by late night likely found movement increasingly difficult. Streets were filling with debris, ankles or knees sinking into hot pumice, roofs and floors collapsing under the accumulations of stone. Archaeology provides a pretty heart-rending confirmation of these final moments. Hollow cavities in compacted ash, discovered by excavators centuries later, revealed where human bodies had once lain. By pouring plaster into these voids, archaeologists have recovered the plaster casts of Pompeii's victims, frozen at the moment of death. We can see families curled up together, individuals in prone positions with arms raised over their heads, and even a dog twisted on its back, all suffocated, or at least struck down by the onslaught of ash. Now these casts are a direct visual echo of Pliny's written words about the people being buried deep in ash-like snow. Some victims in Pompeii likely died from roofs caving in or from rocks striking them, but many succumbed to suffocation as ash filled the air in their lungs. It grew quiet in Pompeii by midnight, as those still alive waited in the darkness, the city illuminated intermittently by lurid flashes of lightning within the volcanic cloud. But the worst was yet to come. And so, while Pompeii struggled under the falling ash and pumice during the afternoon and evening, the seaside town of Herculaneum, directly northwest of Vesuvius, faced a different timeline. The wind during the eruption's first phase blew most ash southeast, towards Pompeii, that is, sparing Herculaneum from heavy pumice fall. At least, at first. Many Herculaneans, seeing the eruption cloud and feeling earthquakes, may have taken the opportunity to evacuate in the relative calm before nightfall. Indeed, for a long time, archaeologists found far fewer victims in Herculaneum compared to those of Pompeii, and that would suggest a successful evacuation. But for hours, Herculaneum's sky would have been black and thunderous, lit by the fiery spectacle at the mountain's summit. But the town was not yet buried on the first evening. Yet, this respite was deceptive. Herculaneum's true destruction would be sudden and total. Around the middle of the night, the eruptive column entered a more violent stage and collapsed, sending the first pyroclastic surge racing down toward the coast. And in an instant, a scorching cloud of gas, ash, and rock, hundreds of degrees hot, by the way, blasted into Herculaneum. This surge, traveling at hurricane-like speeds, brooked no escape. The town was engulfed by a superheated pyroclastic surge estimated at over 800 degrees Celsius, that is 1500 Fahrenheit. At such temperatures, death was nearly instantaneous for anyone remaining. Modern studies of skeletal remains show that the intense heat caused thermal shock to the victims' bodies. Limbs contracted in a flash of muscular spasms. Skulls were cracked by the sudden boiling of brain tissue. And blood boiled too, staining bones red with iron. It's pretty grim evidence that those in Herculaneum did not linger in suffering. They were killed in an instant by the heat blast, before they could even register pain. I suppose that's one comfort among all of the unpleasantries, that they would have went quickly. Well, because of this extreme heat, none of the soft tissues of bodies remained. Unlike Pompeii, where the victims were buried in a cooler ash allowing their shapes to leave voids. Herculaneum's victims were incinerated, down to nothing but skeletons. In fact, for centuries, it was thought that almost everyone in Herculaneum managed to flee, as early excavations found only a few skeletons. But in the 1980s, there was a shocking discovery made. As excavations tunneled closer to the ancient shoreline, they uncovered vaulted chambers, that is, boat houses, filled with skeletons, about 300 people in total. Now these were the inhabitants of Herculaneum who had rushed toward the beach, likely hoping for rescue by ship, perhaps inspired by the same fleet that Pliny the Elder had launched. Huddled together in desperation, entire families and groups of strangers crowded the waterfront chambers. When the pyroclastic surge hit, these vaults became nothing more than death traps. The people inside were asphyxiated and charred in an instant. The remains, found in contorted postures, confirmed that escape by sea had come simply too late. Some of the skeletons still clutched precious belongings, suggesting they fled carrying whatever valuables they could. Coins, jewelry, even a couple of keys to houses. Houses now long, long gone. One of the most extraordinary finds among Herculaneum's victims was actually made quite recently. The remains of a man lying on a wooden bed in a building identified as the town's College of Augustules, that is, a shrine of the imperial god. In his skull, researchers discovered glassy black fragments. Upon analysis, these were revealed to be his brain tissue, vitrified, or rather turned to glass, by the searing heat of the surge. Imagine it. What a grim detail. Well, this startling preservation is unlike anything seen elsewhere on Earth. It's very unique, and it indicates pretty good evidence that the temperature exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, followed by a rapid cooling, implying that the body was exposed to the passage of a short-lived, intensely hot cloud. Such haunting details bring home the most unimaginable violence of Vesuvius's blast at Herculaneum. The entire town sealed under a thick blanket of tough, that is, consolidated ash, and it was up to 20 meters deep, entombing buildings and organic materials in a sealed anaerobic time capsule. Wooden furniture, papyrus scrolls in a villa's library, food, and even the uncollapsed upper floors of buildings survived here, paradoxically preserved by the very force that destroyed all life around it. Herculaneum thus was snuffed out in minutes, blown out like a candle, its destruction so swift that it left an eerie ghost town encased beneath the hardened volcanic rock. While Pompeii and Herculaneum were being overwhelmed, Pliny the Elder had crossed the bay with his flotilla to come to the aid of those in peril. His destination was Stabiae, a resort area on the southern shore of the bay, where his friend Pomponianus was stationed. Stabiae was about 10 miles from Pompeii, and when Pliny arrived in the evening, the eruption had not yet fully devastated that area, but the danger was certainly approaching. Pomponianus had packed his belongings onto a ship ready to flee, if the winds would allow it. The same onshore wind that had frustrated others trying to escape by sea had conveniently blown Pliny's ship to Stabiae. Upon arrival, Pliny the Elder exuded calm authority. He embraced his anxious friend and did his best to calm and encourage those who were present. To show that he was unafraid, Pliny took a bath, dined, and even made a show of going to bed, as if for a normal night's sleep. All the while, broad sheets of flame leapt from Vesuvius and glared across the bay. These were likely large fires or burning gases on the volcano's slopes. But Pliny reassured everyone that they were merely flames from abandoned houses or villages ignited by the eruption, not a herald of greater doom. His composure was remarkable, as it was short-lived. So as the night wore on, Stabiae too was encumbered with heavy ash fall. By early dawn, the third day of the disaster as Pliny counts it, since the darkness made it feel like a continuous nightmare, the accumulation of ash and pumice was so great that getting out of the house required clearing debris, much like being snowed in the deep winter. Pliny the Elder, Pomponianus, and their companions found the building shaking violently from ongoing tremors. Deciding that the courtyard was becoming unsafe due to rising ash, they elected to move into the open country with pillows tied on their heads for protection. In the eerie darkness, for although it was morning, the sun was obscured, they attempted to flee. The sea was still too rough for escape by boat, as the fallout of the eruption had caused a suddenly shallowed coastline with waves and floating pumice making navigation completely impossible. Pliny sat down on the shore, unable to depart, perhaps also physically exhausted and suffering from the heavy sulphurous air. Moments later, a dense cloud of toxic gas and flames surged over the area. The others fled from the oncoming fumes, but Pliny, corpulent and possibly asthmatic, could not get away. He stood up with the help of 2 slaves and immediately collapsed, his breathing having been obstructed by the thick sulphurous fumes. And thus died Pliny the Elder, one of the first known martyrs to scientific inquiry. 2 days later, when the ash had settled, his body was found where he fell, appearing outwardly unhurt, and looking more like a man asleep than dead. The manner of his death, as recounted by his nephew, suggests he was likely suffocated by poison gases, a mix of carbon dioxide, sulfur, and ash, before the advancing flames could burn him. Well, his tragic end at Stabiae gives a more human face to the disaster. He perished in an attempt to rescue others, and his death would have been known to imperial Rome quite soon after. Stabiae itself, consisting of luxurious villas scattered on the hills, was badly affected by ash and the later pyroclastic surges, though not as deeply buried as Pompeii or Herculaneum. Some structures at Stabiae remained partially visible above the ash blanket, and survivors likely returned to salvage valuables. The villa where Pliny died was excavated in the 18th century, that is, the Villa San Marco, revealing splendid frescoes, a silent witness to the catastrophe that unfolded under its roof. I'm sure you can imagine the scene that final morning, gardens and colonnades inches deep in grey, dirty ash, olive trees and vines bent under the weight, and the air silent, except for that soft hiss of the falling dust. Out there in the distance, survivors from Stabiae and Pompeii trudged away. The broken survivors, the refugees, now in a transformed landscape. How could they possibly go on? By the early hours of the 25th of August, 79 AD, the eruption entered its most lethal phase for Pompeii. The tall Plinian column that had towered over Vesuvius for some 18 hours finally collapsed entirely, sending successive pyroclastic flows directly toward Pompeii. These ground-hugging avalanches of hot ash and gas, though lower in temperature than those that hit Herculaneum, were still extremely dangerous, on the order of 300 to 400 degrees Celsius. 6 surges or flows in total struck Pompeii, the first few not fully reaching the city, but the later ones did. When the first surge hit just before dawn, many Pompeians who had survived the night were likely still sheltering in cellars or struggling along the dark streets trying to escape. The surge blasted into the town, a wall of superheated ash expanding outward at high speed. Those caught in the open would have simply had no time to run. Inhaling the hot ash would sear their lungs, causing instant asphyxia. Even those indoors could be asphyxiated as the hot dust filled enclosed spaces. Ash pushed through doorways and windows, covering rooms in grey powder and burying anyone inside. By the time the second and third surges rolled through, Pompeii was effectively wiped out. The last populace still alive were overcome where they huddled in fear. Pliny the Younger, observing from Misenum some 30 kilometers away, describes the scene around dawn. The ash cloud had sunk low, covering the entire bay in darkness. The sea had retreated temporarily, sucked away by seismic force, stranding sea creatures on the sand. To those on the ground, it must have truly felt like the end of the world. Pliny reports the people around him cried out that the last eternal night had fallen on the world, and that, quote, the whole world was perishing with them. Some, he says, were so terrified of the falling ash and tremors that they prayed for death in their fear. Others imagined, as Cassius Dio later dramatized, that giant figures were roaming through the darkness, and trumpet blasts sounded, taken as heralds of divine wrath. In Pompeii, the imagination needed no stretch. It must have seemed as if giants themselves had indeed trampled the city by sunrise, given the wreckage, and the only trumpets were the roar and surges, and perhaps the din of collapsing roofs. Now, one striking archaeological find gives a pretty good snapshot of that final phase in Pompeii. In a basement in Oplontis, that is a suburban villa just outside Pompeii, 54 people took shelter and were later buried by the surges. They were found with lamps and bags, along with piles of treasure, gold jewelry, silverware, and 313 coins in one instance, hastily gathered possessions they hoped to save. Among them was a young woman, identified only as Skeleton 27 by the archaeologists, who was in her last weeks of pregnancy, as indicated by the tiny bones of a fetus found with her. She wore an elaborate pair of double pearl earrings, the most valuable piece of jewelry discovered on any victim in the Vesuvian catastrophe. Perhaps she was the lady of the villa, maybe even a well-dressed servant. I suppose we'll never know. But her hoard of coins and jewels suggests that she believed there would be a chance to survive and rebuild. Instead, all those in the basement perished together, overcome by toxic ash, despite being indoors. Their remains stayed hidden until discovered in 1984, telling a tragic tale of last-minute hope and ultimate loss. Such stories remind us that beyond the big figures and the famous names, that the disaster was made up of countless tragedies in an individual form. Those families clinging together, the mothers with children, the poor elderly and infirm unable to flee. And then spare a thought for the poor children, the youths, cut off in their prime. Well, by the time the sun finally broke through the murky sky sometime on the 25th of August, it shone upon a transformed landscape. Pliny the Younger, after enduring the fearful night at Misenum, noted that when daylight returned, the sun was, quote, as wanly as during an eclipse, and everything was blanketed in deep ash, as if draped in grey snow. For those who ventured towards Pompeii and Herculaneum in the immediate aftermath, the scene must have been horrifying and unreal. Cassius Dio writes that the ash was so deep that some of it reached Africa and Syria and Egypt, and even Rome was dusted by it. In fact, Dio says that in Rome, over 200 kilometers away, the populace was filled with days of dread, unable to imagine what had happened, except that the whole world was being turned upside down. They had no context for volcanic ashfall, so this strange phenomena of darkened skies and falling dust sparked panic far beyond Campania. And so, in the immediate aftermath of the eruption, the scale of devastation slowly came into focus. The reigning emperor at the time, Titus, who'd only been in power for 2 months when Vesuvius erupted, personally took charge of the disaster response. Suetonius, a 2nd century historian, notes that, quote, during his reign there were some dreadful disasters, such as the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in Campania, so the timelines certainly match up on that one. Thus the eruption was recorded as the defining crisis of Titus's rule, the baptism by fire in those early days, along with the subsequent fire in Rome, and a plague, because why not? Titus traveled to the stricken region and coordinated relief efforts. Both Suetonius and Cassius Dio relate that Titus appointed ex-consuls to organize aid for the Campanian cities and set up a fund for the survivors. According to Suetonius, he chose these commissioners by lot from among the ex-consuls for the relief of the region, and declared that the estates of those who died with no heirs would be used to finance the reconstruction of the buried towns. Dio confirms that Titus, quote, sent 2 ex-consuls to the Campanians to supervise the restoration of the region, distributing money and support. Titus's generosity was notable. He refused to accept any contributions from private citizens or foreign kings, instead using imperial funds to alleviate the suffering. Dio adds that Titus even accepted nothing for himself from anyone, and that he visited the disaster area twice, showing genuine concern, a rare, compassionate response that endeared him to the people. This imperial relief effort was one of the first of its kinds in Roman history for a natural disaster. During these efforts, Pompeii and Herculaneum were never really rebuilt. The sites were just too deeply buried, perhaps even too emotionally scarred to restore. Survivors who escaped likely resettled elsewhere, greener pastures, refugees in nearby Campanian towns or Rome itself. Some might have returned in the weeks after to dig through the ash for belongings or the bodies of loved ones. Archaeological evidence of tunnels dug in antiquity attests that people did burrow into the solidified ash soon after the eruption, likely looting valuables from ruins that could still be reached. Over time, Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae faded from memory. Within a generation or two, where once there were cities, fields and vineyards now covered the land. The poet Martial, writing about a decade later in the late 80s AD, captures the wistful memory of what was once lost. In an epigram on Vesuvius, he addresses the mountain. Vesuvius, shaded once with greenest vines, here vineyards and noble wines once flourished. Here stood the beloved haunts of Bacchus and Satyrs. Here Venus had a sanctuary more delightful to her than Sparta. Here Hercules was venerated. All lies lost to the flames and melancholy ash. Even the gods regret that such destruction was allowed. Martial's lines, though poetic, reflect the real geography. Venus was actually the patron goddess of Pompeii, and Hercules was mythically associated with Herculaneum, hence the name. This lament that not even the gods wished this fate emphasized the sense of overwhelming tragedy that lingered on in the Roman consciousness. In fact, for the Romans of the 1st and 2nd centuries, the eruption of Vesuvius was a byword for disaster. It was often juxtaposed with other calamities to illustrate nature's fury or divine wrath. Later writers like Dio Cassius embellished the story with portents, with mythical imagery, gods, giants, cosmic upheaval, showing how the event entered a kind of mythic memory. Christian commentators, such as Eusebius of Caesarea in the 4th century, recorded the eruption in their chronicles plainly as a notable event. Eusebius cites it as one of the major occurrences of Titus's reign, without the flourishes of Dio, of course. Some later Romans saw the destruction of Pompeii as a form of moral lesson. The poet Statius referred to the losses inflicted by raging Vesuvius when celebrating new life and rebirth in Naples. Clearly, the memory of the catastrophe persisted, yet over centuries, the exact location of Pompeii had become lost. The cities lay buried, and slowly the Roman world just moved on. Remarkably, Pompeii and Herculaneum lay untouched for nearly 1,600 years, preserved beneath their layer of tuff and lapilli. It wasn't until the 18th century, 1748 for Pompeii and 38 for Herculaneum, that systematic excavations brought them to light. Prior to that, local people in the Middle Ages and Renaissance occasionally struck artifacts when digging wells or foundations. Indeed, Herculaneum was first found by chance in 1709, when a well digger hit marble statues. But it took the curiosity of Enlightenment-era scholars and the patronage of Bourbon kings of Naples to truly rediscover these time capsules, if we can put them that way. What they found astonished the world. Pompeii emerged as a snapshot of Roman life, frozen at its final chaotic moments. Buildings, paintings, mosaics, household utensils, and the poignant body casts all spoke of that last day. Herculaneum yielded its unique treasures of its own, like the only surviving ancient library, the carbonized papyrus scrolls of the Villa of the Papyri. The eruption that destroyed these cities paradoxically preserved them with a fidelity that ordinary passing centuries could not. And today, the destruction of Pompeii is more than a chapter in ancient history. It's a window into the past, and a sobering reminder of nature's power, not to be ignored. Pliny the Younger's letters, once thought exaggerated by skeptics, have been largely vindicated by modern archaeology and science. Volcanologists studying the stratigraphy of Vesuvius's ash deposit have confirmed the two-phase eruption Pliny described, the towering eruption column with pumice fallout, followed by the deadly pyroclastic flows. The archaeological record aligns with the timing and phenomenon in this narrative, from the initial rain of pumice to the final surge that sealed Pompeii's fate. It is a testament to the accuracy of his observation from afar and a stroke of fortune that his letters survived. Without Pliny, we would lack the human perspective, the terror, the confusion, the sounds and sights of that event. Cassius Dio's account, though more sensational with its giants and ghostly trumpet calls, conveys the psychological impact and the broader awe that the eruption inspired even long after. That juxtaposition of Pliny's rational reportage with Dio's mythic interpretation provides insight into how Romans of different eras coped with understanding such a calamity. And so, to finish it all up, in the annals of the history of natural disasters, the eruption of Vesuvius stands out for both its ferocity and for the richness of the historical record surrounding it. I think we've seen the last days of Pompeii encompass more than just a volcanic eruption. It's a complex interplay of human experiences, fear to courage, folly to sacrifice. We began with a sunlit city and ended with a broken landscape of ash, traversing all the testimony and archaeological revelations. Now I hope in our time together that we've made an effort to discern fact from embellishment. Let the primary accounts guide the story, while noting where later imagination and even ancient superstition colored the tale. The people of Pompeii and its neighboring towns were caught between the dance of natural phenomena and superstition, as one scholar phrased it, and that's a good way to put it, I suppose. Some, like Pliny, met the crisis with empirical observation and stoicism. Others, like those invoking giants or praying to gods, met it with spiritual supplication or even resignation. It is the mid-18th century, on the shores of West Africa. Here lies the bustling port of Oida, on the slave coast. A mosaic of humanity. African traders in bright woven cloth haggle with Europeans over human lives, speaking in a cacophony of languages. Long caravans of captives, chained or yoked together, have arrived from the interior after weeks of marching. At the beach, European ships bob at anchor, their holds being filled with these enslaved Africans, destined for the New World. A dynamic, tragic, and complex scene, repeated at dozens of African ports for nearly 4 centuries. It is a scene that challenges the simplistic narrative that it was only the Europeans that orchestrated the slave trade, when in reality, the transatlantic slave trade was fueled by intricate African markets and networks, with African intermediaries and leaders playing pivotal roles, selling their own people. And so today, we travel to the slave markets of Africa that fueled the transatlantic slave trade. This exploration spans from the 15th century through to the 19th century and across the breadth of the African continent. Our focus today will be on the African side of this global enterprise, the local economies, political structures, and the people that supplied the enslaved men, women, and children to the New World. We're going to talk about how African kingdoms and merchants were deeply entangled in the trade, sometimes as eager profiteers, sometimes as conflicted participants, and occasionally as resistors. Along the way, we're going to correct some of those common misconceptions, such as the notion that the Europeans greedily swept ashore and simply captured Africans at will. Instead, we'll see a more complicated reality emerge. Local African rulers negotiating with European buyers, local wars feeding the coastal slave markets, and a tragic cycle in which Africans both facilitated and suffered from the trade. We'll also see key regions and ports, from Senegambia and Elmina on the Gold Coast to Oida in West Africa and Luanda in Central Africa. And we'll talk about how African leaders and communities navigated the pressures and opportunities of the trade. And there'll be plenty of anecdotes from historical witnesses, drawing only on primary sources for these to bring this distant world to life. Certainly, by the end, you'll come out with a more nuanced understanding of how the transatlantic slave trade was not a one-sided European operation, but a system of exchange with deep African roots. All right, hello everyone. Introductions all out of the way. allow me to welcome you to the channel. Perhaps it's your first time here, you've not clicked that subscribe button yet. Well, if you haven't, I invite you to do so. It's right next to the like button, conveniently, and you're welcome to leave your thoughts in the comments. This video is enjoyable completely ad-free on YouTube because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon and the YouTube memberships. Thank you also for checking out the merch store. Now, with introductions all out of the way, let's begin. The transatlantic slave trade. It had its beginnings in the mid-15th century, when European ships first reached coastal West Africa. At the time, African societies were already very familiar with slavery and slave trading, but on a much smaller scale. For instance, through trans-Saharan caravans that sent captives north, or through local wars where captives became slaves. But the arrival of the Portuguese in the 1440s introduced a new and voracious overseas demand. The Portuguese initially tried slave raiding, notably a 1444 expedition in Senegambia, but these forays were met with fierce resistance and ultimately proved to be less effective than trade. Coastal African rulers were soon willing to exchange captives, usually people from rival ethnic groups or war captives, for iron, textiles, firearms, any other goods that the Europeans brought. Indeed, it's been said that during the earliest years of the slave trade, the Portuguese generally preferred purchased Africans who had been enslaved during tribal wars, rather than taking the trouble of capturing them outright. And so, by the late 1400s, a steady trade was established. Enslaved Africans were being transported to work on sugar plantations in the Atlantic islands like Madeira, Sao Tome, and the Cape Verde Islands. Soon after 1500, with the European conquest of the Americas, the demand for labor was seeing a new boom. The Spanish began shipping enslaved Africans to the Caribbean as early as 1502. The Portuguese, operating from bases like Elmina on the Gold Coast, and later Sao Tome and Luanda in Angola, dominated the trade through the 16th century. During this period, African coastal kingdoms cooperated to supply slaves in exchange for valuable imports. For example, the Wolof Empire in Senegambia became a major supplier of slaves in the 1500s. It is estimated that as much as 1/3 of all enslaved Africans exported before 1600 came from the Senegambia region under Wolof influence. The Kingdom of Benin, that is, present-day Nigeria, also traded slaves with the Portuguese in the early 1500s. Though, notably Benin's obas, that is, kings, soon restricted slave exports, preferring to trade other goods like ivory and pepper. This is once they saw the destabilizing effects of the slave trade on their society. One illustrative early case is the Kingdom of Congo in Central Africa. Congo initially welcomed Portuguese contact in the late 15th century. Its king, Nzinga Nkuwu, converted to Christianity, and his son, Afonso, maintained close relations with Portugal. However, the Congolese soon grew alarmed at how the trade in captives was undermining their kingdom. In 1526, King Afonso I of Congo wrote a famous letter to the King of Portugal, pleading for an end to the uncontrolled slave trading. He lamented that Portuguese merchants were giving African traders so many enticing goods that the sons of this country are enslaved and kidnapped, even noblemen and the sons of noblemen. leading to the depopulation of his realm. Afonso complained that his authority was being undermined as unscrupulous people within Congo abducted others to sell to the Europeans for merchandise. He wrote, "So great, sir, is the corruption that our country is being completely depopulated." Now, this account shows that from early on, African leaders understood the disruptive impact of the slave trade. Despite Afonso's pleas and his attempt to ban the export of slaves from the Congo, the trade continued under less centralized conditions, often via rogue merchants and local chiefs beyond the king's control. Thus, by the end of the 16th century, the pattern was set. European buyers, anchored at coastal forts or on ships, relied on African suppliers to bring them captives from the interior. In these early centuries, the volume was still relatively small compared to what it would become, but the foundations of African involvement were laid. African elites had begun to see the trade as a source of wealth and European goods, while others already saw it as dangerous. This tension between the lure of profit and the peril to society would play out across Africa in the coming centuries as the transatlantic trade grew in scale. As the transatlantic slave trade entered its peak centuries, the 17th and 18th, its operations on African soil became more systematized. To understand the African slave markets, we must look at how captives were acquired, and how the markets were organized, and ultimately what was exchanged. The process typically began with a capture in the interior. Most enslaved Africans were seized in the context of local conflicts, wars between kingdoms, raids on neighboring villages, or punitive expeditions. African rulers and warlords recognized that prisoners of war could be sold for a decent profit. Some states even went to war primarily to secure captives for sale. For instance, the Kingdom of Dahomey in the 18th century notoriously conducted annual raids on its neighbors to capture men, women, and children who could be sold to the Europeans. Others, like the Asante Empire on the Gold Coast, fought wars of expansion that yielded prisoners who became a form of tribute or trade currency. In parts of equatorial Africa, bands of professional raiders, such as the Imbangala in Angola, roamed the countryside, kidnapping people and funneling them to coastal markets. After the capture, the captives were often marched in caravans toward the coast. Well, this could be a brutal journey, hundreds of miles. Many did not survive the trek due to hunger, disease, or abuse. On the way, captives might pass through inland slave markets or fairs, trading hubs where local dealers bought and sold humans. For example, in the Bight of Biafra hinterland, today's southeastern Nigeria and Cameroon, there were well-known slave fairs at places like Arochukwu and Uburu. The Aro merchants, an Igbo trading network, had established a quasi-monopoly over the interior trade. They operated under the aegis of a famous oracle, the shrine at Chukwu at Arochukwu, using religion to sanction the enslavement of those accused of crimes or witchcraft. Through this system, the Aro Confederacy funneled tens of thousands of Igbo and other nations from the interior to the coast. In his memoir, Oluwadu Equiano, an Igbo child who was kidnapped around 1753, described being seized by African kidnappers while his parents were away in the fields, and then being sold from one African owner to another over months until finally he reached the coast. His account shows that from the point of capture to the point of sale, to Europeans that is, an enslaved African might change hands multiple times within Africa. Once the caravans reached the coast, they entered the coastal slave markets. These markets took different forms depending on the region. In some places, they were fortified trading posts, often called slave castles, operated by Europeans in partnership with local authorities. For instance, the Elmina Castle on the Gold Coast, or the Gorée Island in Senegambia. At such forts, European factors, or agents, would inspect and purchase captives delivered by African brokers. In other regions, there were open beach markets or trading towns, where European ships anchored offshore and African traders came out to meet them. The Bight of Biafra coast worked in this manner. Europeans didn't build any forts, but they anchored their ships in places like Old Calabar or Bonny, and negotiated with local merchant princes. We have a vivid description of an African slave market that comes from Willem Bosman, a Dutch trader on the Guinea coast. Around 1700, Bosman wrote that Ouida or Ouida markets are of men here kept in the same manner as those of beasts are with us, meaning that enslaved people were openly bartered and examined like cattle in the marketplace. This blunt observation, from a participant's perspective, highlights the commodification of humans in these transactions. The actual exchange was driven by economic incentive on both sides. Europeans offered guns, gunpowder, textiles, metal bars, alcohol, and other trades goods as currency. In return, Africans sold Africans. Prices fluctuated with supply and demand. There was also a system of credit and trust in operation. European captains, anxious to fill their ships quickly, would often advance goods to the African suppliers, essentially giving goods on credit, with the promise that the local trader would deliver a certain number of slaves in the coming weeks or months. But this was risky, so to secure the deal, Africans and Europeans developed a practice called pawnship. One side would hand over a pawn, a person, as collateral, sometimes a relative of the African trader, or in other cases, a European crewman left in the African trader's custody, to guarantee the debt, either slaves or goods owed, would be repaid. Duke, an Efik merchant of Old Calabar, noted in his diary in the 1780s how such pawning was used to enforce honest dealing on both sides. Another important aspect was the African control of commercial protocol. Coastal African leaders often imposed customs duties and regulations on Europeans. In the kingdom of Dahomey, for instance, the king claimed a royal monopoly on slave trading. All sales in Ouida had to go through the king's agents, through private merchants still operated under his system. In Old Calabar, the local chiefs, like Duke's family, charged European slave ships a trading fee called Komi before any business could take place. They demanded that visiting captains pay proper gifts and obey local rules. If a European captain tried to bypass these rules or cheat the Africans, trade could be cut off. Indeed, offending captains were sometimes forced to depart empty-handed. Thus, far from Europeans simply dictating terms, the African side had set up its own structure to govern the trade. At the coast, captives were typically held in barracoons, or compounds, while awaiting shipment. In European forts like Elmina or Cape Coast Castle, dungeon-like holding cells warehoused hundreds of captives at a time. At ports controlled by African authorities, the captives might be kept in stockades or the houses of traders until the moment of embarkation. When a slave ship was ready to load, final negotiations took place, often involving inspection of the captives by the European buyers. The enslaved, tragically, were treated like merchandise, examined for health and strength, sometimes branded with hot irons to mark a buyer's ownership. Once a private price was settled and the payment in goods complete, the captives were conveyed in small boats or canoes out to the waiting ship. Many African observers watched those ships depart over the horizon, knowing they carried sons, daughters, or former neighbors, and understanding that those people would likely never return. So, the mechanics of the slave trade, to sum it up, on the African side involved a chain of African participants, raiders or soldiers who captured people, middlemen who transported and sold them, and local merchants and chiefs who negotiated with the European ship captains. European traders usually remained at the periphery, on board ships or inside coastal forts, while African networks brought the human cargo to them. African political and economic systems thus shaped the trade at every turn. With this general framework in mind, let's use it to examine several major African regions and ports in a little bit more detail. And we'll see how these dynamics played out differently across different parts of the continent. So let's start with the Senegambia region. It was the first among those areas linked with the transatlantic slave trade. So we're talking around the Senegal and Gambia rivers. That's where they get the name from. Quite clever. Portuguese ships reached this coast in the mid-15th century, and by the 1500s, the trade was well established. Coastal kingdoms such as Wolof and Cayor and others engaged in commerce with the Europeans. In the 16th century, Wolof was a powerful empire. It became a major supplier of enslaved people, especially after the collapse of older Mali Empire's influence in the region. African merchants and rulers in Senegambia traded slaves for horses, highly valued in that area, cloth too, and other goods. Some captives were people who had been slaves within Africa, for example, pawns or those sold for debt, while others were war captives from conflicts between local states. But significantly, not all in Senegambia acquiesced to the trade. There are accounts of local resistance. For instance, the Jola people of Casamance and certain other communities largely refused to participate, sometimes moving their villagers to more defensible locations to avoid slave raids. In the late 18th century, an important anti-slave trader stance emerged in Senegambia under a Muslim leader named Abdul Qadir Ghane, the Almami of Futa Toro, a theocratic Fulani state along the middle Senegal River. In 1787, the Almami Abdul Qadir forbade the passage of any slaves through Futa Toro for sale to Europeans. At the time, several French slaving ships were waiting at the mouth of the Senegal River, only to find that the caravans of captives were no longer coming. Ghane declared that no one in his realm, no Muslim, could be sold into slavery, effectively cutting off a major supply route. The French, frustrated in their business, even sent gifts to persuade him to relent, but he held firm. This early abolitionist measure is a striking example of an African leader taking a moral and political stand against the slave trade, even as neighboring rulers continued to sell captives. Meanwhile, European presence in Senegambia remained limited to coastal enclaves. In the island of Gorée, just off Dakar, and St. Louis at the mouth of the Senegal were key slaving trade ports, changing hands between the Portuguese, Dutch, French, and English over time. Through such African-European partnership, the trade in the Senegambia persisted into the 18th century. By the 19th century, however, it declined as France began to shift the region's economy toward legitimate commerce, that is, peanuts, gum arabic, as European anti-slave trade patrols increased. Senegambia's experience highlights that at the very gateway of Atlantic Africa, the slave trade was both enabled by African polities and, in pockets, actively resisted by them. Moving eastward along the Guinea coast, the region known as the Gold Coast, modern Ghana, had a long history of contact with Europeans, initially focused on gold, hence the name, but later increasingly on slaves. The Portuguese built Elmina Castle there in 1482, originally to secure access to gold fields. For over a century, gold was the primary export. By the 17th century, however, the dynamic had shifted. The Dutch seized Elmina in 1637 and expanded the castle's dungeons to hold slaves as the transatlantic demand grew. Numerous other European forts and trading lodges soon dotted the coastline. Cape Coast Castle, British, Fort Amsterdam, Anamabu, and more, creating a highly competitive environment under the watchful eyes of African authorities inland. On the African side, the Akan peoples dominated commerce in the Gold Coast. In the interior, the Ashanti Empire rose to prominence in the late 17th century, conquering neighboring Akan states and gaining control over lucrative gold-producing areas. The Ashanti Empire's economy was not singularly dependent on slave exports. It was also built on gold and the kola nut trade. But warfare was integral to their expansion, and war captives were frequently sold to the coast. One British visitor to Kumasi, the Ashanti capital, in the early 19th century, recorded the Ashanti king Osei Bonsu's candid rationale for trading slaves. The king reportedly explained that if he did not sell his war captives to the Europeans, he would have to kill them, as retaining large numbers of enemy prisoners could destabilize the kingdom. Well, an anecdote like that shows how African leaders rationalize their participation. Far better to sell them off than to send them off to the next world. Now, on the coast itself, African merchant brokers played their own role. The Fante people, who lived in the coastal littoral below Ashanti, often acted as intermediaries. They formed a network of brokers, sometimes called kabukiers, who bought slaves and other goods from the interior to the European forts. Fante coastal towns such as Anamabu and Cape Coast thus became thriving commercial centers. Europeans could not simply march inland to Ashanti. They relied on African allies and trading partners to maintain the flow of goods and people. The relationship between the Fante and Ashanti was complex. They were trading partners, but also rivals, and they fought wars in the 18th century, in part over control of these trade routes. Elmina and other forts functioned as the terminus of these supply lines. By the 18th century, Elmina Castle was dispatching immense numbers of captives annually. One estimate holds that by that time, about 30,000 enslaved people per year passed through Elmina's dungeons on their way to the Americas. Most of these individuals had been collected from a wide hinterland extending north and west. European records from these forts speak of slave caravans arriving, sometimes hundreds at once, often in miserable condition after long treks. They also described haggling with local brokers, payment of customs to local chiefs, and occasional breakdowns in trade due to African political changes. For example, if a local king died or if a war cut off a supply route, European forts might sit idle for months. And of course, time is money. Now, it is worth noting that the Gold Coast had a highly regulated trade environment. The presence of multiple European forts meant African sellers could in some sense shop around for the best deals, playing one European nation off against another. Conversely, Europeans sometimes coordinated to try to stabilize prices. But ultimately, African suppliers had the upper hand in dictating when and how the trade would occur. If there was a shortage of captives, say during a lull in local wars, European buyers simply had to wait or sail elsewhere. The power of the Ashanti was formidable. In 1824, an Ashanti army even descended to the coast and defeated a British force near Cape Coast in a dispute over trade, demonstrating that African states could indeed challenge the Europeans militarily if they were provoked. The story of the Gold Coast, therefore, is one of a prosperous African region whose leaders, especially in the Asante kings, integrated the African slave trade into their political economy, but always on the terms shaped by African politics. In fact, even today, Elmina Castle is still there, a stark monument to this human commerce. Continuing along West Africa, we come to the Bight of Benin, known to the European merchants of the 18th century as the Slave Coast, due to the vast numbers of captives shipped from its harbors. Not the best name, I suppose, but certainly shows the situation. It was here that a patchwork of kingdoms and city-states vied for control of the trade. In the 17th century, the coastal kingdom of Alada and the port of Ouida were prominent suppliers. However, there was a dramatic power shift that occurred in the early 18th century, when the inland kingdom of Dahomey rose to dominance under King Agaja. In 1727, Dahomey's armies conquered Ouida, taking its thriving slave ports. Thereafter, Dahomey became one of the most notorious slave-trading states in Africa. At its height, Dahomey had a highly militarized society geared towards slave raiding and trading. The Dahomeyan kings built a standing army, which included the famous female warriors often called the Dahomey Amazons, that conducted frequent raids on neighboring peoples. Captives from these campaigns were marched to the Dahomey capital of Abomey, or directly to Ouida on the coast. Some captives were kept for local use. Dahomey maintained a large population of domestic slaves and also practiced human sacrifice of war prisoners during the kingdom's annual customs ritual. But the majority were still sold to the Europeans at the coast. The monarchy established a royal monopoly. European traders could only buy slaves through the king's appointed agents, and they paid customs duties and offered tribute to the king for the privilege. In Ouida, multiple European nations maintained trading lodges or small forts. The French, English, Portuguese, Brazilians, they all had a presence, but they operated at Dahomey's sufferance. One European visitor in the 1770s noted that the king of Dahomey set the terms and could halt a trade on a whim. In effect, European factors had to negotiate with powerful African officials, always on the king's terms. Ouida itself was one of the busiest slave ports in the world during the 18th century. Historians estimate that over the slave trade era, more than 1 million Africans were sent from Oida across the Atlantic, second only to Luanda, Angola, in volume. Most went to Brazil and the Caribbean. The city was cosmopolitan in its own way, a mix of local Dahomean people and other Africans from the interior, along with European traders, Afro-Brazilian returnees who served as middlemen. Yet Europeans in Oida never numbered more than a few hundred at a time. The bulk of commerce was conducted by African merchants under Dahome's authority. A notable figure was Francisco Felix de Souza, a Brazilian-born trader who became the Dahomey king's chief commercial agent in Oida in the early 19th century, illustrating how even foreign traders had to be sanctioned and integrated into the Dahomean system. But the kings of Dahomey, they grew wealthy and formidable through the sale of human beings. King Gezo, who ruled from 1818 to 1858, famously resisted British pressures to abolish the trade. He is quoted as saying in the 1840s, "The slave trade is the ruling principle of my people. It is the source and the glory of their wealth. The mother lulls the child to sleep with notes of triumph over an enemy reduced to slavery." Well, that's a hell of a declaration, isn't it? But it lays bare how deeply the slave trade had become embedded in their economy and ideology. It was the kingdom's lifeblood. Even when Britain and France began suppressing the Atlantic slave trade in the early and mid-19th century, Dahomey continued it for years. Only in the 1850s, after the British naval blockades and growth of alternative exports like palm oil, did Dahomey finally begin to redirect its economy. East of Dahomey, the Yoruba Empire of Oyo likewise supplied slaves from its wars until it collapsed in the early 19th century. Thereafter, chaotic conflicts in Yoruba land fed the trade through ports like Lagos, until the British annexed Lagos in 1851 to suppress it. So in summary, the Slave Coast exemplified a region where African state power was heavily leveraged to maximize the slave trade. From the kings of Dahomey, who orchestrated raids and dictated terms to European buyers, to the shifting fortunes of Yoruba realms further east, the Bight of Benin's slave markets were fundamentally shaped by African political ambition and rivalry. The grim calculus of exchanging guns for slaves played out here in especially stark terms. Dahomey and its peers imported large quantities of firearms and gunpowder, and they used that to capture even more slaves, and they used the slaves to purchase even more firearms and gunpowder, and they used that to, well, I don't have to go on, but it's a destructive feedback loop. Violence and commerce, devastating countless communities, and destroying innumerable families. Further east, on the Atlantic coast, lies the Bight of Biafra, encompassing parts of modern Nigeria, like the Niger Delta and the Cross River region, and western Cameroon. Unlike the Gold Coast or the Slave Coast, this area didn't have a large central kingdom dominating the trade. You see, it was characterized by powerful merchant networks and small coastal states. As I've mentioned, the interior supply was largely controlled by the Aro Confederacy, an alliance of Igbo traders and priests centered on Arochukwu. The Aro network fed captives from a wide hinterland into the Delta ports. They used the authority of their oracle to justify enslaving people. For example, individuals condemned by the shrine for alleged crimes of witchcraft might be sold off as slaves, ostensibly as a form of divine judgment or divine sanction. Through such means, the Arrow amassed enormous influence over the slave trade in this region. On the coast, the key outlets were the Delta city-states of Bonny, Old Calabar, Brass, and New Calabar. These were not empires, but each was ruled by its own king or council of chiefs, often themselves wealthy slave traders. They became extremely active middlemen between the Arrow interior networks and the European ships. For instance, at Old Calabar, also called Duketown, a handful of Efik aristocratic families, with surnames like Duke, Eyamba, and Henshaw, dominated the trade. Antera Duke, whose diary provides a rare African perspective on the trade, was one such merchant prince. He and his peers ran what amounted to a slave-dealing houses in Calabar, complete with agents upriver, and established partnerships with British captains. When English slave ships arrived at the Cross River estuary, the Calabar chiefs would negotiate the price, enforce the collection of debts or the payment of gomi, and even hold British crew members hostage as pawns if trust broke down. A striking aspect of the Bight of Biafra trade is that Europeans did not establish permanent forts or colonies in this stretch of coast. They didn't need to. The African trading communities were well organized, and they provided every service, including marshalling slaves and provisioning the ships. European captives anchored offshore, and African brokers came out to meet them in large canoes, bringing samples of trade goods and bargaining over prices. The volume of exports from this region was enormous. The Bight of Biafra became the third largest source of African slaves of the Americas, after West Central Africa and the Bight of Benin during the 18th century. Many of these captives were Igbo or Ibibio from the hinterland. They were dispersed mainly to British Caribbean or North America, which is one reason why that even today a significant portion of African Americans have genetic heritage traced to this region. The dynamics here were marked by decentralized violence. The absence of a unifying empire meant that a myriad of micro-level conflicts and kidnappings fed the trade. Oral histories in Igbo communities still recount how people feared the threat of kidnappers or the manipulations of Arrow agents. It is said that some villagers planted spiked barriers or moved their markets to thwart slave raiders. The social fabric was severely strained by these disruptions. Still, a few African communities in the region found ways to protect themselves. The inland town, for example, of Abeokuta, in today's Ogun State, Nigeria, was founded in the 1820s by refugees from various Yoruba and other communities fleeing the slave raids, and that includes some repatriated slaves returning from Sierra Leone. Abeokuta grew into a formidable fortified city, and notably defeated Dahome's invading army in 1851, becoming a kind of safe haven, a promised land, away from the coastal slave trade. The Bight of Biafra's slave trade functioned through African merchant entrepreneurship, rather than a large state apparatus, which is what made it different. African agents here were consummate traders. The Arrow chieftains and the Delta kings alike profited by orchestrating the capture, transport, and sale of human beings, all while negotiating shrewdly with European buyers. Activities like this highlight yet another facet of African involvement. Not empire builders like Dahomey, but networks of merchants who turned the misery of others into wealth, operating a devastating commerce that preyed on the fragmentation of their region. But of course, no account of the African side of the slave trade would be complete without West Central Africa, the single largest source of captives sent across the Atlantic. This broad region, covering today's Angola, Republic of the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, and surrounding areas, supplied nearly half of all enslaved Africans transported to the Americas. The trade here began early and lasted the longest. The Portuguese established a permanent foothold in the kingdom of Ndongo, present-day Angola, in the late 1500s, founding the port city of Luanda in 1575. By the 17th century, Luanda had grown into the busiest slave port in Africa, sending tens of thousands of people each year to Portuguese colonies, especially Brazil. Along with Luanda, the port of Benguela, further south on the Angolan coast, founded in 1617, became another major slaving outlet. African political organization in this region was complex and in flux. The Kingdom of Congo to the north had been a centralized state since the 1400s, and initially engaged with the Portuguese on relatively equal terms. But as the slave trade grew, Congo was destabilized. After King Afonso's attempts to control the trade in the 1520s, as we discussed earlier, failed, Congo gradually fell into civil wars. Many of these conflicts were stoked by competing factions trying to capture and sell slaves to the Portuguese. In 1665, the Congolese king was even killed in a battle against the Portuguese, and the once mighty kingdom fragmented into smaller realms. But of course, the slave business had to continue. Further south, the Portuguese fought lengthy wars with the kingdom of Ndongo and its allies. A legendary figure, Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and later Matamba, led a determined resistance against the Portuguese in the 1620s to 50s, at times even allying with the Dutch to counter the Portuguese power. Nzinga turned her inland territory into a refuge for those fleeing the Portuguese and Imbangala raids. Yet after her death, Portuguese expansion resumed. The Portuguese often allied with brutal bands of mercenaries known as the Imbangala, whose way of life was raiding and warfare. The Imbangala in the 1600s became the main suppliers of slaves to the Portuguese in Angola. Armed with European guns and driven by a violent warrior culture, they wreaked havoc, capturing huge numbers of people. The phrase itself, Imbangala, became synonymous with terror in the region. By the 18th century, the slave system in West Central Africa was highly organized and deeply entrenched. The Portuguese authorities in Luanda and Benguela worked with mixed-race Afro-Portuguese traders and certain African chiefs to funnel slaves out from the interior. There were established routes and markets in the interior, sometimes called slave fairs, at places like Kasanje on the upper Kwanza River, where African brokers exchanged captives for Portuguese goods under agreed rules. The Portuguese government even set up a trading board, junta, in Luanda to oversee the trade and regulate prices at these markets. Nevertheless, chaos and violence remained endemic. Entire districts in the interior were depopulated by constant raiding, with ruined villages and abandoned fields left as grim evidence. Luanda maintained its position as arguably the largest slave exporting port in Africa. In the 18th century, it was often called the emporium of the slave trade. In one period, 1700 to 1850, nearly 1.5 million people were embarked on slave ships from Luanda and Benguela alone. The vast majority were sent to the Portuguese colony of Brazil, with which Angola had special trading relationships. Indeed, Angolan and Brazilian ports were so connected that some historians speak of a South Atlantic system, centered mainly around the Portuguese colonies. Enslaved Africans from this region were predominantly from groups such as the Mbundu, the Bakongo, of Mbundu, and others drawn from the deep interior by the 19th century. Many ended up on Brazilian sugar and coffee plantations. Some were also taken to the Caribbean and North America via Spanish and French traders. Even as this mass export continued, African societies in West Central Africa adapted and resisted in various ways. Some inland polities, like the Lunda Empire in the southeast, or the Chokwe or Ovimbundu kingdoms, rose to prominence by controlling trade routes, or offering some refuge from slavers, while also inevitably becoming involved in the commerce themselves. Chiefs in the interior negotiated terms with Portuguese traders, sometimes demanding high prices, or European titles and favors in exchange for cooperation. But overall, the balance of power in this region, unlike in parts of West Africa, increasingly tilted toward the European side by the 19th century. Portugal had established Angola as a colony, and didn't hesitate to use military force against African rulers who impeded the trade. West Central Africa thus presents a picture where the African agency was present, but under extreme duress from direct colonial intrusion. The Portuguese and their allies deliberately fomented conflict to produce captives, and local opportunists took advantage of the lucrative market. Still, without the cooperation of African middlemen, the chiefs who struck deals, the Imbangala who captured slaves, the Afro-Portuguese who could traverse the interior, even the Portuguese could not have sustained the trade at such a volume. A grim partnership of convenience, one that wrecked the demographics and stability of the region for generations. And so, the story of Africa's slave markets during the transatlantic slave trade is a sobering lesson in historical complexity. It demonstrates that the tragedy of the Atlantic slave trade was not the work of one continent alone, but a collaboration that spanned cultures. European slave traders provided the ships, the demand for plantation labor, and the capital. African kings, merchants, and warlords provided the supply of human beings, exploiting internal conflicts and social systems for gain. Without African participation, the slave trade couldn't have grown so immense, and without European and American demand, it would not have arisen as much as it did. By examining the slave markets from Senegambia to Angola, we see agency and decision-making on the African side. Some leaders profited, expanded their realms, while others resisted or fell victim to the trade's disruptions. And we also correct, and very much so, that very simplistic misconception that Europeans alone were responsible for capturing Africans. In reality, the Middle Passage was just the final step of a long journey that often began with an African raid or judicial enslavement. We have to recognize that this nuance does not excuse any of the horrors of the trade, but it rather makes the tragedy more poignant by showing how both Africans were victims and participants. The slave trade was sustained by greed and violence in multiple societies, and its legacy is devastating. Entire regions depopulated or destabilized by the export of millions of people. And so we're left to wonder how African history might have unfolded has these human energies not been siphoned away. And that's a haunting question. Ultimately, the story that we've told today is not the story of one culture or one race oppressing another. It's the tale as old as time, the powerful taking the powerless and exploiting them. It's not that complicated. And, well, unfortunately, that's perhaps a trend that will continue. By the time we realize it, it usually looks a lot worse in hindsight. A slave ship. One eyewitness to the trade described the ship's deck so covered with blood and mucus that it resembled a slaughterhouse. Such ghastly scenes were common on the transatlantic ships during the height of the slave trade. From the 17th through the early 19th centuries, European and American vessels crisscrossed the Atlantic with human cargo, forging the brutal Middle Passage that carried Africans into the New World. Today, we're going to take a look at the experience of what the enslaved people went through aboard these ships, and we're going to do it in unflinching detail. Where do we get our information? First-hand narratives, ship logs, primary sources. You'll hear it from the people themselves. Our scope is broad and global. The captives came from many regions of Africa, destined to plantations on Brazil, the Caribbean, North America, and beyond. But the one thing they have in common was that the conditions they endured on the voyage were universally horrific. And so, by grounding today's account in the primary sources and eyewitness testimony, we're going to reconstruct how horrifying this journey was. One of unimaginable suffering, and if you were lucky, survival. Let me welcome you to the channel. If you're a newcomer, it's good to meet you. And those who have not yet done so, I invite you to click the subscribe button, which is conveniently right next to the like button. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. It's going to be a bit of a uncomfortable video, so you may as well relax now. During the height of the transatlantic slave trade, roughly the 1700s, slave ships became a conveyor between continents. Over 12 million Africans were forced onto about 35,000 slave voyages across the Atlantic. By the 1780s, the peak of this traffic, tens of thousands of Africans were sent across the ocean every year to meet the insatiable demand for enslaved labor in the New World. These voyages were all part of a profitable triangular network linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Multiple European colonial powers were involved, including the Portuguese, British, French, Spanish, and Dutch, and each dispatched ships to West and Central Africa to purchase slaves. Enslaved Africans from diverse regions such as Senegambia, the Gold Coast, the Bight of Biafra, and West Central Africa all found themselves chained up, first in the markets, then in the holds of the ships. Most would be taken to labor on sugar, coffee, and cotton plantations in the Americas. The largest share were delivered to Portuguese Brazil, millions more to British and French colonies in the Caribbean, and a smaller number to North America. For the captives, The Middle Passage was but one stage of a much longer ordeal. Many had already survived violent capture, coffles marching them to the coast, and imprisonment in slave pens or forts, before they even saw any white man from overseas or any ship come to purchase them. Historians estimate that out of every 100 people seized in Africa, only about 57 of them made it onto a slave ship, and merely 48 survived to be sold in the Americas. Now this means that over half of those captured perished from the point of capture through to the transatlantic crossing. Most of them didn't even get out of Africa. The Middle Passage itself accounted for 1 million or more deaths. Yet those who did survive the voyage, that didn't mean the suffering was over. Far from it. It was time to get to work. Primary accounts by formerly enslaved Africans offer a rare insight into the moment they were forced aboard a slave ship. One such account comes from Oluwada Equiano, who was about 11 years old when he was kidnapped from his Igbo community in today's Nigeria and sold to European slavers around 1756. Equiano describes his first sight of the Atlantic Ocean and the slave ship waiting for him at anchor, filling him with terror. When he was brought on deck, the crew immediately handled and tossed him to inspect his fitness, much as one would examine livestock. He recalls that the white man's complexions, hair, and language were utterly alien to him, and he feared he encountered a world of bad spirits who intended to kill and eat him. This fear was not uncommon. Many African captives, having never seen Europeans before, believed the slavers to be cannibals. Equiano notes that when he saw a large cooking furnace on deck and the chained Africans around him in despair, that he no longer doubted his fate and fainted from horror. Upon arrival, Equiano was so overwhelmed that he wished for death rather than to know the terrors ahead. He was soon forced down into the ship's hold, where a horrifying new assault on his senses began. He writes, "I was soon put down under the decks, and there I received such salutation in my nostrils as I have never experienced in my life. The stench below deck was overpowering, a foul mix of sweat, vomit, urine, and feces that nearly suffocated him. Equiano became seasick. He refused to eat until the crew members intervened. He describes how when he initially refused food, one man grabbed his hands while another tried to force feed him, an ordeal that threw him into consternation. This foreshadows a common experience. Enslaved people who lost the will to eat were often forcibly fed by the crew, sometimes using a device called the speculum oris to pry their mouths open. Such was the captive's introduction to life aboard the slave ship, one of fear, sensory torment, and immediate violence to enforce compliance. Once the ship was set sail with its cargo, those in the hold faced an environment designed for profit, not for comfort. Slave ships were typically overcrowded to a nightmarish extreme. Men were chained together in pairs and packed spoon-fashioned in rows beneath the decks, with scarcely room to turn themselves. Women and children, though sometimes given slightly more space than allowed on deck, were also crowded into tight quarters. A schematic of the British slave ship Brooks, 1788, famously showed over 480 people arranged in a hold, only about 5 feet high, illustrating the practice of tight packing. Traders calculated that packing more people could offset the high mortality rates. Others argued for looser packing, in hopes that more captives would survive to sail. Either way, conditions were unbearable. One ship surgeon, Alexander Falconbridge, observed that enslaved people were often packed so close that it was impossible to sit or stand upright, and that they lay in a tangled mess of bodies and filth. The air quality below deck rapidly became pestilential once the ship was fully loaded. Equiano noted that when all the captives were confined together, the combined heat of the climate and the crowded humanity almost suffocated them. With inadequate ventilation, the atmosphere turned foul and poor of oxygen. The hold reeked of human waste and decay. Equiano accounts that the loathsome smells made the air unfit to breathe and caused widespread sickness among the slaves. The closeness and filth were aggravated by the galling of chains and the captives' limbs, the overflowing of toilet buckets. Children sometimes fell into these little buckets and nearly suffocated in excrement. The combination of heat, lack of sanitation, and stress created a breeding ground for disease. Deadly epidemics of dysentery, smallpox, measles, and fevers swept through the packed ranks. Captains like Thomas Phillips of the Hannibal tried to curb dysentery by feeding captives fiber-rich food, cornmeal, palm oil, pepper, and beans, and providing them citrus fruit. But such measures were meager against rampant illness. On the 1693 voyage of Phillips, 47% of the 700 enslaved Africans died, despite all his efforts. The living lay chained amidst the dying and dead. Equiano described how the shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying filled the gloom, creating a scene of horror almost inconceivable. Disease and despair claimed victims daily. Those who expired from sickness or injuries were unshackled and dumped overboard without ceremony. Sharks often trailed behind slave ships, well accustomed to feeding on the corpses jettisoned at sea. Such macabre details were noted by many observers. The odor of a slave ship was said to carry for miles on the wind, sometimes alerting other vessels, not by sight but by smell. For week after miserable week, the captives were effectively lost at sea, stranded in horrific conditions, not knowing where they were, subject to a regime meant only to keep them alive and subdued until landfall. A stew of human misery and terror. Life aboard a slave ship followed a strict and brutal regimen intended for maximum control over the captives, and to keep them alive, just enough to sell at the journey's end. Each day typically began with the crew doling out meager rations of food and water. Enslaved Africans were usually fed twice a day, often some sort of boiled beans or cornmeal, sometimes supplemented with rice, yams, or a bit of dried meat. This was typically cooked in a large copper pot on deck. Water was severely rationed. An enslaved person might receive about 1 liter of water a day. As Captain Phillips recorded, even these sparse meals could be life-saving. Slavers knew that starved captives would fetch low prices or just not survive at all. However, many captives were too sick or heart-sick to eat anyway. Refusal to eat was common, whether out of protest or extreme despair. A term for it was fixed melancholy. The crew responded by whipping those who would not eat, or using instruments previously described to force-feed them. One slave ship captain admitted to using the speculum oris to pry open the jaws of captives who tried to starve themselves. It was a cruel practice, aimed at preserving the captain's profit, even at the cost of torturing people determined to die rather than live. After the morning rations, the crew would undertake their version of cleaning the hold. This often meant having enslaved people scrape and swab the decks, while still in chains, to remove some of the accumulated filth. Sand or vinegar might be sprinkled and scrubbed across blood or waste-stained planks. Yet, the deep foulness could never truly be cleansed during the voyage. The slave deck remained a hellish, filth-strewn place throughout. To avoid the worst build-up, some captains forced captives to use the necessary buckets on a schedule and had crewmen empty them frequently. But in rough weather, or at night, the enslaved were sometimes not allowed above to relieve themselves at all, causing them to soil the cramped space. One more of the bizarre daily rituals on some ships was called dancing the slaves, a euphemism for forced exercise. Captains believed that making captives move would keep their muscles strong and perhaps lift their spirits enough to prevent mass death from despair. As a 1729 slave ship medical guide advised, the health of the voyage depended on dealing kindly with Africans, and often diverting them with the drum, dance, etc., in order to dissipate the sorrowful thoughts of quitting their own country. In practice, this dance was enforced by the whip. Each day, when weather allowed, small groups of shackled men were brought up to the main deck. Sailors armed with cat-o'-nine tails, a multi-lashed whip, or ropes would compel them to jump and stomp in whatever space they had, sometimes to the rhythm of a drum or fiddle. Those who refused to dance or were too weak were often flogged until they either complied or collapsed. Captors also encouraged the enslaved to sing during these exercises, though if they grew irritated, if the Africans sang mournful, defiant songs, the beatings would continue. They must appear cheerful. Cruel punishments were a constant of the slave ship regime. Any perceived defiance, not eating, not exercising, attempting to rest, could result in a lashing or any other form of abuse. Enslaved Africans were whipped with such frequency that many bore scars by journey's end, and some were even beaten to death as an example to others. Discipline aboard was maintained by terror. The enslaved were usually kept in chains and watched by armed guards at all times. Captains often had special manacles, leg irons, collars, and shackles made for the voyage. Men were chained in pairs, wrist to wrist, ankle to ankle. Women were typically left unshackled but still confined below or kept under surveillance on deck. At night, gratings over the hatchways were locked to prevent anyone from coming up. Many ships also strung netting along the deck rails to make it harder for captives to leap into the sea. Some vessels even repositioned cannons to command the slave deck. Phillips, for instance, placed 2 of the Hannibal's guns pointing down through the hatch, ready to blast grape shot into the hold in case of an uprising. The crew had a cache of weapons at hand: muskets, pistols, cutlasses, sometimes even grenades. Captains and sailors regarded the Africans as potential threats as much as cargo. Indeed, as Phillips wrote, some captives were experienced warriors capable of plotting to take over the ship. The crew always remained alert and ruthless in preempting rebellion. Essentially, it was a floating prison camp under martial law. Amid this routine of controlled brutality, there were occasional attempts at rudimentary care or pragmatism. Occasional, that is. If individuals felt deathly ill, they might be brought on deck for fresh air or segregated to prevent contagion. For instance, smallpox victims were sometimes quarantined in a makeshift infirmary area. Equiano, being a child and gravely sick, was kept mostly on deck and spared constant chaining, which, happily, perhaps saved him from the fate of the adults below. Ship surgeons applied basic treatments, cleaning sores, bleeding fevers, giving doses of lime juice to prevent scurvy, mainly to protect the captain's investment. Any recovery was counted a gain. Those who died were written off. The crew's underlying attitude remained mercenary. As long as a captive could survive to be sold, he or she would be sustained, however minimally. The moment a captive was deemed a lost cause, irrevocably ill or injured, they may be summarily discarded to save food and space. Throughout the passage, the captives themselves sought ways to cope with the trauma. Some found strength in songs, prayers, or quiet solidarity. Officers' journals occasionally noted the enslaved people singing at night, often mournful lamentations that carried in the dark. Such songs likely allowed them to mourn together and preserve a piece of their cultural identity amid the chaos. When possible, those who shared a language or region tried to console each other and care for the more vulnerable. Mothers comforted children. Ship logs mention African women assisting ailing shipmates. These human gestures persisted, despite the dehumanized environment. Still, every act of camaraderie took place under the watchful eyes of the guards, quick to quash anything they feared might lead to collective action. While the male captives endured the harshest physical constraints, women and children aboard the ships faced their own set of horrors. Women were typically not chained in the hold and were allowed a degree of mobility on deck compared to men. Captains assumed women were less likely to foment rebellion. However, this relative freedom made women extremely vulnerable to sexual exploitation. Contemporary witnesses, including ship surgeons and enslaved survivors, confirmed that assault of African women by sailors was commonplace. Enslaved women and girls, seen as property, had no recourse against the advances of crewmen. Officers sometimes explicitly selected a woman as a concubine for the voyage. One account by a ship's doctor described how crew members would drag women screeching from below at night. The victims of such assaults were left traumatized, and if they resisted, they could be beaten or even killed with impunity. There were no laws or ship rules to protect them. They were treated simply as another spoil of the trade. But despite these dangers, they could also play their roles in resistance. We'll see it in the next section. They sometimes used their relative freedom to communicate between the groups of male captives, or to make small makeshift weapons or tools that men could use in a revolt. Women also had to maintain whatever care they could for the children present. Children, of course, were generally not shackled, and those old enough to walk might move around the ship freely during the day. Crew members often viewed African children with a mix of amusement and indifference. They were less valuable cargo. Very young children might sell for lower prices, but they also posed no threat. Older enslaved children sometimes assisted the crew with minor tasks, perhaps to earn small favors or food morsels. Younger children clung to their mothers or other adults. Mothers did their best to soothe the crying infants amid the foul conditions. Some women even risked punishment to obtain a bit of extra food or water for their little ones. And even tragically, some enslaved women were forced to give birth during the voyage. In such instances, both mother and newborn were in grave danger due to the lack of medical care and the unsanitary environment. One famous formerly enslaved man, Ignatius Sancho, was born on a slave ship in 1729. His mother died soon after giving birth. His father, in despair, chose to take his own life. This was not an isolated case. Ship logs occasionally recorded stillbirths or infants born at sea, who lived only a short time. If a mother died in childbirth, the crew might throw her infant overboard alive, rather than spare resources on an infant unlikely to survive. Such cruel actions underscore the utter commodification of those on board. The psychological torment for women was acute. They had witnessed their villages attacked, their families torn apart. Now at sea, they endured both the general misery of the hold and the personal terror of exploitation. Some women found ways to fight back. There are accounts of enslaved women attacking predatory sailors, scratching, biting, even stabbing them with utensils, though such resistance was usually met with lethal retaliation from the crew. Yet it sometimes took other forms. They might encourage men to revolt, or conceal plans from the inquisitive crew. In a few recorded instances, women committed infanticide or took their own life as an act of defiance. For example, mothers who smothered their infants or jumped overboard with children rather than let them live as slaves. Each woman's experience was unique, but collectively, enslaved women had to endure a burdensome dual role, victims of the same brutal regime of the men, and the additional victims of violence and family devastation. And so, faced with relentless cruelty, the enslaved Africans did not uniformly submit. Many resisted in whatever ways they could, ranging from quiet defiance to all-out rebellion. Despair, however, was pervasive. Some captives sought to simply take their own lives instead, and many did. In the terminology of the time, crews reported individuals dying of melancholy, essentially severe depression, leading to the loss of will to live. Some captives simply refused to eat until they wasted away, despite beatings and force-feeding attempts. Others attempted more direct ends to their suffering. There were numerous cases of Africans jumping overboard to drown. Equiano recounts how two of his fellow captives chained together managed to slip through the netting and leap into the sea. How they, quote, preferred death to such a life of misery. A third man, unshackled due to illness, followed them overboard. The crew sprang into action, stopping the ship and launching a small boat. But at least two of the three escapees drowned before they could be recovered. Enslaved people understood that the ocean offered an escape from torment. Some even believed that their souls would return to Africa if they died at sea. To deter such incidences, crews put up nettings and barriers and kept close watch. Yet the desperate captives still found their opportunities where they could. On some voyages, multiple people jumped to their deaths. In one notorious incident in 1776, a group of enslaved men deliberately drowned themselves by leaping from a ship off Jamaica, refusing to accept their fate as slaves. Contemporaries noted that these attempts were thousands in number over the centuries of the trade. Beyond individual acts, enslaved Africans regularly plotted revolts aboard slave ships. Shipboard revolts were especially common while the vessel was still near to the African coast, as captives saw a chance to ally with others on shore or swim to land. Over time, shipbuilders and captains modified vessels specifically to thwart rebellion, with reinforced hatch gratings, barricades, and weapons at the ready. The crew were constantly on guard. Any hint of uprising would prompt brutal, preemptive action. Still, history records dozens of slave ship rebellions. A ship's journal from June of 1770 off the coast of West Africa documents a series of revolt attempts within 1 month. It goes as follows. 6th of June, 1770. The slaves made an insurrection, which was soon quelled, with the loss of 2 women. 23rd of June. Died a girl slave. Number 13. The slaves attempted an insurrection, lost a man of Captain Montpenny's purchase, who jumped overboard and was drowned. Employed securing the men in chains, and gave the women concerned 24 lashes each. 26th of June. A few of them got off their handcuffs, but were detected in time. 27th of June. The slaves attempted to force up the gratings in the night, with a design to murder the whites or drown themselves. The women as well as the men were determined, if disappointed of cutting off the whites, to jump overboard and burn the ship as a last resort. Their obstinacy put me under necessity of shooting the ringleader. End of the log entries. Well, this all happened in a single voyage. Definitely getting more than what they bargained for, trying to keep them all below deck. It shows that the captives persistently resisted and were willing to risk death for a chance at freedom, or at least to get their own back. So when a mutiny erupted, the crew responded with overwhelming force. Sailors used swords, firearms, and whatever means necessary to suppress rebellion. Those Africans who survived a failed revolt faced savage punishment. It was common for ringleaders to be executed on spot, for example by shooting or hanging, with all the other captives being made to watch. Some were thrown alive to the sharks as both punishment and a terror tactic. Others might be tortured or mutilated. There are accounts of crews cutting off the limbs of captured rebel leaders, or forcing the remaining captives to watch as their bodies were dragged behind the ship. These gruesome reprisals were meant to crush any further thought of resistance. Now, ironically, the financial loss from killing slaves in a revolt could be mitigated by insurance. European insurers often covered losses from insurrection or, quote, perils of the sea, effectively reimbursing slave owners for dead captives. In one Dutch insurance policy of 1770, a cause explicitly compensated owners for slaves lost to revolt or thrown overboard. This practice only reinforced the view of enslaved people as expendable. But perhaps the most infamous example of cruelty and calculated murder at sea is the case of the British slave ship Zong in 1781. The Zong was overloaded with slaves, around 440 of them on board, on a voyage from West Africa to Jamaica. Disease and malnutrition began killing captives and crew alike as the ship entered the calm equatorial waters known as the doldrums. Facing a shortage of portable water, Captain Luke Collingwood made a horrific decision. He resolved to jettison some of the cargo and save supplies. And by cargo, he means the slaves. Of course, he would then just claim insurance compensation for the loss. Over several days, in late November 1781, the crew disposed of 132 enslaved Africans, throwing them overboard. These were people deemed too sick to survive, or just too thin to fetch a good price. Another 10 captives, in a final act of defiance, jumped into the sea rather than be cast over. The captain later noted quite cynically that it was a loss due to an act of obstinacy on their part. In total, about 142 Africans were gone. When the Zong reached port in Black River, Jamaica, the ship's owners filed an insurance claim for the value of 132 slaves who had been thrown overboard. The subsequent legal case in England, Gregson versus Gilbert, initially treated the matter as a routine insurance dispute, essentially ruling that a captain could lawfully dispose of cargo in emergencies. It was only after the abolitionist Granville Sharp publicized the case that the British public began to grasp the inhumanity that it laid bare. The Zong massacre epitomizes the utter devaluation of African life in the slave trade,
One later depiction of such an atrocity appeared in an American abolitionist newspaper in 1832, showing a captain on a Brazilian slaver having sick Africans thrown overboard to avoid import duties, calmly treating people as disposable commodities. As commentators noted, it was the profit motive taken to a murderous extreme, an attitude that regarded enslaved people as worth more dead via insurance or cost saving than alive in the most certain moments. This simultaneous objectification of people and disdain for their lives allowed many crews to wantonly discard human beings without a hint of remorse. And they did. And so, after weeks, perhaps even months at sea, typically a 6 to 8 week crossing in the 18th century, though sometimes much longer, the survivors of the Middle Passage finally saw land on the horizon. For better or worse, we don't really know. By the time a slave ship approached the Americas, those still alive were often emaciated, dehydrated, and ill. Their ordeal did not end on reaching port, however. The captives would now be prepared for sale, just like any other product arriving in the market. As soon as the ship docked or anchored, the crew got busy bringing the enslaved on deck and began efforts to improve their appearance. They were usually washed with buckets of seawater or taken to shore and bathed. After months in close confinement, many had skin covered with grime, sores, or salt from dried sweat. The crew shaved the men's faces, sometimes their heads, to make them look younger and healthier. Bodies were rubbed with a palm oil or grease to hide blemishes and give the skin a sheen of vitality. If a person had wounds or ulcers, these might be filled with hot tar as a crude cosmetic treatment to cover raw flesh. In some cases, dye was applied to hair to cover any graying, and ruptures, being from hernias or from strain or injury, were trussed up with bandages to prevent any obvious bulges. These preparations were all aimed at fetching the highest possible price at auction. The more marketable the product seemed, the more you could sell it for that higher price. And of course, it was all about getting the highest possible price. And so, like that, all of the slaves, as best as they could, were prepared. On shore, slave traders separated the captives by category. Now, the categories were somewhat as follows. The prime slaves, typically young adult males who looked nice and healthy and strong, were isolated for prominent auction display. Of course, these would be the strongest workers. The slaves were there to do the heavy lifting, so the stronger and taller someone would be, the better slave they would be for the one who purchases them. As for the women and the adolescent youths, they were grouped, and small children who appeared weak were set aside. Sometimes a doctor or an assessor would examine the captives, poking and prodding to judge their condition, and assigning them arbitrary values. Think about giving them classifications such as first-class slaves and second-class slaves, this kind of thing. And then came the sale itself, often a public auction or a so-called scramble. At auctions, buyers scrutinized the Africans as much as the crew had done back on the coast of Africa, forcing mouths open to check teeth, feeling limbs, and making the enslaved walk or jump to assess their fitness, sometimes making them lift heavy things, a kind of test run of some of the work they would be doing for the customer. Families that had managed to stay together through the voyage were frequently torn apart at this stage, as different buyers bid on individuals, and it was very rare that they would purchase a whole family together. One eyewitness in the Caribbean described children clinging to their mothers when they realized they were about to be sold separately, only to be dragged away by the new owners amidst heart-rending screams. Many newly arrived captives were so weakened that they died soon after arrival. In fact, plantation societies like Brazil and the Caribbean, a significant percentage of imported Africans perished in their first year, a period grimly referred to as the seasoning time. They succumbed to new diseases, which of course they had zero immunity to, things like yellow fever and all the rest, little surprises that the new world had in store for them, or to the compounded effects of malnutrition and the abuses suffered during the Middle Passage. Plantation owners took this high early mortality for granted, viewing the fresh imports as replaceable units that might not all survive long. In North America, where conditions were somewhat less lethal, newly arrived Africans still faced a tremendous adjustment, and often carried lasting scars, physical and psychological, from the voyage. For every individual, the transition from the nightmare at sea to the harsh reality of slavery on land was yet another profound shock. The Middle Passage was over, but the long journey into bondage continued on foreign soil in a foreign world. Pretty horrifying from start to finish, I'm sure you'll agree. Well, to wrap all this up, the experience of the enslaved people aboard the slave ship could be one of the most horrific chapters in history. It's definitely up there. It must be top 5. The Middle Passage subjected millions to extreme overcrowding, violence, disease, and don't forget the psychological terror. Why? To make money. That's all it was. They just wanted to make money. Well, not good at all. We have heard in the words of those who endured it, how the holds of the slave ships became airless, pestilential dungeons, filled with loathsome filth and utter despair. We've seen through ship logs and accounts how captains treated human lives as units of profit, chaining, flogging, and even randomly killing them with impunity. And yet, even in the depths of this floating prison of depravity, enslaved people did their best to resist and assert their humanity, whether through open revolt or simple acts of singing a lament together in the dark. By examining the Middle Passage through all the sources in the first-hand testimony, we avoid sanitizing the past. The facts speak plainly. The slave trade was a human disaster on a vast scale, fueled by greed, maintained by terror. Its broad geographical scope, spanning Africa, the Americas, and Europe, meant that the legacy of this violence is global. Understanding what enslaved people endured on the ships is essential to understanding the history of what's going on with the diaspora and the enduring impact of slavery. Well, unfortunately, there's still plenty of slaves around. We might have banned the practice in the civilized world, but it's still happening in other parts of the world. Now, hopefully we can bring all that to an end soon. It's largely thanks to the testimony of survivors, though, like Equiano, and even the records of the slave traders themselves, that we can even talk about this grim reality and reconstruct it so many years later. I hope that I've presented a factual and unembellished narrative of that experience. I'll let the brutal realities speak for themselves. The emotional weight of the Middle Passage doesn't come from rhetoric, but it comes from the real cries and sufferings recorded in those historical sources. In bearing witness to their ordeal, even at a remove of centuries, we have to acknowledge the true human cost of the trade, ensure that the victims' experiences are never forgotten.
In the decades before the Civil War, cotton plantations of the Deep South depended on the forced labor of slaves. By 1860, cotton was the backbone of the Southern economy, and enslaved people numbered in the hundreds of thousands in states like Alabama and Mississippi. On plantations across the fertile Black Belt, enslaved men, women, and even children toiled from dawn until dark to feed the demand for cotton. Their daily existence was ruled by the rising and setting of the sun, the whims of the overseers, and the draconian laws of their system. Today's analysis is going to draw on some primary sources: slave narratives, interviews, plantation records. We're going to examine how enslaved people lived out their daily routines, dealt with the work conditions, the punishment, even a little bit about family life, and how they coped under this system. We're going to look at different slave journals and try and piece together how a daily routine would go, at least as much as we can. So first, let me welcome you here. It's good to meet you all. If you're new to the channel, I invite you to, while enjoying the content, click the subscribe button. And if you're returning, it's good to see you again. For those who are supporting on the Patreon, thank you once more. With that out of the way and welcomes all said and done, let's get on to the topic for today. As usual, nice and relaxed. Let's take it slow. First, we'll talk about the daily routine on a plantation. Enslaved field hands on cotton plantations led lives strictly governed by the demands of the cotton crop. A typical day would begin before sunrise. On many plantations, the horn or bell sounded in the pre-dawn darkness. That was the signal for the slaves to awaken and get to work. James Williams, who had been a slave driver on an Alabama cotton plantation in the 1830s, described it like this: at the earliest dawn of day, the slaves were awakened by the blasting of a horn. Some tried to rise earlier, to eat a small morsel, the morning's bit of bread or bacon, but if anyone overslept until the horn sounded, they had no time to snatch a mouthful before being driven out to the fields. Once the workday's signal was given, the slaves had to assemble and proceed to their task without a moment's delay. On cotton plantations, this meant heading to the fields as soon as there was enough gray light to distinguish the cotton plants from the weeds. Overseers or drivers distributed tools every morning: plows, hoes, cotton sacks, and every slave took their assigned place in the field rows. And then there were children. The ones who were too young for field work were left behind in the quarters, under the care of an elderly woman, often called a granny or the plantation nurse. They would mind the infants and toddlers, while their parents got to work in the fields. It was a kind of a crude daycare system. It allowed planters to extract a little bit more labor from mothers shortly after childbirth, too, even as nursing women were expected back in the field, with only brief intervals to feed their children mid-morning. Think about it. If you have several female slaves who have given birth, that might mean several people off work. But if you just have one system of daycare, if we're going to put it in that way, well, one woman can look after all of the children. This means more hands. The field labor on a cotton plantation stretched from first light until sundown. often 12 to 14 hours of continuous toil. Of course, this would depend on the strictness of the masters. Some masters did not treat their slaves so harshly, viewing them more as workers who needed to be looked after a little better. We'll get to that a little bit later. Sometimes work hours could go a little bit longer during harvest time, overtime, that kind of thing. Now, I'm sure you've heard of Solomon Northup, the subject of the film 12 Years a Slave and the writer of the diary of the same name. He endured 12 years of enslavement on Louisiana plantations, and he wrote that slaves were required to be in the cotton field as soon as it is light in the morning, and aside from a short midday break, they are not permitted to be a moment idle until it is simply too dark to see. One Alabama bondsman likewise recalled that the overseer would get slaves up before day blowing his big horn, and us would work twell plumb dark. The labor did not necessarily stop even when daylight faded. In peak harvest season, work extended into the night. Solomon Northup noted that when the moon was full, sometimes they labored as long as the clouds would allow them. Around noon usually came a brief stop for a meager meal. Often it was no more than a few minutes to gulp down cold bacon before the horn called them back to the field. After this hurried lunch, the grueling field work resumed for the rest of the afternoon under the blazing sun. Enslaved people chopped weeds with heavy hoes, guided mule-drawn plows, or in the harvest seasons, picked cotton balls and stuffed them into long sacks, slinging them over their shoulders. Of course, the work was not only back-breaking, but also monotonous. All this while requiring a constant speed and rhythm. And that's where the drivers came in. You know where we get the word slave driver. Well, it'll take on a little bit of a more literal meaning with this talk. Drivers like James Williams moved up and down the rows to urge the laborers forward, with threats of lashes if anybody was lagging, under the overseer's watchful eye, often from horseback with whip in hand. The line of slaves had to keep bending, chopping, picking in unison. No excuses, no slacking. He was reported as saying as following: I was employed in passing from row to row in order to see that the work was well done and to urge forward the laborers. Of course, you must remember that he was coerced in his role as a driver. Falling behind could mean a beating on the spot. Sundown did not mean the end. Daylight faded. The field hands were finally permitted to stop field work and leave, often carrying their tools and baskets. But the day's duties were not truly over. First they had to tote the harvested cotton to the gin house or cotton shed to be weighed and stored. At day's end, each slave had to bring their filled cotton basket to be weighed at the gin house, a moment always approached with fear and trembling. Why would that be? Well, you see, the slaves often had quotas. If a slave fell short of that daily quota, they may suffer a punishment on the spot. If they exceeded it, the master might simply just raise the quota for the next time, viewing them as a good worker, capable of more. A kind of bizarre motivation. After weighing and storing the cotton, the slaves still had to perform their evening chores around the farm, and that could mean all sorts of jobs: cutting firewood, feeding mules, fetching water, and so on, depending on what kind of skills and strength the particular slave had. Only after completing these duties could they finally trudge back to their meager quarters. But even so, you didn't get too much rest in there. When slaves at last reached their cabins, They still had to tend to their own basic needs, and their own basic needs, of course, had been postponed all day. They might have to grind corn into meal by hand on a crude hand mill to prepare their food, and then cook whatever meager supply they had, typically over an open hearth. Women in particular had to spend hours at night carding cotton or spinning yarn, to finish cloth for their clothing. Many had spinning quotas to fulfill on top of a day's field work, under threat of punishment if they failed to finish. Some slaves also attended to small garden patches or chickens at night to supplement their meager rations. After only a few hours of rest, the unwelcome horn would sound again, and the cycle would begin all anew. The exhaustion was, of course, profound as one can imagine. Even Sunday, the slave's supposed day of rest, often had to be used to finish the leftover tasks or personal chores. If you didn't get that done, Monday might have a whipping in store for you. Although it did offer a brief chance for worship or family time in many cases. So this gives us a bit of a picture of the average sort of routine, of course. Different places had different things going on. Some worse, some better. It all depends on the management. Just like a normal workplace in our modern era. So let's talk a little bit more about the work conditions now. The daily routine in itself was grueling, but the conditions under which enslaved people labored made it even more brutal. Enslaved workers on cotton plantations faced relentless physical demands, along with inadequate provisions and poor environments designed to extract maximum labor at minimum cost. Contemporary accounts highlight the extreme fatigue and suffering that pervaded the work experience of field slaves. Planters enforced high productivity from each hand. An ordinary day's picking was about 200 pounds of cotton, and any slave who brought in less was typically punished. A new hand's capability was tested on their first day. Overseers would whip him up smartly to pick up the pace as much as possible, then require an amount every day thereafter. If any day's weight fell short, it was considered evidence that he had been laggard. A number of lashes could be the penalty. Each person thus had a fixed quota under the constant threat of the whip. Exceptional pickers, like one young woman on Northup's plantation, could gather as much as 500 pounds in a single day. You'd think this would be rewarded, surely. But rather than actually rewarding her, the master simply expected feats regularly such as this, and according to Northup, she would surely have been beaten if she fell below that extraordinary mark. Slaves who consistently could not meet the standard quota might be reallocated to other work, such as stock tending or carpentry, rather than whipped daily for shortfall. Beyond cotton picking, many other tasks filled an enslaved person's workday. In spring, slaves plowed the fields and planted seed from sunup to sundown. In summer, they thinned the cotton and hoed weeds under a punishing sun. Many suffered from heat exhaustion. Those not acclimated to the deep south climate sometimes collapsed under the extreme heat and severity of the toil. Overseers were often quite indifferent to the suffering. One even joked that fainting newcomers were Virginia ladies, altogether too delicate for Alabama use, yet he still drove them into collapse. The constant threats were dehydration, malaria, and sunstroke. Slaves were often given no hats or inadequate shoes, and their coarse clothing offered pretty much no protection from sun or rain. Fevers and illnesses were also frequent, and medical care was primitive if you could get it at all, typically limited to home remedies or just a good rest
if that was allowed. Planters were provided just enough food to keep the slaves working, but also keep them somewhat well nourished, if they could afford that. Weekly rations were pretty meager generally, typically a peck of cornmeal and 3 to 4 pounds of salt pork or bacon per person. This might be cooked into cornmeal mush or cornbread in a thin pork stew. Slaves rarely received vegetables, milk, or other foods from the plantation stores. To avoid starvation, many enslaved people cultivated small garden patches by their cabins, or foraged and hunted at night to supplement their diet. But even so, chronic hunger and malnutrition were common. One enslaved woman recalled the standard fare was 3 pounds of meat and a peck of meal per week. Very little else. Clothing, on the other hand, was issued sparingly, usually once or twice a year, and was the cheapest and coarsest fabric. Onseberg, not sure if you heard of that. It's been a while since that has been on the shelves. It was a rough linen, commonly used for slave garments. Adults might receive a single outfit for summer, shirt and pants for men, a dress for women, and one for winter, plus maybe a coat and a pair of shoes. The pair of shoes, you had to be pretty lucky to get them, though. Children frequently went without proper clothing. Many wore nothing more than a long shirt tail until adolescence. Bedding was likewise minimal. An enslaved person typically got 1 coarse blanket per year, and they slept on wooden planks or the cabin floor with straw or rags for padding. Housing for enslaved families usually consisted of crude 1-room log cabins in an area called the slave quarters. These cabins were rudimentary structures, often without windows, with dirt floors and leaky roofs. Multiple family members slept together in such cramped quarters. Little privacy or comfort. James Williams, from his journal, noted that slave cabins on his Alabama plantation each had a piece of ground attached to them for a garden, where the occupant could try to raise a few vegetables. There was a catch, though. The slaves could usually tend these gardens only at night or on Sundays, and that is, of course, up to the exhausting work days. The quarters were generally within earshot of the overseer's master's house. Williams said it was 300 yards away. If you got caught, well, out comes the whip. And then what was the situation for health and medical care? We've briefly mentioned it. Given the long hours, exposure, and poor diet, one may imagine that people often fell ill or suffered injuries. However, medical care was grossly inadequate. Planters rarely summoned doctors, except in extreme cases. Instead, sick slaves were usually treated with crude home remedies or just left to recover or just die on their own. Enslaved individuals were expected to work through common illnesses like fevers, and resting was often not tolerated unless a person was on the brink of collapse. Pregnant women often received no special consideration. They were expected to work up until childbirth, and many miscarriages or stillbirths resulted from overwork and abuse. There was one particularly horrific case in Alabama. An overseer whipped a heavily pregnant woman named Priscilla until, quote, she was delivered of a dead infant at the foot of a tree where she was tied. Now that is tragic. It was apparently reported in the same source. The overseer had later laughed it off as a small incident. Things like this to show that enslavers generally viewed slaves only as laboring property, not as humans to be cared for. But when they did receive medical care, it was usually under the guise of not wanting to lose one's investment. Think about it. A plantation owner, a slaver, someone who would purchase slaves. Well, if he was going to pay a certain amount of money for a slave, he didn't want that person to succumb to some illness who could be cured quite easily. So it really would depend on the situation. But generally,
you would just be told to get over it. Let's get into a little bit more about punishments and control. I know, it's not like we're moving into brighter territory, but, well, you knew what you were in for when you clicked on the video. Plantation slavery was, of course, maintained by this underlying threat of violence and punishment. Enslaved people were subject to brutal physical discipline for a host of real and sometimes perceived infractions, or simply just to enforce total control. First-hand accounts provide pretty stomach-churning details of whippings, torture, and other abuses that were part of life for slaves in the Deep South cotton plantations. We've certainly seen the videos of the torn and ripped up backs of some former slaves. Horrifying. Of course, that was the job of the whip, the planter's primary tool of discipline. It was often made of braided cowhide that could flay your back to ribbons. It was used so commonly that countless slaves bore permanent scars crisscrossing on their backs. The standard severe whipping was often set at 39 lashes by custom, and some state laws even codified 39 as a limit. But overseers frequently exceeded that limit with impunity. Whippings were administered for endless reasons. Failing to meet the daily picking quota was a frequent cause. Northup had noted in his writings, after weighing, following the whippings for those who fell short. There was a scene actually in that film when they're all weighing the cotton hoard at the end of the day. And very casually, the master, well, after measuring and finding a certain weight to be inaccurate, just nonchalantly says, "Okay, take them away to be whipped." Poor old slaves just, well, I suppose it happens so many times that they just get used to it, as much as you could. In fact, the slaves might also be flogged for any perceived disrespect, slowing down, breaking a tool by accident, or even in some cases just having a sullen expression, a bad attitude. Punishments were often inflicted publicly as a warning to others. Enslavers devised other cruel punishments too beyond whipping. Some enslaved people were confined in shackles or iron collars for days. Others were put in the stocks, that medieval-looking wooden frame sort of sits around your hands and feet, sometimes, or just with your head and your hands through it. And that is a punishment that's pretty severe. One Alabama slave was actually left in stocks for days, and he actually died in there, the poor thing. Torture also was not uncommon. James Williams recounted an overseer tying a runaway to the ground and using trained cats to claw his back. How grotesque. In another case, an overseer punished an enslaved man by burning him with hot wax, illustrating the sadistic lengths of the cruelty. Of course, always under the constant threat of such brutality. The threat of death, or sale, also loomed as ultimate punishments. If a slave resisted or struck back, they could be killed with very little repercussion. More commonly, rebellious slaves were sold off to the Deep South trade as a punishment, permanently exiling them from their family. Family separations were themselves a deliberate, controlled tactic. The wife or child of a disobedient slave might be sold away to break the slave's spirit. As one 1830s anti-slavery report lamented, quote, "Brothers and sisters, parents and children, husbands and wives are torn asunder and permitted to see each other no more. These acts are daily occurring in the midst of us." The constant fear of being whipped, maimed, or sold, that was a psychological terror. One of the most horrific punishments was reserved for runaways, if people had the guts to try it. Many did, though. Last resorts, a lot of them were driven to that.
Plantation owners employed armed patrols and packs of trained bloodhounds to hunt fugitive slaves. If they were caught, runaways would be savagely whipped, mutilated, or even just killed as examples. James Williams recounts how a man named Little John ran off and was pursued by hounds. Well, guess what? They found him. His body was, I quote, dreadfully mangled and gashed by the teeth of the dogs, entrails strewn about. Such ghastly scenes were extreme, sure, and they didn't happen too often, but they weren't unheard of. Even the possibility of being torn apart by dogs or killed for trying to escape cast a very long shadow, deterring many from attempting flight. Overseers were the paid enforcers of this brutal regime, and it was very hard to find somebody to do that job. Often poor whites were hired for their toughness, and they had a reputation for cruelty. They wielded virtually unchecked power on the plantation, answerable only to the master. William's overseer in Alabama, a man named Huckstep, became notorious for his violent discipline. He even whipped that pregnant Priscilla until she miscarried. Huckstep's reign of terror was such that when he was badly injured in a horse accident, the slaves secretly rejoiced, reportedly thanking God that the devil would take him at last. Such a rare glimpse into slave sentiment shows how deeply hated a cruel overseer can be. Well, to sum up, the slave system relied on this spectrum of punishments: daily whipping and humiliation up to torture, killing, and family destruction to enforce submission. Enslaved people lived under a state of siege, physical and psychological, never knowing when the next act of cruelty might occur. That many survived it all under these kinds of conditions, it must be a testament to resilience, that's for sure, even as countless others perished or were simply broken by the brutality of it all. But of course, among all the misery, life must go on. Despite all the dehumanization, the slaves formed families and communities, creating a social world of their own within the confines of their system. However, family life under slavery was, as you can imagine, fraught with anxiety and heartbreak. They could get married, sure, but the marriages had no legal standing. Families could be torn apart at a slaveholder's whim, and even every family bond was vulnerable to the slave trade breaking it apart. Slaves did marry, or take up at least with a partner, and strove to maintain family units as much as possible, often held informal marriage ceremonies. A common tradition was jumping the broom. The couple would jump over a broomstick together as a symbol of union. Typically, they had to get the master's permission to marry or live as husband and wife. Some owners allowed it, too, seeing advantage in slaves having families. Children born into slavery increased the owner's human property, too. And some owners just wanted to treat their slaves a little bit more humanely. Once again, it really depends on the person. We can't imagine that every single slave owner was a monstrous, Disney-like villain. I know that's a controversial opinion, but we just cannot put things into such simplified terms, because it all comes on a spectrum. Well, either way, this permission to get married could be denied or revoked arbitrarily. There was one ex-slave that recalled that you couldn't marry unless another master's agreed to buy both of them, meaning that if a husband and wife had different owners, one owner had to purchase the other, or the marriage would just simply not be allowed. Too bad. So sad. If such an agreement wasn't reached, couples might simply cohabitate without any formal sanction, or maintain a marriage across plantations through nightly visits when possible. Enslaved couples cherished their bonds despite all these obstacles. Human feelings don't go away, even in times of trouble. They considered themselves married in the eyes of God, even if they weren't recognized by law. Slaves often sought to live together as families in their quarters, as many slave holders did tolerate nuclear families on their plantations, as long as the slaves remained obedient. Some masters found that allowing family life could make slaves more docile. However, the threat of separation always hung over them. The husband on one plantation often lived in fear that his wife or children might be sold, while he was powerless to prevent it, and of course vice versa. For enslaved mothers and fathers, parenthood was a mix of both joy and terror. Like everyone else, they loved their children dearly, but they knew they were raising them under constant peril. Slave infants were typically allowed to stay with their mothers until weaning, but after that, they could be sold at any time. Harriet Ann Jacobs, an enslaved mother herself, described how every New Year's Day, the traditional hiring and sale day for slaves, comes laden with peculiar sorrows for slave mothers, who sit watching the children, who may all be torn from her the next morning. Jacobs witnessed a mother of 7 in North Carolina lose every single one of her children in the same tragic day. The woman was screaming at the auction, according to Jacobs. They took all. Gone. All gone. Why doesn't God kill me? As her last child was carted away. Jesus. Such scenes were daily, hourly occurrences. Jacobs attested to this. Every enslaved parent in Alabama or Mississippi knew that their family could be broken apart with the stroke of a pen on a bill of sale. Enslaved mothers tried to shield their children as best as they could. They taught them to be discreet and obedient around the masters from a young age, hoping to spare them from punishment. Mothers and fathers also passed down African-American folk stories, songs, and spiritual beliefs to instill strength and a kind of identity in their children. Many slaves gave their children biblical or familial names, even if the masters assigned them different names, as a way to assert their personhood. Nonetheless, parents had to live with that painful knowledge that they ultimately had no legal right to keep their own daughters or their own sons. A slave child was the property of the master, not their parents. As one formerly enslaved person bitterly remarked, slave parents lived with a peculiar sorrow. They could not protect their offspring from being sold or abused. Extended family and community. In response to these pressures, enslaved people developed extended kin networks and communal support systems. Everyone in the slave quarters became kind of a big old family. Older slaves helped care for the young. An elder might be called an auntie or an uncle by all of the children, whether related or not. If an infant's mother was sold away, another enslaved woman on the plantation would often nurse and raise the child as her own. The slaves took these adoptive bonds very seriously. It wasn't uncommon for aunts, uncles, or even grandparents to step in to rear children separated from their parents. Someone had to step up. These adaptive family structures helped a little bit to offset the trauma of family separations and foster a sense of solidarity in the quarters. If your children were taken away from you, hopefully there would be a good chance that they were simply being sent to their auntie's house. But despite the slaveholders' efforts to suppress them, enslaved people also built their own community life and cultural traditions. In slave quarters at night, they forged a semi-autonomous social world. They sang spirituals and work songs that expressed their hopes and sorrows in coded language among themselves. They told folk tales that taught lessons about surviving by wit and guile. On rare evenings or Saturday nights, they held informal dances or prayer meetings. One former slave from Alabama recalled that on some Saturday nights the slaves would sing and dance and have prayer meetings in their quarters. Another remembered how on special nights they had lots of fun, cutting monkey shines and dancing all night long. Sometimes even the plantation mistress would quietly watch the slaves dance for a while. Such gatherings allowed enslaved people to enjoy fellowship and at least forget their cares for a little while. They laughed, celebrated marriages, and told jokes about the masters behind their backs most likely, forging a shared culture and identity that the slaveholders could never really whip out of them. But perhaps most remarkably, enslaved people continued to form and cherish family bonds under slavery's assaults. Many couples stayed together for life, even if they were not separated by sale. They considered their anniversary of jumping the broom as meaningful as a legal wedding. Parents clung fiercely as their children as they could. Family members were sold away, often attempted to maintain contact by sending letters through clandestine means or relayed messages via traveling slaves. After the Civil War, thousands of freed people would embark on journeys to try and reunite with long-lost spouses, children, or siblings. In summary, family life for slaves was pretty fragile, often tragically disrupted, yet never fully extinguished. Enslaved people asserted their humanity by loving one another, marrying and nurturing children under conditions that sought to deny those very human impulses. The family and community they built in quarters provided emotional support, cultural continuity, and a form of resistance to the idea that they were simply property. These ties sustained them through the darkest of times, even as the institution of slavery constantly threatened to tear their loved ones apart. As one formerly enslaved mother had recalled, "They can't chain my soul to earth." Even when her children were sold, she kept them alive in her heart until the hoped-for day of their freedom and reunion came. Resistance and survival. Faced with unrelenting toil and brutality, enslaved individuals developed various survival strategies and forms of resistance, some subtle and everyday, and oftentimes bold and extraordinary. These included quiet subversions on the plantation, cultural and spiritual sustenance, and occasionally open defiance or escape. Together they helped enslaved people preserve their dignity and hope. On a daily basis, enslaved people engaged in small acts to assert some control or at least slow the pace of exploitation. They sometimes faked illness, accidentally broke tools, or more slowly, they worked more worked more slowly than they were capable of, a practice known as foot dragging as a form of protest. An enslaved worker might, for example, deliberately let a plow ox wander off or a cotton branch get damaged whenever the overseer wasn't looking, in order to disrupt the workflow. Such acts had to be subtle. If you got caught, well, you'd be punished severely. But many slaves became very adept at just feigning stupidity or clumsiness to cover minor sabotage. They also stole bits of produce or supplies from the plantation, what one slave called taking back what was owed. to supplement their own needs, despite the risk of a whipping if you got discovered. Even maintaining one's dignity could be a form of defiance. Some slaves refused to show pain or cry out under the lash, denying their tormentors the satisfaction of it. Others found different ways to assert personality, wearing bright colors on their ragged clothes, celebrating secret birthdays for their kids, or giving their children dignified names. Such behaviors might seem pretty minor, but they were actually real acts of self-assertion in a system that tried to strip away their individuality. And then there were religion and music. They were crucial coping tools. Enslaved people crafted a rich spiritual life that gave them hope and inner freedom. They held secret prayer meetings at night. One remembered turning a washpot upside down at the cabin door to muffle the sound of their hymns so the master wouldn't hear it. In their humble, brash arbors of slave quarters, they sang spirituals that often had double meanings, praising God while yearning for deliverance from bondage. The biblical story of Exodus, that is, that escape from slavery, that was especially inspiring. When they sang the song, "Go Down, Moses," or even "Swing Low, Sweet Chariot," they were affirming their faith that one day all of God's children would be free. This faith gave them strength to endure the suffering. As an ex-slave in Mississippi put it, "We prayed that the Lord would set us free. We know that he would, in his own time." Music thus lifted their spirits. Enslaved people sang while working, during worship, and in their few leisure moments. These songs expressed sorrow, hope, and sometimes veiled protest. Owners often thought the slaves were singing from happiness, but as Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist, famously observed, slaves sang most when they were most unhappy, pouring out their souls in melody. You ever wonder where the blues comes from? Think about it. Work songs and spirituals were a form of emotional release and a way to forge solidarity in the quarters. Similarly, slaves told Brer Rabbit folk tales and other stories in the evenings, in which the weak tricked the strong, allegories that gave them laughter, and a sense that cleverness could overcome brute power. They survived in large part by supporting one another. In the slave quarters there was a strong ethic of sharing and cooperation. If someone fell ill or was injured, neighbors would help tend to them with herbal remedies. If a family ran short of food before the weekly ration was distributed, others might quietly share from their own provision. Women often assisted each other with childcare, for instance. A mother would watch over several toddlers while the others were in the field. Enslaved people also secretly helped each other meet onerous tasks. An elderly ex-slave recalled staying up late many nights to help her daughter spin the required amount of yarn so the daughter wouldn't be whipped for failing to meet the quota. These small acts of solidarity were a lifeline. Together, the slaves created a hidden support network, helping its members endure the hardship that would have been unbearable in isolation. But the most dramatic form of resistance was escape. Thousands of enslaved people attempted to flee, even though the odds were completely against them, especially from the deep south, where free territory was hundreds of miles away. Some runaways, or as they were called, truants, only hid out temporarily in nearby swamps or woods to escape punishment or overwork, returning after a few days or weeks when hunger or cold forced them back, or when an owner promised leniency. Others made daring bids for permanent freedom. One well-known Alabama fugitive, a man named James Curry, managed to disguise himself and travel north to freedom in the 1830s, later writing about his own escape. More commonly, Deep South runaways tried to reach cities like New Orleans or Mobile to stow away on ships, or they headed west toward the frontier, or south toward Mexico. In fact, slavery was non-existent in Mexico after 1829. Yeah, it kind of ties into the problems that they had with the Texas Revolution as well. It's cultural clashes. Well, most of these who ran away were eventually caught by slave catchers or betrayed by their own people. But their attempts inspired others and rattled the slaveholders. The existence of the Underground Railroad, while more effective in the Upper South, still reached into the Deep South in some cases, aided by networks of black and white anti-slavery agents. Go and learn about John Brown. I did a video about him too. Every successful escape, such as that of Solomon Northup, who regained freedom after 12 years, but this was kind of a different circumstance, was a victory against the slave system and a beacon of hope to those who were left behind. During the Civil War, mass escapes occurred as Union armies approached. Enslaved people in Alabama, Mississippi, and elsewhere flocked to Union lines whenever possible, seizing the opportunity to free themselves. Striking while the iron was hot, I suppose. They became contrabands in Union camps, or took up arms as soldiers in the United States colored troops. Now that's a video on its own. Their actions affirmed that enslaved people were not passive recipients of freedom, but active agents securing it. In the words of an enslaved minister, when freedom finally came, it was because we prayed for it. We kept praying and waiting on the Lord. But they also took action when the moment arrived. Survival and resistance, they go hand in hand. From quiet subversions of the plantation to the bold strike for liberty, when history presented them with the chance, finally. And so that was it. The daily life of a slave on a cotton plantation on the Deep South. Exploitation, endurance, resistance, survival. From the first pre-dawn blast of the horn to the exhausted last drudging step back into the cabin at night. It was a ceaseless labor under hostile conditions, a daily routine unimaginably long and grueling, governed by the sun's rise and the overseer's lash. Food, rest, family. These needs were barely accommodated. Brutal conditions left them hungry, exhausted, physically broken, while arbitrary cruelty and perpetual threat of violence and family separation enforced the planter's authority. Yet within this bleak picture, we also discern the resilience and agency of these people. The voices of former slaves reveal that they found ways to live on, not merely just exist. In the flicker of a cabin firelight after midnight, a mother might teach her child another quiet song. Sunday evenings, slaves gathered to pray, sing of deliverance. A loving couple would jump over the broom under the moon, pledging themselves that they would love each other, even without legal sanction. At times, when oppression was too great to bear, a brave soul slipped through the net into the darkness to follow the North Star toward that eternal dream of freedom. And such was the paradox of the enslaved life. Extreme impression went with extraordinary fortitude. The historical accounts and narratives allow us to piece together this structured, detailed mosaic of the daily life of a slave. Not a life that anybody would willingly choose. It was imposed by the cruelest injustice. But those who lived it infused it with whatever meaning they could, through family, faith, and resistance. So when we look at the daily routines, the work, the punishment, the family ties, and coping mechanisms, we not only gain a sharper picture of the past, but a deep respect for the human spirit that endured, eventually overcoming this dark chapter in our history. The day-to-day endurance, the quiet resistance of the slaves helped lay that groundwork for the eventual collective emancipation that came with the Civil War, that crescendo. The hardships they covered were a testament to the strength of the human spirit under this oppression, and when freedom finally arrived, it vindicated the years of faith and struggle that had sustained them. A long nightmare of toil, transformed into a legacy of survival and resilience that I hope inspires you to today.
In a dim stone chamber, lit by flickering torchlight, a lone prisoner stands trembling as robed figures gather in judgment. Out of the shadows, an inquisitor steps forward with an accusation, a crime against God and the Church, the crime of heresy. The prisoner protests innocence, but it is of no use. The word of the inquisitor is absolute, backed by an institution that spans medieval Europe. In this world, faith and fear walk hand in hand, and the inquisitor has the authority to imprison, extract confessions, and torture. How exactly did a mandate to protect the faith turn into such a license for cruelty? Today, we're going to talk about how medieval inquisitors abused their power from the 12th through to the 15th centuries, focusing especially on the notorious Spanish Inquisition, while drawing examples from across Europe. We'll talk about the systematic abuses, legal manipulations that placed inquisitors seemingly above the law, forced confessions wrung out under torture, financial corruption, and greed cloaked in piety. We'll also look at the political motivations that twisted a religious mission into a tool of tyranny. We'll also see how fear was weaponized to enforce social conformity. Along the way, we'll hear voices from the past, from inquisitors' own manuals and trial records, to the cries of their victims and rare critiques from contemporaries. There's going to be plenty of gritty and gory details. It's a dark journey, but a revealing one. The story of the Inquisition shows how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can breed injustice. Indeed, it's been called one of the most effective means of thought control that Europe has ever known, at least as of 2025. Let's step back into that gritty little chamber and discover how an institution founded to save souls became one that many became to fear above all else. But before we do, hit that like and subscribe button. Well, I had to ask. And for those supporting on the Patreon, thank you very much. Also, those who have looked at the merch shop too, thank you. All right, now let's begin nice and relaxed. Well, to understand the abuses, we have to understand the origin of the Inquisitor's power, where exactly it came from. In the 12th and 13th centuries, the medieval church faced growing challenges from heresies. Now, heresies weren't non-Christians. They were more considered as pagans and all the rest. Combating heresies means religious movements that contradicted official doctrine. We're talking sects like the Cathars in southern France and the Waldensians in Italy. They attracted quite a lot of followers, alarming church authorities. Initially, local bishops tried to curb heresies, but as the movement spread, they gained power, and the papacy created a more systematic approach. In 1231, Pope Gregory IX established the medieval Inquisition, commissioning specially appointed inquisitors, often Dominican friars, to travel across Europe and root out heresy. These papal inquisitors were granted extraordinary authority. They could override local church courts, investigate anyone suspected of unorthodox beliefs and deliver verdicts with the backing of secular force. It's a lot of power, isn't it? Yes. Well, from the start, the groundwork was laid for potential abuse, of course. Inquisitors operated under a procedure called inquisitio, essentially an inquest, which flipped normal justice on its head. Instead of being presumed innocent, the accused heretic was treated with deep suspicion. Trials were conducted in secret, and the usual safeguards for defendants were completely stripped away. Early inquisitors like Konrad von Marburg in Germany gained infamy for their unbridled zeal. Konrad, appointed by the Pope as the first inquisitor in Germany, virtually assumed the accused were guilty until proven innocent. According to accounts, he accepted almost any accusation as true, and quickly consigned those who would not confess to the stake. He even encouraged the accused to denounce others, implying their own lives might be spared if they did so, a tactic that spread panic as people named neighbors to save themselves. So ruthless were Conrad's methods that, after he accused a prominent noble without solid proof, enraged knights ambushed and actually killed him in 1233. This violent end to Conrad's crusade showed that even in medieval times there were limits to what the public would tolerate from an unchecked inquisitor. Of course, Conrad, he was not an isolated case, but a damn good example. Across Europe, inquisitors realized that their holy commission placed them above normal constraints. They answered only to the Pope, or later, to the monarch in state-run inquisitions, and the urgency of combating heresy was seen as so great that it excused methods unthinkable in other courts. For example, in southern France, inquisitors could descend on a town and demand that the entire population of the town swear oaths of faith and inform on any suspected heretics. The people living in fear know that a careless word from a neighbor could bring the Inquisition to their door. And so by the 14th century, some inquisitors began to codify their tactics in handbooks. A well-known example is Bernard Guy, the Inquisitor of Toulouse, who around 1324 wrote a practical guide for fellow inquisitors. Guy's manual detailed how to conduct investigations and interrogations. He warned that heretics would conceal and hide their error, and that the inquisitor must be relentless and clever in uncovering it. He viewed the Inquisition as a kind of moral drama. The heretic's trial should serve as a public lesson. By convincingly unmasking a heretic's lies, the inquisitor would, quote, win the hearts and minds of the community and keep them loyal to the true faith. Of course, this shows that even early on in the game, the Inquisition understood the value of theater and fear, making an example of the condemned to warn others. Despite occasional lenient rhetoric about saving souls, the historical reality is clear. The Inquisition concentrated unprecedented power in the hands of its agents, and many wielded it ruthlessly. They could arrest on mere suspicion, hold people indefinitely, and use secrecy and intimidation to produce evidence. Unlike in regular courts, there was no jury or peers, no transparent proceedings, and often no advocate for the accused. Papal decrees continued to bolster this authority. Notably, in 1252, Pope Innocent IV issued the bull Ad Extirpanda, which explicitly authorized inquisitors to use torture under certain conditions. This decree coldly instructed magistrates to force captured heretics and to accuse others, so long as they did not kill or permanently maim the victim. With this papal endorsement, what had been forbidden or controversial
had now become an acceptable tool, and the message could not be mistaken. Protecting the faith was so important that almost any measure, short of outright killing the suspect during the interrogation, was completely justified. Armed with such sweeping powers and justifications, the medieval inquisitors set out on their mission. It is here that we begin to see the full range of abuses of power, for once authority is unchecked, it easily gets misused. So we're going to examine now how inquisitors perverted legal norms, employed torture, pursued profit in politics, and of course spread fear to tighten their grip on society. A subtler abuse of power lay in the legal manipulations practiced by inquisitors. You see, these were not lawless mobs at all. Inquisitors were often very educated in theology and canon law, but they wrapped their operations in a veneer of legality while quietly rigging the rules. The inquisitorial procedure was designed to favor the prosecution at every turn, and it made a mockery of equitable justice, as you shall see. One major difference was the use of secrecy and anonymous accusations. In most courts, an accused person could know who testified against them and challenge them. In the Inquisition's courts, the identities of accusers and witnesses were kept secret for their own protection. The accused often had no way to rebuke testimony when they weren't even told who had given it. False or malicious denunciations thus found easy purchase. You can only imagine if your neighbor didn't like you. Well, all they needed to do was make an anonymous report. An accused might desperately try to guess who had spoken against them. The only defense allowed was to name any personal enemies. But if they guessed wrong, it only raised the inquisitor's suspicion further. In effect, the defendant had stood blindfolded at their own trial. The inquisitors also twisted normal standards of evidence, which there were standards at the time, but this whole institution kind of brought them back a couple of generations at least. A mere whisper of rumor, a bad reputation for heresy even could justify an arrest. Hearsay and suspicion carried heavy weight too. The usual presumption of innocence did not apply. On the contrary, many inquisitors presumed the accused was lying. They often entered a trial convinced of guilt and saw their role as extracting a confession by any means. As a result, injustice was pretty much built into the system. One contemporary summed it up by observing that in an Inquisition trial, the accused had the arms of an infant against a giant. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Sometimes even, inquisitors resorted to fraud to ensure convictions. One example, in the city of Carcassonne around 1300, the Franciscan friar Bernard de Lisieux accused the local inquisitors of fabricating evidence. He discovered that the inquisitors' registers, the official trial records that is, listed testimony from people who did not exist. In other words, they were just making things up, inventing witnesses to strengthen their case. Well, very brave for Bernard to expose this, and when he did, of course, it caused a scandal. The townsfolk rioted, and the implicated inquisitors temporarily fled the city. Bernard appealed to the King of France, that is Philip IV, arguing that the inquisitor Folquet de Saint-Georges and even the local bishop were corrupt and abusing their power. And here we have a somewhat rare check on the Inquisition. The king's officials removed the inquisitor and punished the bishop. This episode showed that even the secular authorities could recognize inquisitorial injustice, though such intervention was uncommon. But we have to thank the brave Bernard de Lisieux, that Franciscan friar back in 1300, for at least doing something. But another glaring legal abuse was the manipulation of the rules regarding torture, which we will fully explore in the next section. Now, church law technically forbade torturing the suspect more than once, but experienced inquisitors found a bit of a cheeky loophole. The 14th century inquisitor Nicolaus Emmerich, in his handbook Directorium Inquisitorum, noted that torture is deceptive and ineffectual, acknowledging that a person in agony might say anything to get himself out of it. Yet he proceeded to outline how an inquisitor could legally torture the same person multiple times. He had a little trick. That was to interpret the prohibition narrowly. One could not repeat torture for the exact same charge, but if a person was accused of multiple heretical acts, each act could warrant its own session. By defining new questions or charges, the inquisitor could effectively bypass the one-time torture rule. This cynical legalism allowed inquisitors to push the limits of brutality while claiming to obey the letter of the law. And through such devices, the inquisitor became a virtually unchallengeable figure in his domain. He was often judge, jury, and executioner. The usual checks on a judge's power: open trials, defense counsel, independent juries. They were all absent. As a result, inquisitors could and did bend the law to secure the outcomes that they wanted. Trial records sometimes state that a confession was given freely, without torture, immediately after describing a brutal torture session, after which the exhausted prisoner supposedly spoke freely. These fictions in the record show how procedure was stage-managed to legitimize what was, in truth, pure coercion. To sum up, the Inquisitor's legal framework became an instrument of power. It retained the form of a judicial process, but few of the protections remained. By controlling the rules and keeping proceedings opaque, inquisitors stacked the deck against the accused. Many observers later likened inquisitorial trials to a foregone conclusion. A performance where the verdict of guilt was all but assured from the start. This perversion of justice was a fundamental abuse, one that set the stage for the physical abuses to come, since the system was so tilted towards conviction, readily embraced any method to achieve it. But of course, no aspect of the Inquisition's work is more famous than its use of torture. In fact, inquisitors saw torture as a legitimate means to compel the truth from those who stubbornly clung to their error. While secular courts of the era also used torture, the Inquisition embraced it with a particular zeal and systematic approach. What was officially called putting a suspect to the question became the dark heart of the inquisitorial procedure, a realm of physical agony intended to break both body and spirit. In theory, though, torture was the last resort, to be employed only if all the other methods failed to get a confession. But in practice, it became routine. The torture chamber, often a dingy little dungeon beneath the tribunal, was equipped with grim devices. The inquisitors of the Spanish Inquisition formalized 3 standard methods: the garrucha, the toca, and the potro. The application of the garrucha, also known as the strappado, involved tying the victim's hands behind their back and suspending them by a rope from the ceiling. Sometimes weights were added to the feet. The victim's shoulders and arms would be wrenched violently, often dislocating with a sickening crunch.
The toca was a form of water torture. A cloth was forced into the victim's mouth and water poured over it, giving the sensation of drowning as the prisoner gagged and suffocated. The potro was the infamous rack, in which the limbs were slowly pulled apart in opposite directions, stretching joints until they just tear apart. Inquisitors enjoyed these methods because they left no immediate, visible injuries, no shedding of blood, thus sidestepping the Church's ban on clerics spilling blood. Interesting interpretations. Even within the Inquisition's rules, there were bizarre nods to propriety. A physician was often required to be present to certify that the victim was healthy enough to endure torture without dying, a macabre formality that did very little to mitigate the cruelty. The reality was that many prisoners were permanently maimed or even died from the torture, despite the limits in theory. Under such torment, victims typically would confess to anything that the Inquisitors wanted, whether it was true or not. In fact, the Inquisitors expected a confession extracted under torture would later be affirmed freely. After a torture session, they often brought the bruised and broken prisoner back to the courtroom the next day to repeat the confession without torture, and only then was it deemed valid. Of course, if a victim retracted their confession, insisting it was only made due to the unbearable pain, the Inquisitors felt justified in simply resuming the torture on the grounds of renewed obstinacy. It was a deadly trap. Maintain innocence, and the torture continues. Confess, and you damned yourself by your own words. Yeah, a rock and a hard place. We'll call it that. We have many examples of how torture yielded dubious confessions. During the infamous trials of the Knights Templar, 1307 to 1310, for instance, dozens of Templar monks confessed under torture to outrageous heresies. We're talking about things like spitting on the cross and outright devil worship. Of course, once the torture ended, they completely recanted those confessions while not under duress. The Inquisition's response was to treat the recantation as proof that they had relapsed back into heresy, and hand the men over to be executed. Torture thus not only produced false evidence, but it created a no-win situation for the accused. Even inquisitors themselves knew the unreliability of confessions obtained by torture. Emmerich wrote in his manual, "Torture is deceptive and ineffectual." Yet this did not stop the practice. Under such methods, people will say anything to end the pain, don't you think? Medieval critics of the Inquisition, and there were a few, voiced the same concern. Bernard de Lisieux, that friar who had exposed a fraud in Carcassonne, lamented that the Inquisitors' tactics would have made St. Peter and St. Paul confess to heresy if they had been subject to the dungeon. In other words, no one, however devout or innocent, could withstand these kinds of torments. The details of inquisitorial torture are pretty ghastly. Victims often fainted from pain or nearly drowned during the water torture, only to be woken up, revived, and tortured again. Joints were dislocated on the rack, muscles and tendons torn. Prisoners might emerge crippled for life. The psychological terror was equally severe. Many broke down at just the sight of the instruments or the screams of previous victims. The climate of fear that this created was very much intentional, and we'll discuss the broader social effects shortly. Every tortured confession also served to legitimize the Inquisition's work, providing proof of heresy that could be cited at the public sentencing. After torture extracted the words the Inquisitors wanted, they would record that the confession was made freely, certainly a grim charade of voluntary repentance. Torture was the blunt instrument of the Inquisitor's power, a direct assault on the body to conquer the resistance of the soul. It was technically regulated by certain rules, but as we've seen, those rules were circumvented or sometimes just ignored. Inquisitors convinced themselves that saving souls justified inflicting torment. By the values of the time, they argued they were sparing victims from the eternal fires of hell by making them briefly taste earthly pain. Yet from a more modern perspective, the systematic torture of men and women in the Inquisition's cells stands out as one of the most egregious abuses of power in medieval history. And we don't really like to judge people of the past by modern standards, but come on. It degraded the very faith it purported to defend, turning the Church's message of compassion into one of terror. Certainly a PR nightmare, no matter how you look at it. Although Inquisitors professed to act for the pure sake of the faith, money and property often lurked their way in. The structure of the inquisitorial penalties created opportunities for corruption and conflict of interest. When a person was convicted of heresy, the Inquisition could impose heavy fines or even confiscate the offender's property. Those assets might have been divided between the Church and the state, or used to fund the Inquisition itself. This meant that, in many cases, everyone involved in prosecuting a wealthy heretic stood to gain something. From the earliest days, observers noted the profit motive at work. In medieval France and Italy, local lords sometimes complained that papal inquisitors focused on accusing wealthy citizens so that their goods could be seized. Funny how that works, isn't it? Well, secular rulers themselves occasionally encouraged the Inquisition for financial ends. There's a pretty dramatic example in the persecution of the Knights Templar by King Philip IV of France, ostensibly for heresy, but undeniably fueled by Philip's desire to cancel his debts and confiscate the Templars' fortune. Heresy trials conveniently allowed a ruler to enrich his treasury under the cloak of piety. Now, the Spanish Inquisition is notorious in this regard. One punishment above all made it attractive to Spain's Catholic monarchs: the confiscation of convicted heretics' properties, which then became crown property. Some historians have argued that Ferdinand and Isabella welcomed the Inquisition as a tool to finance the crown. Indeed, the Inquisition tended to operate first in large, wealthy cities and target well-off conversos, that is, converted Jews and other minorities, people who would often having significant property. Gustav Bergenroth, a 19th century historian who studied the Spanish archives, concluded that revenue was the incentive for establishing the Inquisition. While the monarch's motives may not have been purely pecuniary, there's no real doubt that the initial campaigns of the Inquisition brought quite a nice little windfall to royal coffers. It doesn't look good, doesn't it? For the inquisitors on the ground, though, the temptation of personal enrichment was real. Now, technically, inquisitors were not supposed to pocket the wealth of their victims. That was meant for the state or the church. But in practice, those conducting the trials and their associates could benefit indirectly. Inquisitors drew salaries from the fines collected. They could charge fees for managing confiscated estates. Officials and informants might receive rewards too. Moreover, wealthy prisoners could sometimes buy leniency by paying bribes or perhaps giving donations, also known as bribes. A common saying was that a poor suspect might be burned, whereas a rich one might escape with a lighter penance. Yeah, it's funny how that works, isn't it?
A system where an official's budget or personal gain depends on the outcome of cases will inherently encourage greed. Contemporaries did take note. It was pretty obvious what was happening. Desiderius Erasmus, the great Renaissance scholar, wryly observed that the Inquisition was harsher on minor offenders with no money than on the rich who could afford to grease up the wheels. In the Kingdom of Aragon, the local Cortes Parliament repeatedly protested that inquisitors were stripping noble families of their inheritances and ruining the innocent relatives of those punished. This suggests that even some devout Catholics saw the Inquisition as financially overreaching. Perhaps the most egregious case of corruption was that of Diego Rodriguez de Lucero, an inquisitor in Cordova, Spain, around 1500. Lucero was widely reviled for abusing his power. He was said to invent charges against affluent converso families just to take hold of their money. But Lucero's depravity went a lot further. He allegedly used the Inquisition to satisfy his lust. Historian Manuel Barrios records that Lucero had 2 men burned to death so he could take their wives as mistresses. And when one prominent family refused to hand over their beautiful daughter, Lucero accused the young woman, her husband, and her parents of heresy, and he burned all of them at the stake, seizing the orphaned girl for himself. He even fathered a child with her, while keeping her imprisoned as his personal property. Yeah, you're not going to hear that in a BBC documentary, aren't you? These horrific abuses earned him the nickname Lucero, the Infamous. Eventually, public outcry grew so intense that even the Crown intervened. In 1507, he was arrested and removed from office after an investigation confirmed that many of his victims were actually innocent. Well, shock and awe. Who would have thought? His downfall showed that there were indeed limits, though. But it came only after the untold damages had been done, and the Inquisition's reputation in Cordova had been blackened by his crimes. But even beyond such extreme cases, the financial toll of inquisitorial prosecution was huge. Families of the convicted not only lost loved ones to prison or the stake, but also lost their homes, their farms, and in general their livelihoods. A person found guilty of heresy had their property confiscated, leaving their children and heirs impoverished and often stigmatized. In towns where many conversos were convicted, a whole class of people was economically destroyed, with their assets redistributed to others. Finally, the Inquisition developed a semi-formalized extortion form of compositions. This was essentially a payoff. An accused person could agree to pay a hefty sum or surrender certain assets in exchange for a more lenient punishment, or even a complete suspension of the trial. Drop the charges. While officials justified this as a form of penance or reconciliation, it effectively had put justice out for sale. The wealthy could just buy their way out of trouble. The poor didn't have the option. All of these factors demonstrate that the Inquisition was not merely a spiritual enterprise, but also deeply entangled with worldly greed. The profit motive compromised the entire integrity of the institution. It created incentives to find heresy where there was none, and to be harsher than necessary in order to reap the material rewards. This corruption of purpose further tainted the Inquisition's legacy. When we consider why the Inquisition inspired such fear and hatred, it was not only the threat of torture and death, but also the knowledge that an accusation could mean complete financial ruin, a ruin from which the inquisitors and the crown would certainly benefit from. So, looking at it like this, the abuse of power wasn't only at the point of a sword, but in the coins and lands that changed hands under the guise of defending orthodoxy. But of course, the Inquisition did not operate in isolation from the worldly political sphere. Secular rulers and leaders realized that this formidable religious tribunal could certainly be turned into a political weapon, while inquisitors themselves at times pursued personal agendas under cover of their holy office. Many abuses of inquisitorial power were driven not purely by zeal for the faith, but just pursuit of political advantage, or perhaps even a personal vendetta disguised in religious terms. From its inception, the medieval Inquisition had to cooperate with princes and magistrates to enforce its sentences. This alliance meant that rooting out heresy often aligned with consolidating political control. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is, the one against the Cathars, in southern France in the early 13th century, for example, the French crown's war against the heretics conveniently also crushed the independence of Languedoc nobles, bringing that region under royal sway. Two birds, one stone. Inquisitors following in the wake of the Crusade eliminated remaining Cathars, achieving a spiritual goal and a political one, firmly binding Languedoc to orthodox royal authority. An example of political misuse was once again the destruction of the Knights Templar. As we noted earlier, in 1307, King Philip IV of France had the Templars arrested and accused of heresy. Inquisitorial courts, under royal pressure, condemned the Templars, providing a veneer of legal righteousness to Philip's seizure of their wealth and the elimination of an autonomous military order. In this case, heresy charges were largely a pretext for a financial coup. The Spanish Inquisition likewise served state policy. Ferdinand and Isabella instituted it not only to purify religion, but also to cement their recently unified kingdom. Spain's population included large communities of conversos, that is, Jews that had converted to Christianity, by the way, and Moriscos, Muslim converts to Christianity. The monarchs, like many of their subjects, suspected that some converts were secretly reverting to their old faiths. By targeting these groups, the crown could enforce religious homogeneity and also remove a potential fifth column. The Inquisition effectively became an arm of the government. The Inquisitor General answered to the crown, and the inquisitors had royal authority to call on the troops. It acted as an internal security apparatus of sorts, investigating not just theological deviance, but anything seen as disloyalty. Thomas de Torquemada, the first Grand Inquisitor, was a key royal advisor. Under his tenure, the Inquisition's campaign against conversos was relentless. Approximately 2,000 of them were burned for heresy during those years. This campaign terrorized a segment of society and sent a clear message about who held power in the new Spain. In 1492, the monarchs took the dramatic step of expelling all Jews who refused to convert, a decision made in the same spirit of religious political unification that the Inquisition had been enforcing. The Inquisition had basically created a Spain of a single faith, tightly aligned with the crown's vision of national unity. But inquisitors also became entangled in politics in other ways. The case of Bernard de Lesio in Languedoc, mentioned earlier, was essentially a political disagreement, a local friar rallying townsfolk and even appealing to the king to curb the inquisitors, whom he accused of abusing power and undermining regional rights and customs. His eventual arrest and torture by the Inquisition showed how strongly the authorities, both church and royal, would defend the Inquisition against such challenges. On a smaller scale, some inquisitors did not hesitate to use their powers for personal retribution. There were instances of rival clergy or local officials being denounced as heretics after quarrels with an inquisitor. With secret procedures and the inquisitor's near immunity, it was frighteningly easy to turn a private enemy into a convicted heretic. All these cases, while not the norm, show that no level of the system was free from abuse. An unscrupulous inquisitor could persecute pretty much anyone he disliked, cloaking it in the sanctity of his office. The entanglement of the Inquisition with secular aims greatly amplified its capacity for harm. It was not just a church court hunting down doctrinal errors. It was often an instrument of government policy and social control. This made it even more feared. An accusation by the Inquisition might not mean only religious censure, but also that one had become an enemy of the state. In Spain, for example, the Inquisition's reach extended to influential citizens, and even members of the clergy, if they were seen as threats to orthodoxy or authority. Inquisitors wielded a terrifying blend of spiritual and temporal power. Through political support, the Inquisition was able to enforce its edicts with armies and prisons beyond what a church tribunal alone could muster. Conversely, rulers used the Inquisition's moral authority to legitimize their crackdowns. This entire symbiosis meant that when one fell into the Inquisition's hands, one faced not just a tribunal of friars, but the heavy hand of the state as well. The result was an atmosphere in which few dared to oppose or even criticize them. It had become simply too enmeshed in the very power structures. All these factors contributed to that overarching climate of fear. The abuses we've surveyed, legal, physical, political, financial, they all worked together to make the Inquisition this source of existential dread in medieval society. Always around the corner, always watching, a kind of big brother sort of thing. So, now we're going to see how the fear was consciously used as a tactic, how it impacted communities under inquisitorial scrutiny. The ultimate consequence for all of these abuses, the sum of all of them, was just this pervasive climate of fear. Inquisitors deliberately used that as a tool to enforce conformity. The mere possibility of being denounced and hauled off before the Holy Office, and that was a fear that people just had to live with. People moderated their behavior, guarded their speech, and even stifled private doubts, all for fear that a wrong word, one wrong move, one unusual habit could trigger an accusation. One way the Inquisition spread fear was by fostering this culture of denunciation. It routinely issued what they called edicts of faith, urging the faithful to report any suspected heretical behavior by neighbors, friends, or even their own family. Failing to inform itself could be treated as a crime. This policy turned neighbor against neighbor. It sowed distrust in communities. A Spanish writer of the time remarked that people, quote, spoke in whispers, even in their own homes, for the fear the very walls had ears. Even family members were weary. A child might innocently report a parent's habits, not knowing it could become some kind of evidence in a trial. As one modern analysis notes, persecution often relies on denunciations and undermines trust, and that corrodes the bonds of society. This result was that many communities became fragmented by suspicion. You imagine your kids. If somebody was to ask them, some inquisitor, "Does your mummy ever do anything strange?" "Oh, sometimes she talks to herself." How's that going to be interpreted? Sometimes dad gets angry, or sometimes grandma spends lots of time walking outside in the woods, something like this. You never know what could be used to spark off the trial. Another potent instrument of fear was that spectacle of punishment, the public spectacle, though. An auto de fe, the act of faith. At these ceremonies, held in city plazas, the sentences of the Inquisition were announced and carried out. Those found guilty of heresy were paraded in a penitential garb, the San Benito, and their punishments proclaimed. Some would be flogged or sent to prison, and unrepentant or relapsed would be handed over to secular authorities for execution, typically by burning. Large crowds attended these events, which had the air of both religious ritual and grim theatre. The message to onlookers was unmistakable. This is what happens to those who stray from the faith. This is what happens to those who don't fit in. Inquisitors intended these spectacles to instill dread. They argued that severe penalties were preventative, meant to strike fear in the hearts of others, so they would stay loyal. And indeed, the sight of a fellow citizen being burned alive or a friend being humiliated in penance certainly is a core memory. Fear permeated all levels of society. Common folk feared the knock on the door at midnight, the sudden inquiry into a rumor that they said a forbidden prayer or perhaps didn't show up to Mass one morning. Of course, even elites were not safe. Wealthy converso families lived in constant anxiety that spiteful rivals or servants might denounce them for secretly practicing their old faith. Clergymen and scholars had to be careful that new ideas or critical views did not draw suspicion. This stifled intellectual and spiritual life. Inquisitorial censorship banned books and policed ideas. The pervasive fear of being labeled a heretic made people avoid any expression of unorthodox thought. In Spain, a proverb emerged. Flies don't enter a closed mouth. It basically means shut up and stay out of trouble. Outwardly, society under the Inquisition became highly conformist. Everyone vied to show themselves as devout Catholics. Homes displayed religious images. People attended Mass zealously and avoided any behavior that could be misconstrued. But this often just reflected fear rather than genuine piety. A kind of enforced hypocrisy prevailed. Those who privately had doubts or heterodox leanings could never admit to them. As time went on, this climate strangled honest discourse, trust and frankness, even within families, gave way to caution and silence. Even after the medieval period, the inquisitorial mentality endured. Habits of suspicion and caution persisted in regions long after the Inquisition's power waned. The collective memory of terror left a culture where open dissent was rare. Some historians believe this legacy of fear hindered intellectual and social progress in a lot of places like Spain, where for generations creativity was dampened by the need to just toe the line. Whether or not one agrees with that broad assessment, you can't really argue against that the Inquisition's reign of fear had deep and long-lasting effects. For those living under its shadow, however, such philosophical consequences were less immediate than daily survival. The Inquisition had turned the tools of faith, community, confession, scrutiny, moral exhortation, into tools of intimidation and control. Religion, which for many is a source of hope and comfort, was wielded like a sword dangling over their heads. This regime of fear was perhaps the Inquisition's most insidious use of power. It coerced not only actions but thoughts, and it did so by betraying the very spiritual values it claimed to protect. Faith became tinged with terror, a bitter aftertaste. People obeyed, not out of conviction or love, but out of sheer fear what the Inquisition could do to them. And in that sense, I suppose, you could argue that the Inquisition succeeded in subduing heresy, but at the cost of replacing it with a frightened and subdued society. Do the ends justify the means? No.
No, they do not. So as we conclude our time together today, step back from all the grimness. Grasp the larger lesson. The story of the medieval Inquisition, especially its Spanish culmination, is kind of a warning on how absolute certainty and unchecked authority can corrupt a noble cause. And remember, that doesn't have to come in the cause of religion. It can come in the cause of politics. It can come atheistic or theistic. It doesn't have to be Christian. It can be Muslim. It can be Jewish. It can be Buddhist. Any kind of large-scale operation. There's always a way for corruption to sink in. And it usually does. What began as an effort to protect religious orthodoxy became the machinery of cruelty. Inquisitors, convinced they served a higher good, employed frankly unholy means. Torture chambers, secret trials, judgments clouded by greed and politics, and a reign of terror that stifled the spirit of an age. Justice, mercy, and compassion, they were the real casualties. The abuses of the Inquisitors show the danger of any institution that operates without accountability, fueled by its own fanaticism. In defending the faith, they often betrayed the core values of it. The very church that taught love, charity, and the sanctity of conscience was represented by those who inflicted agony and injustice on thousands. It's a tragic irony. Little wonder that Inquisition has entered our vocabulary as a synonym for oppressive or interrogative persecution. Yet, within the dark history, we also find little glimmers of hope. We encountered individuals like Bernard de Lisieux, who bravely spoke out against the injustice, and who maintained their dignity of faith even under torture. Their stories remind us that even in these times of terror, conscience could not be entirely snuffed out. Over the centuries, more voices both inside and out of the church would condemn the excesses of the Inquisition, and eventually the institution was reformed and finally abolished. History perhaps saw an ounce of repentance for this chapter. But the legacy of the Inquisition is complex. On the other hand, it did enforce religious uniformity in parts of Europe for a time. Catharism was extinguished, and in Spain, open practice of Judaism and Islam was eradicated. But it achieved this at a terrible human cost, and arguably at the cost of the Church's moral authority. The Inquisition's notoriety lived on in legend and literature, reinforcing its image as an ultimate symbol of religious cruelty. In fact, outrage over the Inquisition's excesses later helped fuel arguments for religious tolerance and the rights of the accused during the Enlightenment. So in looking back, and as we leave this subject, we remember not just the notorious inquisitors, but their victims and the few who dared to oppose them. Their suffering and courage to speak across the centuries is certainly a grim lesson in the misuse of power, and one that remains relevant whether ideological or religious zeal threatens to override our common humanity. I think it urges us, in our own time, to prize justice that is tempered with mercy. Never allow fear to be the instrument by which unity is achieved. To sum it all up, the Inquisition's abuses of power light up the timeless truth that to save our ideals, we have to uphold them with clean hands. And on that note, I'm going to leave you to think about that for yourself. Well, perhaps there are institutions in our world today that are becoming a little bit inquisitorial. Remember, don't think that history is over just yet. We never know what kind of institutions are going to come up in generations to come, or even in our own time. Anyway, let's thank the patrons and supporters, Dark Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Aaron, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, and Talbury. Thank you very much. And I will see you on the next exciting episode. Good night to everybody out there all around the world, wherever you are. And as always, lots of love to you all.